something fishy going on here.
Yo, 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 yo. Hello, hello, hello. What's up, OGE? What's up, Chuck Diesel? Ferret King? Pendy? Soul Life? Christina? Spacey Gracie? Liz? Joker? Joey? CJ? Decipher, welcome. Moanoep. Who am I missing? I think I'm missing some folks. If I miss you, I'm sorry. Hello. Say what's up again and I'll say hi. Hi, Jacob. Thanks for the Twitter follow. Reesh. Hi, how are you? I'm okay. Not high, so we're gonna fix that. We had roofing going on this morning, so I did not want to compete with that or stream. But it looks like it's all done. Like, I think they did it all in one day, and I'm pretty impressed because I'm like, I think they're done. Oh, that's right. This was a TikTok window earlier. Let me get my shit together. Prostrum. Good to get that done before the worst of winter hits. Yeah, and there was a leak and it was bad, so. Alright, we got Candy, we got Adrienne Vixen, we've got chat, we've got YouTube, we've got Kick. We are in great shape, and boy, do we have content tonight. Certainly have content tonight. New fit? I mean, new, new dress codes, because I'm not on Twitch. What are we smoking? I've got choices. I've got options. I went to the dispensary today, so I picked up a gram of animal cake live sugar and a gram of garlic and bananas live butter. Thank you for the compliments. But what I have been smoking this animal face sauce. So I've got, what was it? The other one was animal something. Animal cake? Yeah. Animal cake, animal face, garlic and bananas. So, yeah, lots of choices. I think I'm gonna go with the animal face, which is an indica dominant. Let's see, animal face. Total 79.392% THC. Very nice. Garlic and bananas is funny. Should we try that one? I'm sure it's delicious. In 30 minutes, I'll have been on for 100 hours. What are you doing, Liz? When are you gonna call it a stream? I'll open up the garlic. You're a sativa person. I'm definitely an indica. But I have been doing more hybrids, or it's like sometimes the sativas can give me more anxiety or make me like have paranoia. And I don't really get that with indica. So I tend to go for indica. Ow. Well, I missed your joke. Sorry, Soul Life. There's a lot of chats. I'm out till the wife gets home and gets to the dispenso. Liz's self-marathon for Vixen's freedom. Let's go. It's crazy how little you get. Okay, this is the banana, garlic and bananas. That's a gram. Hey, look, it's 420. Look at how little. It's just like a little booger. Shit was like 50 bucks. It was buy one, get one 50% off though. The brand was having a sale, so that was nice. Can we smoke on YouTube? I mean, I've been doing it because I've been doing it and I haven't gotten clapped, but I think as long as it's legal, where, you know, as long as you're not committing a crime. Yeah, Spacey Gracie says, I have seen lots of folks smoke on YouTube. I get that for like 8 to 12 a gram. Yeah, yeah, Michigan prices are where it's at. As long as it's not stolen, it's okay. I thought it was funny. I'm sorry. I'm just reading chat and I'm like, you know, my inflection isn't necessarily accurate to my intent. That makes sense. I mean, it was a pretty long day, you know, like I had to go to Walmart. I had to get out of the house. So we went to the dispensary and then we went to Walmart and my mom forgot to get me tampons, so we had to go back in. And I was like, well, I'll go shop around for makeup anyway. So I got myself some makeup. Actually, my mom got it all for me. My mom bought it. I got a new primer. I got two new lipsticks. I got some lashes. I got an eyeliner. I got some more nail glue. What else did I get? Oh yeah, some like hair clips. Lashes. Yeah, so and then we went to we went by Culver's, so I actually had some fast food today. Wild. I hadn't had fast food in like, I don't know, a year probably. I hate this house. Anyway. Say Bay Day? What? I'm super confused. No, it's not haunted. It's just full of annoying people. CBD. Can't even say CBD. Oh, okay. So they say Bay Day. I don't watch enough of the Majority Report. I just, you know, watch what we watch on stream. I don't watch it live because I'm usually streaming. Yeah, literally, haunted would be better. Like, haunted, like there was ghosts in my last place. There was a ghost cat, which was kind of cool. Because I would like feel a cat jump up onto my bed that wasn't there, and I'm like, this is a very distinct feeling of a cat jumping up onto my bed. Ghost better pay rent. Do a ghost IRL stream. I mean, there is a place near me that does ghost tours that I could totally do a stream in there, but I don't know if like the signal would carry because it's like in this like old schoolhouse basement that has like shitty signal. I mean, they have internet now because it's like been renovated. My brother actually, with his ex-wife, they bought it and turned it into, there's a coffee shop, there's art studios, there's living studios. They renovated this old schoolhouse and turned it into something really cool. He's a douchebag though. Get the night vision going, yeah. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Give me just 1 minute. Okay. I have returned. It's Liz! Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah. We need to smoke. We need to smoke. I am gonna put on makeup, but I figured we'll probably start the debate, the Francesca Cenk debate, and I'll do my makeup while we're watching it because it's like 2 hours. So that's so creepy, Soul Life. Oh my gosh. Okay, y'all, are we prepared? Are we settled in? Get your beverages. Make sure you have everything rolled up and ready to rock and roll, because this is gonna be a bumpy ride. Don't you worry. I'll be here. As ready as I'm gonna get. Let's go. Liz! Thank you for gifting a sub on Kick. That means so much to me. It's showing it twice. But thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's fucking go. Yeah, subs on Kick help me out so much. Scribs! Hi, sweetie. Yeah, because, like, I don't know if I'm still gonna get, like, my last payout from Twitch, but, like, definitely not gonna get another one. Like, I don't know for sure that the appeal isn't gonna go through, but, like, there's a lot of issues with me. Like, I haven't been able to log into the appeal portal, and but given the nature of the ban, I am not hopeful. So that being said, Kick, subs, and direct donos. Kick subs and direct donos as much as y'all can, because I just lost everything. So, going through it. Definitely going through it. Oh, Scribs, you already watched this? I'm sorry. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen any clips of it even, so... It was brigaded cyber harassment, for sure. Under the guise of being nice. Like, the pretense of doing something nice. A new phone number. Yeah, well, the problem is I don't get, like, service in my house. There's a lot of issues. Just... I have an idea. I'm gonna try to use my mom's phone to get the SMS message and sort it out. I have it set to not hide messages because I found that setting and I'm like, no, don't hide any messages. Let the mods handle it. So I don't know why YouTube is censoring anything.
Surprise! It's me, Francesca Fiorentini. Welcome to the Bitchuation Room podcast live stream thing. Thank you so much for being here. This is our weird in-between show. all of the Tuesdays keep lining up on holidays. I hope everyone had a good Christmas if you celebrate, or a good first day of Hanukkah if you celebrate. We're not going to have a show, obviously, on New Year's Day. So all things are all crazy, but we will be back the second week of January. So do not worry. But I wanted to actually just use this moment, because I got him, to talk to a one Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, who I have worked with for many years now, and talk to him about his approach to a second Trump administration, what he has been doing in the media landscape. Really briefly, we're trying to keep this tight. We're trying to keep it good and open, but just so you all know, if you're like, who, what, where, how, what are you? So I've worked as a contributor with TYT since 2016. I've gone on anywhere between 1 and 3 times a week. I feel like at the height of when I was going on was like 2021. I in part moved to LA because of TYT, but I was really happy to do more and more work with them. And I've loved going on their shows. And that's why I'm very concerned. Because as of late, there's been a different tack, especially from the main host and founder and head of TYT, Cenk. If you don't know Cenk, he founded TYT back in 2002. 2005, it was the first YouTube channel partner. Basically was and is YouTube. It's been such a backbone of progressive media for so many people. I think it's it truly, in the Bernie years, really pulled people to the left and got folks to think differently and systemically about our political system. Cenk also was a congressional candidate in 2020. He ran for president in 2024 as a protest candidate against Joe Biden. And lately, since Donald Trump has been reelected president, Cenk Uygur has been going on a number of shows, but particularly right-wing leaning shows. Patrick Bet-David, Tim Pool. His latest appearance was at the Turning Points conference with, of course, Charlie Kirk. And he has thoughts on why he's doing that, and I have thoughts on what he is doing. And so I wanted to hear them out and also express my feelings. But so here he is, Cenk Uygur, for as much as we can squeeze into this blessed hour. Welcome for the first time to the Bitchuation Room.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for having me on, Franny. Appreciate it. And thanks for the intro.
Yeah, man. I gotta say, it's like it's not an understatement to say that I've lost sleep over what's been going on. That I've been really upset, angry, and like wounded, if that makes sense to you. I have also refrained from tweeting at you, Cenk. I've refrained from doing videos about you without your presence. I've refrained from misrepresenting you. But man, on the inside, it's been rough. So I do want to ask you, I feel like we are in the precipice of a really perilous time of true authoritarianism coming to the United States. And someone like you, who has been such a leader on the progressive left, has such a massive role to play in this moment as a stalwart of resistance, as so many of these centrists are kowtowing to the right. And then I see you on the same stages with, and in the same rooms with, the right-wingers who are mouthpieces of said authoritarianism. And I don't believe that you are actually pushing back instead. And I think there's a project here. You're trying to find points of agreement. So what are you doing, and why are you doing what you're doing?
Yeah. So I appreciate that, that you're having me on, as opposed to talking about me and raging, etc., without actually getting into the full conversation. So, look, first, let me acknowledge, Franny, that I get why people are concerned. So you've seen this pattern a number of times. So people think, oh, this is the beginning of the pattern, and we know how that ends, right? So
dude, why is Cenk's mic so low in all of these? Like, his sound is awful.
Ruben go talk to Tucker Carlson once. He said, well, okay, he's defending our side, or finding a point of agreement.
Like,
whatever,
how do you
right?
not
But
have a
then
real
next thing you know, he
microphone
agrees with Tucker again
at your
and
house?
again and again and again. And then all of a sudden he's talking about how bad the left is and how, you know, and my favorite example about how the forest fires in California started because the fire departments allowed gay people to join.
Right. Wild.
Yeah, and Franny, we've seen this movie many times, and me especially as a Muslim, because Israel always finds collaborators and to come out and go, oh, look at this Muslim guy. He says Muslims are violent, and it is in their book, and it's all their fault, right? And one of those mouthpieces. So I understand, guys, that pattern exists, and so why people would be concerned the minute it seems like you're taking the first step there. But it is possible to not do that pattern. And we are not doing that pattern. And there's massive differences there, right? So they let go of all their positions. We've let go of none of our positions.
Your
and
positions
people
just
think
suck.
this is after the election. But apparently, as you know, I've been battling what I call the far left for years now. So I think that's a perfectly fine area of disagreement to have within a movement. I know that some people think, no, we're not allowed to disagree, and any disagreement is heresy, right? And that's a core thing that we'll probably discuss here today, right? That's one of the issues. And so now in terms of, so why am I doing it, or how did it come about? So how it came about
money,
is
money, money,
when
money.
I was doing that protest run against Biden, I went on all the shows I possibly could, left-wing, right-wing, etc. And on the right-wing shows, I was expecting what I always get from right-wing, which is, the Republicans are right and you guys are all evil and no points of agreement, just a bunch of robots, right? And what I started to see was they're not as robotic as we thought they were, right? And so there was like these flashes of like, wait, they actually genuinely hate Mitch McConnell. That's interesting. I know why. I know it's because Trump said he was bad, right? But at the same time, there's a second reason. And I know that a lot of people on the left don't believe it, but I'm here to tell you that I've seen it with my own eyes. There are actual populists in those right-wing hills, and they don't like the establishment. They hate the establishment. Now, they don't have the same opinions with us on social issues, cultural issues, etc. And then they genuinely hate war. Now, if Trump declares war on Panama and they all go along, then I was wrong. Okay? So we'll get to that too. And so more and more, and Charlie Kirk came on in the RNC, and this is the one that really threw me for a loop, and I couldn't believe it. He started talking about how bad BlackRock was and how private equity is buying up all the homes in America. And I'm like, that's what we think. That's what we say, right? And I couldn't believe that Charlie Kirk, of all people, was coming in our direction on that issue. And so I think their funding might have changed, to be honest. And so the right is not the monolith that we thought they are. And right now, since they've gotten past their robotic establishment, they're in a state of kind of chaos, a chaos that's not so bad in my opinion. And you're seeing it today, like MAGA attacking Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. If they were a monolith and they were robots and they were a cult, that would never happen. Now, I happen to agree with Elon and Vivek on that issue.
I was going to ask you, actually.
Yeah, but first of all, hey, there I am agreeing with Elon and Vivek. Why? Because they agree with us.
So this is about HB1 visas and allowing high-skilled professional immigrant workers who work in tech to be allowed in. The MAGA base says that that's obviously immigration and they want to cut down on that. But Elon and Vivek, again, millionaire and the richest man on earth, want that. Does that not fly in the face of some of what you've been saying about the base and how the base is actually great and the base is great at populist ideas? One of those populist ideas, Cenk, is mass deportations, is stopping any migration, is getting people out of this country.
Yeah. So, Franny, it's a great question. And so that's why what's happening today is actually so interesting. Because number one, are we allowed to agree with anyone on the other side? Elon said terrible things. He backed that crazy radical right-wing party in Germany, et cetera, right? But that doesn't mean he's wrong about these visas. We've had that position on visas our whole lives, right? We agree with, or he has now come to agree with us. Same with Vivek. Now, but what's interesting is, so now MAGA, the populist base of MAGA, rebels against Elon and Vivek. So number one, that shows that that my thesis that they will rebel against their leaders is true. Okay. Now, do I agree with them on this rebellion? I don't. But remember, just because they're populist doesn't mean they agree with us on everything. On social and cultural issues, we have massive disagreements, massive. I'm looking for the agreements on the economically populist stuff. So on this one, they're anti-immigration. And so again, it's not a monolith. It's a little bit more complicated. But overall, the massive MAGA is anti-immigration. And I obviously don't agree with them on that. I'm an immigrant and I'm first generation. I wasn't even born here, right? So all this talk of deportations and now this crazy thing that one of them came out with, denaturalizing people, that's just nuts, right? So and I say that to their face in all the shows that I go on. I go, look, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with that. I think you're nuts on this, right? But now we do agree on some things, anti-war, anti-corruption, etc. Even if I know, guys, I know Trump is massively corrupt and they've been misdirected. But within that chaos of the right wing, interesting different coalitions can break out, as you're seeing today with these different coalitions within MAGA. Yeah. So imagine if we had, this is really wild, right? But you've got to take a first step to be able to get to this ultimate conclusion. Imagine if we had voting blocks that weren't strictly Republican or Democrat or strictly MAGA or not, and we could then join the voting block, in this case with Vivek and Ilan, and protect these visas, right? Or in another case, we could join the populist right-wing bloc and prevent a war. Again, those are like huge dreams.
I mean, I think it's sort of a deal with the devil either way. I do want to just step back. I want to step back from the news a little bit and truly understand what you believe you are doing and who you believe you represent. Just really briefly, who you believe you represent when you go on these shows. You say we a lot, and I'm not sure who you are referring to when you say we.
Who the fuck is we?
Is it yourself? Is it you? And is it Anna and you and Anna? Is it all of TYT? Is it the broader left? Who do you think you represent when you go on these shows to make the case about how there's commonality?
Yeah. So great question again. So first off, for folks who don't know, Young Turks is the flagship show of the TYT network. So the TYT network is the whole left. So Franny's on the TYT network. This show's on the TYT network, and at least on the podcasting side. And so Franny is to the left of me on many issues. So is Jordan Ewell. So many other people, right? And so I never block anyone from stating their opinions. And I like that we have the whole range, right? And in the past, we've had David Pakman as part of the net, like the YouTube network broadly.
But who's the we, Cenk? Who's the we? You've said these things before, and I have thoughts on them. But who's the we?
So that's TYT. TYT is that whole spectrum of left-wing thought. And as you know, Franny, we debate on the show all the time.
We don't. We really, like, I just want to be fair. Like, we don't. Because if we did, we would have had this conversation many, many times, but we don't. Number one, I am not the main host. Anna Kasparian is. Number two, I am rarely the fill-in host. Jordan Ewell has been filling in quite frequently. Number three, when I do fill in as a host or as a guest, it depending on the story is when we can actually sometimes maybe squeeze in 1 or 3 minutes of debate, but we have to keep it moving. That is the job. The job is to do the news. It's to get to all the different things. So I just want to say that it's very unfair to say that these debates have happened on the main show. Certainly not with me, maybe once around trans issues, but I want to leave that aside. Who is we? Who are you saying when you say we?
Okay, but let me address that real quick. But yes, but I've gotten into so first of all, we do the news, so we debate within that news story. Is it a shorter period of time? Yes. Sometimes I'll do longer ones. I did a longer one with Jordan Ewell and Jules.
David Pakman is a massive Zionist,
et cetera, et cetera.
He is a blue MAGA Zionist.
And here we are within the network, et cetera. So now that's TYT is the left in general. Young Turks is the flagship show. That's me and Anna. And so I would say that we, as in me and Anna, are maximum populist, but not maximum left, right? So I am maximum left on some issues, but not all.
No, you're not.
And so those are two different political spectrums.
You're not left at all.
Spectrum and the establishment populist spectrum. I mean, now
you're barely left. Like, you're not left of center,
which is mind blowing.
Ari, I want to leave that
Okay.
aside, but I just want to, because I really want to talk about what you are doing and what you believe you are doing. And I want to just explain, by showing, and I want to ask you what you think the goal is of what you are doing. But here was a moment where you were on TPUSA's on Turning Point USA's conference, and Charlie Kirk, who is a Christian nationalist, he's an avowed Christian nationalist. TPUSA has had wildly racist and white supremacists associated with them, including inviting people like Nick Fuentes to speak. No matter what you think of his thoughts on BlackRock, here is him asking you about left media. And I got to say, Cenk, this one sucked real hard for me. And you also, I think, have been using these opportunities to talk a lot about the left to the right.
I think the left has some work to do in developing over-the-top media to be able to bypass the main networks.
Yeah, so we have TYT as a giant network, but we have a lot of great progressive and populist shows that are not part of TYT that's in the left-wing ecosystem.
I just want to stop and say I'm excited to hear which ones you like, given that you just sort of insulted Emma Vigeland just now. I'm curious which ones you actually do still support that aren't your own, but I'm going to keep going, Cenk. Hang on.
So I don't think that that's the issue. I don't think that there isn't enough shows. I think that there's a couple others. One, on the right, you guys do a great job of coalescing. Okay, so you do a couple of things well. You work together well, and you're more welcoming, if I'm being honest.
We're glad Cenk's here, right, everybody?
And a lot of people on the left know this as well. If you agree with MAGA 5%, the answer you get is welcome, right? Come
Hi,
join
Tails
us,
and
right?
Wings.
On
Thanks
the
for
left,
being here.
If you disagree 5%, they go, get out of here, you're a right-winger, you're a fascist, right? But if you push enough people out and you guys welcome enough people in, eventually you win the popular vote. That's what I warned them about, and that's what happened, right?
Okay, so there you are, and
Yeah, love it. Stick with 100% of what I just said there.
Yeah, they're so
100%
welcoming
right
to our BIPOC community
and
and
you had your say there. You've been
to us
saying various degrees of that
LGBTQIA
same
community.
thing, and I got
Very welcoming. Very fucking welcoming. Good time for a buffer because I was talking over her. Although, why are we buffering?
to say, like, I watched this whole I watched the whole clip, and it started off, and I was like, this is pretty good. This is good. Like, pretty good interview. I like that you're sitting down. It wasn't bad. This moment, like, truly a part of me died when I watched this.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
Super. Just like shriveled up and died, floated away into the ocean. Here's what happens. Couple things. He asks you about left-wing media and why there isn't more left-wing media. Which already, as you are there, in the sort of kingdom of turning points, is like, that's such a dig. Like, why are you guys so weak is effectively what he's saying. And instead of pointing out the way that TPUSA has been bankrolled by Republican mega donors out of Chicago and many other places for years now, and talking about how the Daily Wire was funded by the fracking brothers, the Wilkes brothers. Now they're fishing for new, investors, whatnot, but that there is so much money on the right. He handed this answer to you on a fucking platter, and all you said was, you know what? You guys are really good at being welcoming. People just like you. Cenk, they've got all the money.
I didn't say people just
what are
like
you
me. That's very
talking about? That's effectively what you're good at coalescing. And here's my question to you about so that's just number one on the media, because that just stings because I'm in media. But on the 5%, if you disagree with MAGA 5%, they still welcome you. How did that work out for Liz Cheney?
Yeah. So look, is there a part of MAGA that'll push you out? Of course. That's what we know MAGA for.
When do they push you out, Cenk? When do they push you out?
Largely when you disagree with Trump.
Exactly.
So listen,
this is the thing that it's the unspoken thing that you're never saying, that ultimately it's all hunky-dory. Elon can tweet back at you. Vivek can listen to you. But if you defy Donald Trump, the God Emperor, you're kicked out of the castle. And no
Yeah.
one's defending Liz Cheney. Screw both their castle and the other castle. But Liz Cheney voted with Donald Trump 98% of the time. And just the 1% when she was like, hey, you know what? You can't do a coup on this country. And Adam Kinzinger, and they were gone. So miss me with this 5% BS, yo.
So, all right, Franny, a whole bunch of things here. So, number one, you're right. That's definitely how Turning Point started. Daily Wire certainly started that way. I don't know what their current funding is, but they seem to have a lot more funding than any of us do. So you're right, and I have said that in the past, and I probably should have put that in there in that particular appearance, and I will mention that, and that'll really grate on their nerves. But I've got no problems telling their audience, and I tell them all the time, no, you guys have way more money, and they're always shocked by that. And I'm like, because they're swimming in money and don't realize how much we're starving out here on the left, right?
Sure.
So, and I talked on Tim Pool's show about that, etc. Now, when it comes to the 5%, 95%, yeah, I hear you. So it's when you disagree with Trump, especially in the past, especially in the first term, etc., you're a goner, right? But they are pushing back even on Trump now. So, again, on things that we don't agree with, but on COVID, for example, they thought that Trump did too much COVID protections, et cetera. And there was, and this is really encouraging. When I talk about Team Miriam, Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Walz. So those are the four that put in by the neocons put in by Miriam Adelson. In the old days, what I would have gotten, Franny, is no way, they're the greatest. They're not neocons. You're a liar. Trump picked them. Trump's the best. Now what I'm getting from the right-wing hosts, which is amazing, and let alone the base, they're all saying, yeah, I hear you. We got concerns about them. We got concerns. Okay. So that's the thing I never heard before. So that is a change. Now, in terms of the concept that I'm referring to, the 5%, 95%, but Franny, we're in the middle of that right now. This is the perfect example. So I started the largest progressive network. I've given dozens of progressives opportunities they didn't have before. I started Just Democrats.
Oh my God, me.
Like 5% on trans issues or crime. Everybody's like right wing, fascist, right wing. Almost every show is saying that. Almost every show. So you telling me that you don't push people out? You're pushing out the movement overall. At least the online left movement seems to be trying to push out the one network that has helped progressives more than any other network, and it's not in dispute. But my God, we have 5% disagreement. So tear it down. This is the destructive extreme left that I honestly, that portion. That kind of destructive attitude is poison. It's not just poison to us, it's poison to our chances of winning. Because we keep pushing people out, and then all of a sudden we lost all the swing states and we lost the popular vote. I'm trying to get our side to wake up, snap out of our hypnosis of we hate, and we hate the right wing, and they're all white supremacists, and they're all racist, and they're all sexist, and we hate, and we never go in the room with them, we hate. What the hell happened to us? And no one's allowed to disagree. We're now authoritarian. No.
Wait, Cenk, can I just clarify?
I will never allow the left to be authoritarian, and this idea of just hating the other side is poison.
You know what's so funny about you calling the left authoritarian is that you think the left has power. Like, I love that you think
total nonsense.
We are on the precipice of real authoritarianism and real fascism. And you believe that the online left are the authoritarians? I mean, I don't know how to tell you. You sound like Bill Maher and Nancy Pelosi had a kid, and it came out Cenk Uygur. And let me just ask you though. Let me just ask you. So what shows on the left do you like that aren't on the TYT network?
Yeah. So I said, look, there's a lot of good popular shows on the left that I like, and it's because there are. So. Breaking Point's a good show. Kyle Kalinski's Secular Talk is a good show. He was against me going on MAGA. I haven't seen his video, but Kyle's been against us a couple of times. But I largely didn't hold a grudge on that.
But wait, let me just stop you. First of all, you had a great conversation with Crystal Ball. I think she made some really good points to you on. I think it was on Breaking Points. Kyle has, I think, been very disturbed, especially by your appearance with Charlie Kirk. But what you just said there, they've been against us. I really want to just dig into this idea that, because you're a fighter, man. That's cool. That's great. But like, you really do have a very I almost want to call it Bush-like, Cheney-like, you're with us or against us attitude.
100% wrong.
Like you just literally, I love that you're proving my point. But when I say this, you truly, you sound like people are either against you, but if they criticize you, they are not. And yet here you are, Cenk, telling the entire right wing that all you want to do is break bread with them, that you want to debate with them, but afterward you want to go have a beer.
Yes, I do.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people. That's my fucking family, dog.
How do you think mass deportations are gonna happen? Like, they have to be put somewhere to be processed, don't they?
Like, what are you talking about?
That's such an excuse. Okay, they're going to start with Muslims. They're going to start with my people. Okay, if they start at all. So stop hiding behind vulnerable communities.
I'm hiding behind vulnerable communities.
Yes, you are. You're using them as human shields.
I'm standing in front of vulnerable communities.
No. Using them as human shields? This is disgusting. How dare he?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities.
You're throwing vulnerable people, marginalized communities under the bus every time you go on one of these shows, Cenk. Every single time.
I'm the most endangered, Franny.
By tweeting at Elon Musk? Please don't help me. Come on, Cenk. This is so sad. That's so sad.
Let's take
it down. Let's simmer down. No. Simmer down. I'm asking. Let me just ask you real honest to God.
You already said 12 things that I need to respond to. Can I respond to them?
No, I want to ask you this one question.
Of course not.
Let's talk about you going on these shows. Just simmer down. Let me ask you one question. Imagine if Harris had won. Okay, she wins. She wins the popular vote. She wins obviously the Electoral College. Incredible, first female president, blah, 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 all this stuff. And Tucker Carlson started making all these rounds on really progressive.
You know, the cishet man is so endangered. I think he's talking about his immigrant status because he is an actual immigrant and she's second generation, I think.
Progressive leftist shows, went on Kyle's show, went on my show. I'm like, who the hell? Started reaching out and wanting to talk and wanting to come to agreement on things. What would that look like to you?
Yeah, it would look like Tucker was trying to reach out. Tucker's a bad example because I would be surprised if he did that. But okay, yeah, no problem.
What would it look like to you?
I wouldn't. Do I think that Tucker would be selling out? No, there's no chance.
No. Well, I'm not. It's not about selling out. What would that like? What would it just seem like? Hey, man, we can agree. Yeah, you know what? I did say that Kamala Harris was a DEI hire and she's basically a communist, but now I just feel like I've antagonized you and I'm here to break bread and let's talk and let's get stuff done. What would that look like to you?
It would look surprising, but I wouldn't care. I'd find it interesting. Why? What does it look like to you?
I mean, to me, if Tucker Carlson did that, I'd be like, oh, we fucking won. We won like crazy. We won so resoundingly. He's doing an apology tour because 3 ghosts visited him in the middle of the night and he's completely changed his tune because he wants to throw down with the winners. We are crushing it. And I saw in that moment, you want me to play it for you? When Charlie Kirk goes, "We're glad Cenk's here, everybody." And that was the feeling that I think a lot of right wingers have when they look at you, Cenk, where they're like, damn, yo, we crushed so hard. Even this guy is turning now.
Yeah, except I'm not turning. I've said it 2,000 times.
I'm just saying what it would look like. I'm just saying what it would look.
You keep saying it like it's true when it isn't remotely true. But okay, let me address it. So, okay, number one,
He's so mad
because guess what's happening? Matt Gaetz has reached out to us, Tucker Carlson, to come on our shows, and so it's your exact analogy. Okay. Patrick Bet-David, et cetera, and they won. They're still trying to come on the Young Turks. Why? Because they're trying to have a conversation, not because they want to do an apology tour. They think they are ascendant, but nevertheless, they want to talk to the left.
But you had to make it's because they think that
your version of the left says, no way, we never talk to the other side. But we're not authoritarian.
Jake, that's not true.
We're not authoritarian. You're not allowed to disagree 1%, but we're not authoritarian. We have no power, so we're not authoritarian. So that's not how it works.
So much.
And the establishment Democrats are also authoritarian. So what do they say? You must agree with Kamala Harris, otherwise that's it. You're a heretic and you'll be driven out from the party. You know that. The establishment Democrats have done that to us for the last 20 years. Don't tell me that there's no power on the left. There's tons of power on the left. And when the swarm comes, the left-wing swarm, you'd like to be called a woman. You're racist, fascist, transphobe. What? I'm not authoritarian. No, that is an authoritarian mindset. Just you don't have to have power to have an authoritarian mindset. And there's different versions of power. There's the shunning power. There's social media power. There's mainstream media power. There's political power. There's all sorts of different power. So look, guys, the left. First of all,
there's also just money and actual power.
Welcome in,
Diggy. Back to the we. So you asked me politically, who do I represent? I represent the great majority of left-wing voters. The great majority of left-wing voters are not pro-establishment. They get tricked by mainstream media into voting in that direction. It drives me absolutely nuts. But when you ask them about policies, they agree with us completely on policies, right? And the great majority of left-wing voters are not far left. They think a woman should be called a woman. And I'm not saying that in some dismissive way. I'm in favor of trans rights. If you want to be called a birthing person, we love it. We got no problem with it. You be called a birthing person. But when you say no, we call everyone a birthing person. America hates it. Left-wing voters hate it.
I just want to say
there's no crime. Left-wing voters hate it. So I'm standing up for the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters and left-wing voters.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Authoritarian sides of the left saying you're not allowed to disagree with the establishment. You're not allowed to disagree with the extreme left. No, I am allowed. I am allowed. And hang on.
Wait, please. I don't want to lose the forest for the trees here, truly. And I hear what you're saying. I know it can feel online like a circular firing squad. I understand.
Billion%. It happens every time.
I know it does. So I come from movement backgrounds, right? I've been in many spaces since the global justice movement in the early 2000s, then the anti-Iraq war movement. I've been in a lot of organizing spaces. I have been in more organizing spaces, far left spaces, than I have in campaigns, political campaigns, for example. So I know those spaces very well. I know we can often over-police one another. I know we can tear each other's throats out. I absolutely concede that. I do agree with that. At this moment, sad to say, that's not the biggest fish we have to fry. In fact, we're in, again, a moment just before Project 2025 will be implemented, and people like myself, people who are on the streets demonstrating for Palestine, will be recommended for deportation, among many other things. But of course, I guess I'm using that as a shield. I don't know, according to you. But I did want to ask Cenk before this. I want to ask you about who the establishment is in your mind. Who is the establishment, and who is not the establishment?
Great question. So Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom, all the corporate Democrats who take corporate PAC money, serve their corporate donors 100%, lie to us 24/7, never intend to do any progressive policy positions, never intend to do any Democratic policy positions that they state in campaigns, and are backed by the liars in mainstream media, pretending that they're on our side when they're playing good cop, bad cop with establishment Republicans and robbing us blind on behalf of their donors.
Do you think that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are establishment?
So they're complicated. The reason they're complicated is because they act like the establishment. They do the same robberies, the same corporate tax cuts.
They do all the same shit as the establishment, but they're not.
That's why I've called Donald Trump a fake populist hundreds of times.
Iron all that.
And I've called him a fake populist on right-wing shows. And I've said, hey, watch out for your own donors on right-wing shows, right? And so, but they're not part of this the machine that was the Borg. Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden were the co-captains of the Borg, and that machine was unstoppable, and that machine was maintains corporate rule, and that's my mortal enemy. That Borg is the one we should all be fighting against.
So do you think it's less bad that one person donates $277 million to a candidate versus 5 people donating $277 million to a candidate? Elon Musk gave $277 million to Donald Trump and is now, again, worth $400 billion. Is that somehow less establishment in your mind?
So there's 2 parts of it, Franny. One is they at least talk the populist game, and the advantage of that is that also spread through the right-wing base. That, hey, them faking populism, remember, the people that are hearing that message don't realize it's fake, right? Mm-hmm. So they're talking anti-war, they're talking anti-corporate. You see Tucker Carlson talking anti-corporate. You see Steve Bannon saying we should increase corporate taxes. That doesn't mean Steve Bannon is an angel, but what it does mean, or anywhere near it, but what it does mean is that idea of populism and anti-establishment, et cetera, is spreading throughout the right wing. That is an amazing opportunity for us to actually coalesce on economic populism that they now believe in, even if their leader doesn't, right? So that's point 1, and it's super important. Point 2 is, in some ways, that individual corruption is worse, and in some ways it's better. So how is it worse? So Miriam Adelson gives, $137 million to Trump, and Sheldon Adelson had given him $200 million in previous campaigns. So he delivers foreign policy to the Adelson family, right?
Right.
Moved our embassy in his first term. Now he's thinking about allowing the annexation of northern Gaza and the West Bank. And you saw me fight tooth and nail against Trump, because that's what I was really, really worried about, that he's going to go and be extreme and radical to serve his top donors. On Elon, he handed all of domestic policy to him. So that's how it's worse. How in the world could it be at the same time a little bit better? Well, the way that it's better is that it's not a machine, it's chaotic. So it's one guy here and another person there, but the other person disagrees with Miriam, and then Trump doesn't quite know what to do, and he listens to the last person in the room, but he also kind of listens to his base. We've got chaos there, and chaos is way better than a machine. A machine is ruthless and just steamrolls you.
So I think that's
worse than the McConnell-Biden era. Nothing worse.
Okay, I do want to talk about the McConnell-Biden era and establishment a little bit more, but just on that, I feel like my very first question to you is, well, what are you doing? I feel like that's the most cogent answer I've gotten from you that I could sort of get on board with, which is exploit the chaos to turn MAGA against Trump. But even if you wanted to do that, I'm not sure you're achieving it through the kinds of interviews that you're doing and the way that you're playing to the right, especially when you go on those stages and hit the left more than you do the right. But I just want to leave that there. I accept the hey, let's plant the booby traps so that we can make them fall into them later, that kind of thing. That makes the most sense to me, even if I sort of strategically disagree with it. I want to talk about the establishment, though, and Mitch McConnell. So, for example, Mitch McConnell, who I am no fan of, obviously, believes that there should not be recess appointments for the Trump administration. Would you say that that is establishment, ergo you are anti that and anti-establishment?
Mitch McConnell is against recess appointments.
Yes.
So that one's a super tough one, because sometimes the establishment will block something. Like if Bernie was president and he wanted to put in Stephanie Kelton as Treasury Secretary, I actually would disagree with that. But I put that as an example. The establishment would say no way, and they would block it with everything that they have. There is a scenario where I would say, Bernie, do a recess appointment, right? And so on the other hand, if Bernie came in and said, I don't care about advice and consent of the Senate, I'm just going to do everyone as a recess appointment, I would say, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not a good idea.
Why?
So
because it's anti-democratic. Was that?
Yeah, the core.
Sure.
So, Franny, the core of the question is, when we talk about the system, what do we mean by the system? Because there's two different systems that people refer to, and then they conflate them. The system we want to protect is democracy, the Constitution, civil rights, etc. That's the system that we love and believe in. The system we do not want to protect and we want to fight against is donor money, establishment, protecting the status quo, protecting corporate rule. So separate those two things out, because one, the permanent system of the Constitution and democracy is great. The current system of corruption and establishment rule is horrible.
Yeah. Do you understand that the right actually just conflates those two things?
I think the left often conflates those two things too.
Well, okay, so you would be in favor of Donald Trump doing recess appointments, or you wouldn't in this case?
So if he's doing blanket recess appointments, I'm against it. I always think shoe on the other foot. That's why I brought up Bernie Sanders. In order to be fair, hey, how would I feel if it was the other way around? If he does one or two, I understand it as a matter of philosophy.
Okay.
But if he does a recess appointment, I'm very likely to be against that particular person, like a Kash Patel or Pete Hegseth. He's going to do recess appointments on the most radical culture warrior stuff that I hate. I hate when the right does culture war stuff. I don't love it when the left does it, but I certainly hate it when the right does it. And so I'm worried about his recess appointments because of the people, the specific people that he's likely to do them with.
One of those things also in terms of this establishment and anti-establishment sort of framework that you're using is also Project 2025 and Russell Vought, who he just appointed to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget. Russell Vought would like to fire federal workers, replace them with loyalists. He also wants to use the military to target political dissidents. This is all obviously in Project 2025 that he helped to author. Is that establishment or anti-establishment? There's nothing greater, there's nothing more anti-establishment than firing a bunch of federal workers. Do you believe that that's a populist thing to do?
No, it's fake populism. And so it's so alluring to the MAGA base because they feel like, oh, we're fighting against the government, right? But what I'm trying to get them to understand is, like, you guys, they think that the government is a blanket bad thing. And so the story I often tell on these shows is the one that Matt Stoller does, great progressive, done great anti-monopoly work in the Senate, et cetera, which is, hey, what size pipe should I get? And people always ask, and that's why Matt does it this way. Well, what job are you doing? It depends. And that's exactly the point that I make to these right wingers. Do we want big government or little government? Well, it depends, right? Are we invading Iraq? Then I want smaller government, right? Are we going to invade doctors' offices and get between a woman and a doctor? Then I want smaller government, right? But if we're going to protect the average American from the bankers, then I want a little bit larger government. I don't want to defund the police on Wall Street, right? So I explained that, hey, if you fire people that are at the IRS, guess who's it's going to help the most? The very rich who cheat on their taxes.
But they all want to audit the Pentagon, which the IRS doesn't do. But it's very interesting that, you got everyone to cheer auditing the Pentagon. But of course, the idea of auditing billionaires, the Republicans are absolutely against that because they've been trying to defund the IRS. Exactly.
Right. And remember, again, there's different layers of right wing now. There's their leaders who are almost, uniformly full of crap. Then there's, a middle bureaucracy, and then there's the voters. And the voters, and Franny, you don't have to trust me on this because those MAGA guys, they will tell you exactly what they think. They're not holding anything back. They have no need to lie to you.
Yeah, they've been telling us for many, many years.
Yeah. So they're also not lying when they say they're anti-war, anti-corruption. They might have been misdirected, but they're not lying. So what I'm trying to get them to see is firing the federal workers is not the answer.
Yeah.
Cutting the Pentagon is part of the answer.
Yeah.
And so when they say yes to cutting the Pentagon, they're not lying. The MAGA voters actually want to cut the Pentagon.
What do you think
is a completely different question. And so one more thing that's super important, though, it's not a booby trap, Franny. I understand what you're saying, and that's one way to frame it. But in my mind, when you have people who actually agree, you're not tricking them. You're just getting them to see, guys, you wanted to cut the Pentagon, but look, your leaders didn't cut the Pentagon. So do you see how they led you astray, right? I'm actually getting them to I'm just showing them that their leaders are not doing the things that they promised. On the other hand, sometimes Trump responds to his base. So if that base gets angry enough and says, hey, let's cut the Pentagon, maybe Trump does cut the Pentagon, where Biden never would, McConnell never would. In the Biden-McConnell era, the Pentagon's only going to get increased forever and ever and ever. Corruption is always going to increase forever and ever and ever.
I mean, wait, just on this.
An advantage for us is that he likes to be popular. He just doesn't know how. So,
sure. So I just really want to, just drill down on a couple of those things. And then there's a lot to talk about, and I don't want to take too much of your time, but just on this new MAGA, old MAGA thing. I've heard you say new MAGA as you talk about anti-corruption, anti-war. Cenk, they were like that in 2016, man. I mean, let's be honest. The reason Donald Trump just destroyed the Republican primary was absolutely being an outsider, right? And sort of purported seemingly anti-establishment, even though, he's a billionaire, part of the elite. But it really was around being against the Iraq war. Now, for his reasoning was, we should have taken all the oil, F those, whatever, like enter expletive, right? Which I think gets to another point. But he was also, remember, in terms of the corruption stuff, they wanted to get rid of, what was it? They wanted term limits. They had term limits and were suggesting them early on. So the actual the outgrowth of an entire country tired of 8 years of Bush and endless war, and also that was, suffering from the 2008 financial collapse and didn't have any faith in the banks and these financial institutions and all the politicians that protect them and that was already in the ether, right? And you had a Bernie Sanders and you had Donald Trump. And of course, the actual establishment, that the centrists that I hate as well, were trying to say Bernie is exactly like Donald Trump. Look at him. He's using the same. No. They were very different. And that's why I wanted to talk to you about the differences between right-wing populism and left-wing populism. I think there is a difference, and there's a very important difference. That difference is historical as well. Right-wing populism often feeds off of nativism, off of othering immigrants, religious minorities, blaming those people, and then we can have the socialism, right? That's why obviously in Hitler's Third Reich, you've got a National Socialist Party, right? This is Germany for the Germans. And there are people who are in Germany are the Germans and people who are not the Germans. That also in this country, although you scoff when I talk about Chinese Americans, there was the Chinese Exclusion Act, specifically dividing working class people in this country based on race, saying the Chinese are the reason you don't have anything. They're the ones taking all of our jobs, even though we know that the rich robber barons were absolutely taking advantage of them, just like we know that all the Trump donors who paid for their positions in this administration are also taking advantage of undocumented labor. So do you see a difference between right-wing populism and left-wing populism? And are you not barking up not just the wrong tree, but a very, very dangerous one?
Yeah. So, no, I think there's a massive difference. And so first, let me just really quickly address what you said about the Chinese. So the Chinese were the only nationality ever banned from America. Trump considered a Muslim ban, but didn't actually execute one. The Chinese were actually banned from America for a long time. So I know all about racism against Chinese. And obviously that also sprung up during COVID, et cetera. But I just in that heated moment there, I was saying that the Chinese, are maybe third or fourth in line these days, Muslims. And
not from what they're talking about. I mean, I'm just looking at what they're saying, which is like, this would be the easiest group to sweep up. Like, I'm just saying, not like Chinese immigrants who've been here for decades. No, yeah, I understand. That's why I said that. I didn't just pick it because I'm Chinese. I literally just looked to what they're talking about. But anyway,
Look,
so you do
Chinese,
agree.
So I'm not
sure.
I'm worried about it.
You agree that there is a difference between left-wing populism and right-wing populism.
Yeah. So now let's get to the core of it. So there's left-wing and right-wing populists on social issues disagree more than we disagree with the establishment. The establishment is generally like, we don't really care if you're Chinese, Muslim, whatever. The only color we care about is green. As long as we let us rob you from here to eternity, I'm good with it. We'll allow Peruvians to rob you, Jews, Muslims, Christians, everybody can rob you, right? And so,
and the establishment is again just Biden, Kamala Harris,
McConnell, everyone who takes corporate donations and serves corporate donors. Okay,
but not Donald Trump, because he doesn't take corporate, except for all the corporate money he's taking. But he's different. Okay, keep going. Okay.
Wait,
I'm just trying to understand who the establishment is and isn't.
Back money. I mean, how many times can I call him a fake populist before you believe me? Okay, so the establishment is better on social and cultural issues than the populist right is. So that's why, this is not. You can't make blanket things like, in my opinion, never talk to them. They're all racist, etc.
I never said that. I never said not to talk to them. I never said that.
Hold on. Or they're all lovely and they've all turned and they're all amazing and are going to agree with us. No, of course not, right? So, but on economic issues, we agree a lot more, way more. And that's super important. And so, and you know what it is, Franny? They're using the culture wars, in my opinion, to create a wedge between us. That's why they're called wedge issues, to get us to hate one another instead of realizing that the problem isn't to our left or right. It's up. Look up. The problem is up, right? And so but right-wing populists on that nativist strand that they have, which is real, yes, it's scary and it's super wrong-headed, and it does put us in the line of fire. So when Steve Bannon, he says both of those things. He says tax the rich, increase tax on corporations, and then he says my favorite book is Camp of the Saints, where the hero murders all the immigrants that are coming into France, right? So virulently anti-immigrant, right? And so I don't want to empower the Steve Bannons of the world and the Ann Coulters of the world to do their crazy stuff, right? That is anti-immigrant, anti-my family, anti-me, anti all the people we care about, the American people, the left, everyone, right? But we get to fight them on that, Franny. We don't have to say blanket Steve Bannon is great, Charlie Kirk's great. No, and I've been so clear about this.
So you think you've been fighting? You think you've been fighting them?
Oh, on the issues we disagree on, hell yeah. And so I got into a fight in trigonometry over in that show over trans girls in high school sports. And they're outraged by it, and they're like, "Oh, what if your daughter comes in second place in cross country?" I'm like, "Who gives a crap, right? What are you guys are going to check the genitalia of millions of kids because you're on this transphobic mania, right? Just settle down. These are culture wars. They're dividing us. Stop letting them divide us."
I think one thing that's really hard, and this is just in general, we can talk about trans issues. I actually want to play a clip from your Turning Points conference, but I do just think that one of the biggest issues for me that is not, it's not hypothetical, it's very real, which is the right to an abortion. And that is one thing that I think a lot of the so-called right-wing populists don't really give a shit about, especially not the mouthpieces of Donald Trump. They don't care that women are bleeding out from miscarriages and dying, going into septic shock. They don't care that they're being turned away from hospitals, that, their life or death is dependent on a bureaucracy right now. That seems like a difficult thing to find a so-called middle ground on. And I feel like we're just sort of ending up with this hypothetical discussion rather than talking about the actual people who are dying literally right now as I speak.
So, Franny, number one, you can't find a middle ground on everything. My idea isn't that we're magically going to kumbaya on every issue. That's crazy, right? Okay. So that's why I keep saying thousands of times, when we disagree, we fight. And the good news is,
but I don't want to get a beer with someone who thinks that I should, go into septic shock instead of be attended by a physician.
Yeah. So I know that this is the thought that's breaking a lot of people's minds, but you should. So please let me explain why. Okay. So it's so easy for both sides to say, no, that their way of thinking is so antithetical to what we think. so wrong that I will never have a beer with them. I will never talk to them. And every time I see.
It's not that their way of thinking is antithetical to mine. It's that they don't think I have a right to exist. Big difference. It's not like, oh, like, you know, they think of the world, they see the world a different way, and that's all fine, hunky-dory, so we can go have a beer. They might fucking murder me.
See them, I'm going to say racist or sexist or some sort of charge to show my moral superiority. But hold on. Remember, they think their radical right is saying the same exact thing to them, to Patrick Bet-David, to Charlie Kirk, to everyone who hosts me. They're like, Cenk called us fascist. Cenk believes trans girls should be allowed to compete in high school sports. And Cenk is a radical in this, and Cenk is a radical, and he thinks he's a Muslim, and he's this, and he's that, etc. So they say, don't have a beer with him. Don't talk to him, right? So, but that's exactly how we get siloed. And instead of having conversations and realizing, yes, we massively disagree on 60, maybe 80% of issues, but for Christ's sake, on some of the most important issues, that 20 to 40% where we agree on economic populism, we never get to an agreement, and then the establishment laughs their ass off at us.
Sure, but Cenk, because
we got them to hate each other.
If your 5% of disagreement with me is I don't believe you should have equal rights under medical law, I fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like wait, hang on. It's not fuck you. It's I'll see you when I beat you. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is to me what left-wing populism is about. This is what Bernie was so good at doing. He would never throw anyone under the bus. He would always remember black, white, gay, straight, Muslim, Jewish. Like he kept on going, and he'd be like, when's he going to finish this laundry list of people he wants to bring on board to the political revolution? And it was brilliant, and he never forgot to do it. And he never caped to the right or the right-wing framing. He said, yes, he might work with Trump on some labor stuff. Did Trump want to do that shit? Of course he didn't, right? Did Trump vetoed a bill that he finally got passed to not sell Saudi Arabia weapons when he finally reached across the aisle? Everything you're talking about, it's all fine, but we're like little insects bumping up in a fucking diorama because at the top is goddamn Trump. And if you don't kiss that ring, then you're absolutely nothing. And so to me, I'm like, I will beat the right, but I will win back these voters, but I will win them back with ideas, with plans, with real policy. And yes, of course, with making our movements and the left welcoming and absolutely doing all of the things that, to be honest, the right doesn't do, because you are absolutely off your shit if you think that the right and left are equally hateful. And that's what I'm hearing from you, that you think that somehow the left and the right, they both hate equally. Both of them want to intern people. Both of them believe that some people don't deserve rights. And I want to play this because this was a very awkward moment.
Franny,
I'm a stand-up comedian.
Things that are wrong.
No,
Bernie agrees with my positions 100%.
Wait,
so
who?
What you described about Bernie is exactly me. And so that's why I'm like, what Bernie has the same positions as me, the same idea, the same framing. In fact, he's agreed with Elon Musk on cutting the Pentagon in the exact same way that I have. And yet Bernie's an angel and I'm the devil. Like, that's crazy.
No one's saying that you're the devil.
That's crazy.
Bernie actually builds. He's not making the rounds. He's not making the rounds and not pushing back. He's not pushing back. He published
an op-ed in Fox News today. He makes the rounds exactly like I do.
That's
exactly like I do.
Good. No, I think that's important. But honestly, Cenk, file your nails or something, because this was not good. This was not a good look during that conference.
I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Okay. Cenk, I'm a stand-up comic. So I listen to crowds regularly. I know when they are booing, groaning, or in this case, there is a whistle of disapproval. And I know when they are cheering. Now, let's play it again. They're not on board with trans people having the same constitutional rights.
I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate?
You got like
well,
maybe like a sixth of the audience. There's a couple people clapping very, very no. Okay.
So,
and then
Franny, let's break it down.
This is the best. Wait, this is the best part. You got to keep watching because it's the best that like not only you get hung out to dry on this like can we all agree shtick that you're on, and they don't meet you, and then Charlie meets you with this
constitutional right to housing.
Wait, I love it.
Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
So then he goes like, wait a minute, not only don't I not agree with you on the trans people, because he never answered it. He's like, actually, fuck your right to housing anyway. And I know that's not even what the Constitution says. It's just equal protection around housing, right? It doesn't say you have a right to housing. I wish it did. But like, it's just amazing to me. Like, do you see? And you look at him and there's a moment you're just kind of like, there's just this moment and it's just like, what are we doing, Jake? Like, what's going on here?
See, this is a great example. You're being so unbelievably unfair about that interaction.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I did that, Franny, and I knew I was taking a big risk.
You were.
Is because I wanted to try to get some of them because I've done it on other right-wing shows and it worked really well. It didn't work really well this time. That's why it was a risk. But I challenged them on how trans people are like every American and they should have constitutional rights.
Well, let's watch a little bit. Let's watch whether you did it. Let's watch whether you did it. Did you do it or not?
Let me finish, Franny.
Did you do it or not?
Important, and you're totally smearing me on a thing that is crazy.
I'm playing you the clip. I'm not smearing you. I'm literally playing the clip. Cenk, I'm playing the clip.
Will you let me talk? I said I had the courage to challenge them on constitutional rights for trans people. You asked me to have the courage to challenge them. I did, and now you're attacking me for it.
No, I'm not attacking. I'm not attacking you for it. I'm saying you have characterized this.
Look at this. They didn't agree with you.
No. I'm saying.
Oh my god. Full on meltdown. This is wild.
You tried to get them to agree to constitutional rights. That's exactly what we should do. We should say trans people are just like every American citizens and they should have constitutional rights. I go and have the courage to challenge that audience to that, and then you want to make fun of it? Like
I'm saying
agree with you. What do you want? Do you want me to challenge them or do you not want me to challenge them? Make up your mind.
It was a big swing. You agreed that it was a little bit of a miss. And I think
by the way, you're not exactly right about that either. So I was in the room. 2/3 of them cheered. 1/3 of them clearly did not and groaned and cheered.
The people who were cheering were not mic'd properly. I understand. Look, it was a swing. It's good you asked, but I didn't think that you really had like a save for that, because I think you were like, you actually gave them credit for the few people that agreed. And meanwhile, Cenk, you have so much disdain for our side. If I say, hey, I believe trans people should play in sports, you have so much disdain. You get so mad. But here you are, and here is what you say.
Constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that, guys...
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of applause and there was some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. So guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's treat everyone as Americans. And I say that to the right and I say it to the left.
For sure.
Okay, so,
When's the last time they heard that message? Never.
Thank you for You don't know. I guess thank you, but you have so much grace for people who really were groaning and not on board with what you said.
When did I say I have grace for that?
I mean, no, you said it right
it.
there. You said,
You
hey,
showed
I'll take
grace.
it. And it was like, this is what we got to do.
Two-thirds of the room said, yay, trans constitutional rights. When's the last time 2/3 of AmFest shared constitutional rights?
Why do you not
That's
extend
not
the
true.
same grace to so-called radical leftists?
I'm really glad we're back to this, Franny, because this is important. And we mentioned in the beginning, and I wanted to come back to it.
Mm-hmm.
So having grace for the left, I run the network, and everybody gets to have their own opinion. Everybody gets to fight. Everybody gets to state their own opinion without any editorial control. First of all,
you do go ballistic on them like you went ballistic on me earlier.
Yeah,
you do get, and you
you
always say you're wrong. Yeah, you want me to do that? I can do it. You're wrong. You're an idiot. You're wrong.
Franny,
we can do it. We know what you do when you disagree. It's not.
Franny,
It's not. I'll take it.
Hold on. This is super important for the audience to know. But so we fight, right? When we disagree, I say you're wrong, you say I'm wrong.
Very rarely.
Is there any consequences afterwards? Do I then threaten your job? Do I take people off the air?
I mean, I barely have a job with y'all, but look, first of all, we rarely ever, back to what I'm saying, Cenk, who's your main co-host?
Anna, on the Young Turks.
When you say
that there's like over 24 Young Turks contributors and hosts.
I know, I understand that.
So, okay, but Franny,
I'm trying to tell you that there is in fact, Cenk, let's just be real. We said this privately. I'll say it publicly now. About a year ago, around the time of the trans stuff, and the trans sports stuff, you said to me, hey, Francesca, just so you know, and I don't think it's not a secret, but you didn't tell the audience, but it was like, hey, just so you know, like TYT main show is kind of like mainstream progressives. Like that's sort of what we want to be. And, we're more mainstream, just so you know, we're like moderate progressives kind of thing. And I was like, okay. And then I said to you, why don't we have a debate? Like, why don't you bring John and I on? We debate, you and Anna. We could talk about trans issues. We could talk about, crime. We could talk about all the things that always, get under our skirts. Like, we could talk about that stuff. And that was like, you didn't seem that very excited about that.
Franny, that is a crazy standard. So first of all,
no, I'm just being honest. To say, like, we've never had that space.
Can I answer? Okay.
Are you mad someone's talking too much? Is Cenk either mad someone else is talking too much?
So when do I get animated? When people cut me off. That's what drives me crazy.
Okay. Welcome in.
So now, the thing that you just said that was our private conversation, I literally said at the very beginning of this broadcast. Okay. So I said populist establishment is one spectrum, and we're on the extreme end of populism. Left-right spectrum is different, and we're not on the extreme of the left. I said we're kind of in the middle, not the moderate BS that the mainstream media does, right? Oh, Joe Manchin is moderate. No, he's not. Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell are moderate. No, they're not. They're radical corporatists, okay? They've perverted the word, okay? So, but am I in the center of the left? Yes, I'm in the center of the left, and so is Anna. So, like, people catch feelings over that, but the polling shows it, elections show it, everything shows you're in the center of the left.
That's
and I'm
not
proud
true.
to be there. I don't want to be on the far left.
I don't think,
but I don't block anyone from being on the far left. And we've had thousands of conversations.
You
and the
just
reason why I'm
attack
saying your
us
standard is
nonstop.
unfair is you're saying you and John were not involved in those debates, but I've had those debates on air, and I'll have more. I don't care. I'm not shy about it at all. Do I look shy about debating or discussing? So if you want to have another one on the Young Turks, me and you at the 5 o'clock hour or whatever it might be, because 3 to 5. So I'm saying Pacific time. Everybody knows Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, we do the show. And that's a news show. So we go through the news items, right? But now sometimes what we're doing is at 5 o'clock, we're having guests on for longer conversations. So if more progressives that are on the just as populist as us or somewhere else on the populist spectrum, but to the left of us on that spectrum want to come on, great. I believe in my opinions 100%. I'm here to defend it. That's why I'm on this show. So, but what gets me animated is when others say, no, Cenk, You are not allowed to have that opinion. I give everybody the space to have their own opinion, and I run the network. But Cenk, even though you run the network, even if you didn't run the network, you're not allowed to have that opinion because that opinion aids and abets racist.
I run the
sexist,
network. I run the network.
But you're not allowed to have it. That's an immoral opinion, and you're not. And I do not agree to that.
I've been an example for the last hour of trying to hear you out on your opinion on all of this, and I feel like I've gotten, when the converse happens and I explain that I think that there's a fine line between being anti-establishment and fascistic. There is a fine line between being populist and pro-authoritarian, that so many throughout history, authoritarians, Mussolini, have been massive populists. They were loved and liked so long as certain groups of people weren't included in that populism. And I think there's a better way to do populism. And so
okay, you tell me, Franny, what's your genius idea for how to win the voters back without ever talking to them?
Well, here's my genius idea. Let's just say, okay, just imagine you had the biggest YouTube channel for, progressive media. Just imagine you had that. And you had a massive failure in the Democratic establishment. Kamala Harris gets her ass handed to her. Biden didn't drop out. And people are scrambling. They're running like, rats off a sinking ship from MSNBC, from Pod Save America, and all these Beltway bros that lied to them about the Democratic Party having this in the bag, knowing what they were doing, that never talked about capitalism, that never talked about corporate donors, that never talked about any of that stuff. And I would love, if I had a network, to be the place where people from the center left or liberals, the wicked liberals, to come over and say, hey, let's think systematically about this. Let's think long-term about this. Let's think about political revolution. Let's think about getting serious about the 99% against the 1%. That's what I would do.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So you're welcome. I explained exactly. Hold on, let me answer.
I don't see you doing that.
Well, you're wrong. Again, you're wrong. So, I explained how Pod Save America and The View and Morning Joe were so full of crap, pretending that they knew all along that Joe Biden had trouble. Then why didn't you say it, you liars? Why did you protect him all along? I ran against Joe Biden. I did a petition against Joe Biden. I said we should do an open primary. My number one motivating factor is to find a populist left figure that wins that 2028 primary. That is the most important thing in the world. And now you've got me scared, Franny, that all of a sudden, like, if the far left peels off and goes and agrees with the establishment and votes with them, I will lose my freaking mind. It will be the greatest betrayal of this movement that I have ever seen. So I am massively against.
I don't think you consider
anyone on the left should be massively against the establishment. So what you're using is fear of the right-wing populism going south on us, which is a real fear, which I'm trying to guard against. To say, to now all of a sudden, well, maybe the establishment's not so bad. No, the establishment's horrible. It's horrible. I'm not going back in that prison. I'd rather be in the populous woods with real human beings fighting and battling and trying to get to the right answer and the right coalitions than to be in an establishment prison where we're now locked up by Mitch McConnell and goddamn Dick Cheney and Joe Biden and Pelosi, and we're marched back into continue the robbery. Thank you, sir, for the robbery. We appreciate your stupid
and the right's not robbing people. The right doesn't rob people.
So no, but look at that, Franny. Look at what you're saying. I just said 200 times in this interview that Trump's a fake populist. And there's going to be a huge
concretely. Robbery. I don't know who you're talking about. Concretely,
so you think the right's not going to
No. I'm just like let me just say how I see it. Just you've explained how you see it. So I've been covering Trump since 2016. We covered his rise. One of the big videos we did in AJ Plus was like, why do people like Trump, right? And everyone was like, oh no, we have to talk about why people like Trump, and it's so obvious. The outsider tells it like it is, very direct,
yes.
Not afraid to upset, the normal establishment order of you gotta be a politician, you gotta be this. Of course, there's a million. He's kind of funny. There's a million reasons, and right. And there's a million reasons why people like him, and yet obviously there is a massive danger. My brain just made the biggest fart noise on me, and I do not remember exactly what I was saying. But
that's okay. So you'll remember. Yeah.
You're right. Keep you say something.
Yeah. So Franny, look, it's when I talk about people
Love it.
attacking us, I want to be
So
clear
real.
about this because it's really important.
Okay, wait. Will you say that really quickly?
Yeah,
I remembered. My analysis has always been Donald Trump is a great brand master as an outsider, but he's a Trojan horse. That at the end of the day, even though Mitch McConnell, says his bullshit and whatever, of course he wants all the same things that Donald Trump wants.
Bad lefty.
Trump is a brilliant Trojan horse for, yes, the establishment right. Look at all the neocons he's appointed. I made a joke like, oh, all the cabinet positions are going to be, and yeah, you got a random Kash Patel and whomever, but they're going to be the people commenting on his Truth Social. It's like, nah, he's picking Huckabee. He's picking Marco Rubio. He's got Elise Stefanik. He's all these people who we're going to be at war with Iran within a couple years. I have no doubts about that. So like, I truly, unless again, his actual base is like, no, including us, like, I just feel like, is that not clear? I thought we were all clear that Trump was literally just a Trojan horse for establishment politics. It's as if Bernie Sanders said all the things and all the right things, but when got into office, Nancy Pelosi's behind the curtain pulling the levers. Like, wasn't that just understood that that's who he was?
So no, it's more complicated than that. I agree with everything you said about Trump and why he got to be popular. He ran as anti-establishment,
right,
as a fake populist, right?
Right.
And so that's what worked really well. Wouldn't it be amazing if we had a real populist on the left and ran on populist left? So I hope to God we all agree to that in the 2028 primaries. So in terms of the part that I don't quite agree on the Trojan horse, you're right. That's all he's done so far. In the first term, he had 4 freaking years. And his number one and almost only accomplishment was corporate tax cuts. Massive, massive corporate tax cuts. And in fact, on the Young Turks, back then I said, watch, the establishment is going to leave him the minute those tax cuts pass. I even named a name. I said Gary Cohn, his national economic advisor. Okay, he's going to leave right after the corporate tax cuts pass because that was the Trojan horse part. So you're right about that, right? But Trump is uncontrollable. So that's why that's why the Mitch McConnell and the establishment fights against Trump during the primaries. They didn't want him because they want people that can be controlled. Trump is uncontrollable both in terrible ways and maybe potentially ways that could be positive. And that is why the establishment is scared to death of him, is because they're like, well, what if he does things that are populist in the right direction? No, right? Now, he hasn't yet, right? So, and the policy that you just mentioned, Franny, that's the one where the rubber hits the road. And so I am so curious what's going to happen. So Israel has absolute power at this point. And they believe, and they're drunk on power because they believe Trump is going to give them everything that they want. And in the beginning, he definitely will. That's why he nominated Team Miriam, as I explained earlier, Stefanik, Rubio, etc. Right? And so those guys will be our neocons. They will push for us to fund Israel's wars from here to eternity. If I am wrong, then there'll never be any pushback from the right-wing populists, the MAGA base, and they'll be like, oh, send all of our money to Israel, start more wars. Maybe we should fight the wars for Israel. And then I'll come on your show and go on the Young Turks and say, guys, I was wrong. No, it turns out the right-wing populists, they weren't anti-war. They were just cultists, right? Or I'll be right, and some portion of that base will go, no, we're sick of funding Israel's wars. Not that they care about Muslims. I mean, Tucker's a good example of it. He turned on the Iraq war a year into the war, and he explained on a radio show, he's like, because they're these Iraqi Arab Muslims are monkeys, and I don't care about them. Yeah. So he doesn't do it with good intent or anything positive in his heart, but they genuinely want to get the hell out of wars, right?
Yes.
So if I'm right, when Trump pushes too far on Israel, they're going to push back. I think so. That's a great mystery.
I wanted
to with our own eyes.
Yes, and I want to say, for the record, I'm not against. Here's what I'm not against: bringing those people into the fold of a broad progressive coalition that includes everyone. So and does. However, if those folks are also like, yeah, because there's already too many Muslims here, right, guys? That's something that I have a line around, but that's not to say, especially if it's some random uninformed voter who's just like racist by, just sort of not genetically, but like their dad was a racist, so they are a little bit, whatever. Like those people, those people can be worked on. I do think for me, this is what a broad coalition looks like, but there are lines, and that line for me is respecting human rights and civil rights of your fellow Americans, which I think you're trying to get to. But I do want to ask, we all hate Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough, but like in practice, is what you're doing that different from, like, if you were to get invited to Mar-a-Lago, Cenk, wouldn't you go?
Oh, I would definitely go. And so, okay, so
to open lines of discussion.
Yeah, so good question. So let me address it. So Mika and Joe were very clear. They said we went down there because we're scared, and they wanted to court power and get access again. So to me, what is that about? That's about their ego. That's about their career. That's about their money, etc. For me, why would I go to Mar-a-Lago? Well, I'm not going to ask for any money. I never do. I don't. That's not what I do. And I don't care about their positions. I don't want to be in the Trump administration. I don't care about any of that. What do I care about? I care about policy. So I believe that if I'm in a room with Trump, I can convince him on at least one policy. Okay. And I know no one believes that, but just put me in a room with him. Okay. And I'm not going to walk out of and if he says no to the policy, right, then I'm gone. And I gave it my best shot and it didn't work. Okay. But at least I tried. At least I tried really hard to move that ship in the right direction. Remember, Trump likes to be popular. So that is a place where you could show him, hey, look at these populist positions, economically populist positions, which are overwhelmingly popular. Do that. So a good example is cut the Pentagon instead of cutting Medicare. Right.
So what do you think the probability? I wanted to ask you a question. What do you think under Doge? What is the probability that the Pentagon is cut versus what every single Republican ultimately wants? And that's why this guy is their Trojan horse, cutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Like, what's the probability they actually cut the Pentagon instead? I'm giving it a 4% chance on Polymarket.
We should do a bet on there.
Let's do a bet.
So no, I've got it at 20%. So not very high, but higher than what you got it at. 20% that they cut the Pentagon. So 80% that they won't. But now there's a fighter's chance that they do.
In comparison, like they rather.
Hold on. What is the chance that they try to cut Medicare or Social Security? 60%. So that's still much more likely, right?
Yes.
And I've started to see And by the way, here's another reason to communicate. I now am seeing right-wing hosts talking about cutting Social Security. So they're coming for Social Security. I see them talking about arresting two people. So they, the two that they're most obsessed with, Fauci and Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
So that's real. And we got to stop that. I hate Liz Cheney, but you don't arrest her because you don't like her. That's not a thing. And in fact, I had a huge battle with Vinny, who's a right-wing populist that I agree with some issues on, but a huge battle on that on Patrick Bet-David's show last time. I'm like, brother, you need a crime to arrest people. She hurt my feelings is not a crime, right? She disagreed with Trump is not a crime.
I mean, it is now. I mean, Kash Patel, if you are a journalist or a pundit going on MSNBC and you say something about Kash Patel, he's going to send you a defamation letter of defamation, whatever, a threat to sue him. And that's what's happening. I actually, and I do. Here's lastly, do you have a second, a little bit more?
Yeah, and I want to say one last thing too, but go ahead, Franny.
Okay, I just want to, because this, I think, was another moment on Patrick Bet-David's show that stung, and I appreciate that you got into it with Vinny. I'm not discrediting that. Again, I'm not saying all of these appearances have been 100% awful. I just feel there have been moments where you throw the left under the bus more than you push back on the right. And I you might disagree with that characterization. That's how I feel. This part stung for me.
Why do you think they're losing these names? Yeah, so everything's a little bit different.
And he's talking about like the Tulsi Gabbards and RFK Jr. and why the Democrats have lost those names.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Person's different. So Tulsi, I think, was always secretly a right-winger, but Bobby Kennedy Jr. was not. He was definitely a Democrat, right? And so he's a decent example. So Bobby has opinions that a lot of people on the left don't agree with, right? To which I say something revolutionary to the left. So what? Okay, he agrees with us on the environment. He agrees with us on housing, on anti-corruption. He doesn't agree with us on vaccines, fluoride, etc. Right?
Okay, I stopped it there because you talked about, giving him a fair shot in the primaries, which I actually agree with you about. However, I take issue with, so what? My daughter's 2. She's going to be going to preschool, then to kindergarten, then obviously in public school. So what for childhood vaccinations is truly whether or not my community and my family are safe or not. Having RFK Jr. as the head of the HHS is wildly dangerous. And it's not a culture war issue, Cenk. I'm not saying he's not right on some things, but again, what's the probability that his HHS is going to do anything to rein in corporate power or regulate, the big R word, regulate any of the ways that they poison us? No, they're not going to do that. What they will do is get rid of any vaccination requirements and just sow even more distrust in what has protected millions of people.
Yeah, so it's a fair question because you're misinterpreting what I mean by so what, but not on purpose. It's a miscommunication. So when I say so what, I don't mean, oh, it's no big deal, or that we shouldn't fight him as the head of HHS. I'm against him being the head of HHS. I mean, so what is in, so what? Then let's fight him on those things, right? So I wish he was the head of HUD, and then I would support him. He is great. He wants to ban private equity from buying our residential homes. Great, that's a great policy, right? But as the head of HHS, I massively disagree with him, and I think that getting rid of vaccines is a very problematic and not a culture war issue. It's very real. That affects people's actual lives. And when vaccines are blocked, there was a story out of Pakistan. They thought it was like an American trick. And then they blocked the polio vaccine and polio spread. And they were like, no, sorry, come back, right? So that's what I mean by so what. So what? Let's fight them on it. Like there's no, see, that's partly what's wrong here, which is that we're thinking of them, us. And so if they're in the them, then we hate everything about them, right? And what I'm saying is, no, we don't have to hate everything about them. All we have to say is, so I don't agree with Bobby Kennedy on vaccines. So let's fight him and show that he's wrong, right?
Sure.
So there's nothing wrong with
that's all right. I'm willing to give you that. As we wrap, I do want to ask, do you think about how what you're doing reflects on TYT as a whole or on individual hosts at all? I personally feel implicated by a strategy that I do disagree with. Or do you think, well, I'm doing the right thing, so everything I do should reflect beautifully on everyone who works at TYT?
See, this is a way of getting me like saying, Cenk, you're out of bounds. So you're implicating
I'm not trying,
a strategy I don't agree with. Well, but what am I supposed to do? Not do the strategy I believe in because it might implicate people on the network?
I think I'm asking for empathy. I'm just asking for empathy, Cenk. It's just being a little empathetic.
No, I don't think that's about empathy. I think
literally what it was. What the fuck?
Is you're saying
what the actual fuck? Like, very valid question.
What you're doing reflects on TYT as a whole or on individual hosts at all? I personally feel implicated by a strategy that I do disagree with. Or do you think, well, I'm doing the right thing, so everything I do should reflect beautifully on everyone who works at TYT?
See, this is a way of getting me like saying, Cenk, you're out of bounds. So you're implicating
a strategy
I don't agree with. Well, but what am I supposed to do? Not do the strategy I believe in because it might implicate people on the network?
I think I'm asking for empathy. I'm just asking for empathy, Cenk. It's just being a little empathetic.
No, I don't think that's about empathy. I think what you guys are asking for, and this is why I'm not on the far left, is you're saying, since we don't agree with your strategy and your strategy implicates us, if you were empathetic and a good person, you wouldn't do your strategy. And I don't agree. I think my strategy is way better and will protect all of us much better. And so I'm not going to purposely do the wrong strategy because it implicates people on the far left. If you say, hey, I'm so implicated, I'm going to leave. This is unconscionable to me, as some did, great. I got no problems with it. Everybody makes their own choices, but I'm not pushing anybody out. You get this, everybody gets to stay. Everybody gets to have their own opinion. They get to have it passionately. They get to fight me on it. They get to fight everyone on it. They get to make their case. I can't do any better than being super open-minded and allowing everybody to make their case. If you say, Cenk, you shouldn't make your case because some of us feel implicated by it, well, that's your problem, not my problem. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, about that, I'm reminded of the book by I think his name is Michael Schneider on tyranny, and he wrote, it's like 20 lessons from the 20th century about authoritarianism and fascism. And one of the things that has come to mind when you say my strategy will protect us is he has this chapter, I'm going to bring it up, the first part of it, called Do Not Obey in Advance. And he writes, most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do. In other words, you don't have to do the sort of crackdown on the left around speech because I'm going to do it for you, or you don't have to come to me.
Cracking down. Again, you're misstating it. I'm doing the exact opposite. You're cracking down by saying, Cenk, you're out of bounds, so you should stop with your stupid opinion. And because you're implicating me.
I feel like there's a real,
that's what you're saying.
Cenk, I feel like there's a real misunderstanding of power in your mind. And I don't know why.
I think you're hiding behind this power dynamic.
No. I'm being totally honest. I am a contributor to TYT that I go on every time you guys ask. I step in a pinch often. Sometimes I don't.
You do.
I've been asked less and less as of late. Jordan has sort of eclipsed me. It's fine. I don't give a shit. But like I am but a mere contributor. I make very little money from this show. I'm really grateful to the people who support it. Again, you have founded the TYT. You've been the head of TYT. You're one of a stalwart in broader progressive left of center media discussions. What you do is far more impactful than what I do. I'm just being honest with you.
Okay.
You have a huge footprint.
It's a good thing I have the right strategy.
And when you go on shows, and you go on stages, again with Charlie Kirk, it looks like an apology tour. You
You're wrong about it.
You implicate not just everyone who's worked with you and everyone who is ostensibly on your side, but it basically makes it seem like it cheapens everything that we've done and we've built. That's why I can't sleep at night. That's why I feel sick when I see you on these shows. I'm just being, I guess I'm nuts. I guess I'm totally crazy and I should just trust you and say, yes, you're doing the right thing. You're protecting us.
No, you don't have to say
all
that.
I am doing is I'm filled with absolute despondency, truly. And I can't believe that a guy who I used to admire and who I thought had a lot of fight is trying to scratch the back of people who absolutely would never do the same for them.
So we just spent an hour and a half me.
Damn. Yeah, when he said you're hiding behind the power dynamic, that's a huge fucking red flag. Huge red flag. And he's like, oh, you're like the woke left, they hide behind what was he saying earlier? I don't know. But we use marginalized communities as human shields while he throws us under the bus. Hi, Matt. Hi, Don James. Calling in and when woke is an attack, might as well be saying the N-word. Yeah, pretty much. She's not wrong when people say FTYT. I think most of them mean F Cenk and Anna, but Cenk put 75%, his 75 employees onto Francesca's shoulders. I was waiting for Franny to yell, Cenk, I quit. I am the most endangered. Yeah, that was wild. Well, the idea, like, with the power dynamic, he's her boss. So this, I think, is coming out, like, that seemed to be like she has probably mentioned that, hey, I feel uncomfortable because of the power dynamic and with challenging some of this stuff. And, he's like, you're hiding behind that. Like, and I'm like, that's just such a huge red flag.
Explaining how I'm not scratching their back. I'm trying to get.
But I can show you more clips,
to agree
man.
with us on things we
show
believe
you more
in.
clips, man.
Can you go back to scratching their back?
At least the trains will run on time.
No. Let's end on this because this is monumentally important. So I say everybody's allowed to have their opinion. You say when I have my opinion, I'm hurting other people. But that's do you hold on?
You are
hurting a broader movement. Yeah.
Hold on. Do you not get that privileges your position and says my position is obviously the correct one and the moral one, and since you have the incorrect immoral one, you are implicating me in your immorality and your wrongness. So you really shouldn't do that, because that's being immoral to me and other people who agree with me, because since you're so obviously wrong and immoral about this, you're implicating me in your immorality.
With great power comes great responsibility. That's what I'm saying.
It is definitely the correct position.
I'm saying with great power comes great responsibility. I'm giving you.
I'm so accepting, but you've gone off the reservation and you've gone rogue, Cenk. So now it is your fault for implicating the beloved far left, who clearly have the correct position. But you don't have the correct position. And you don't represent the left. So please stop pretending you represent the left when the voting and the polling clearly showed you don't. And it's not wrong to be center left. You think that it's like center left is like, no, it's, I don't know what you think it is, MAGA or whatever. But you want to talk about
I said it's Bill Maher and Nancy Pelosi having a baby, Cenk. I think ultimately you just need to embrace your centrism, my guy. I think you're just more of a centrist than you think.
Like, I just explained it, but you don't want to hear it. I said it earlier, Franny.
Literally is.
I'm not talking about the disgusting centrism of Manchin and all of that the mainstream media lied to us and called centrism. That's radical.
What's wrong with Manchin? Manchin works with both sides. He's a perfect example of what you're doing.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Manchin is the establishment. The fact that you can't see the difference between a left-wing populist who despises the establishment
who's a right-wing populist
who loves and is the establishment.
Who's a right-wing populist?
You can't see that difference is stunning.
Who's a right-wing populist? Who is a right-wing populist? Name him. Who's a right-wing populist?
On Patrick Bet-David show is definitely a right-wing populist. Dan Holloway on Drinking Bros is definitely a right-wing populist.
Vinny on PBD thinks that the Biden administration blew up the bridge in Baltimore.
He does. That's right. Because they're not saints and they don't agree with us.
Who's a right-wing populist in office? Who's a right-wing? Is it Matt Gaetz? Who's your right-wing populist in office? Is it Marjorie Greene?
The new right-wing populist is absolutely clear. And see, guys, before I say the name, I know what's going to happen after I say the name. You're going to think of all the bad things he said about social issues, and you're going to think, oh my God, Cenk likes this guy. That's why I now hate Cenk. So I'm telling you, ahead of me telling you the name, no, I do not agree with him on the social and cultural issues, and I will fight him as hard as I possibly can on those. And I don't think that he's right on all the economic issues at all, but he has begun to be populist because he stopped taking corporate PAC money. Josh Hawley in the Senate. That is now a right-wing populist. Tom Massey, a right-wing populist, okay? Those guys, Massey, you could say 1,000 terrible things about him, but he is honest. Everybody knows he's honest. He's honest to a fault, right? He says some things, I'm like, whoa, that's freaking crazy, right? But are they actual right-wing populists? Yes, they are. And the number one way you could tell if someone's going to be a populist is if they stop taking corporate PAC money.
Okay, I accept that. I accept that. I just want to say, lastly, I worry about our relationship because, I mean, I don't have to, like, we may grow distant, you know what I mean? I'm trying to delve more into my show. I still love going on John's show and Dr. Richie's show. That's in the TYT network. This show is on the podcast network of TYT. There's no money that really exchanges hands. You guys do help me with the podcast hosting, so I appreciate that. So I may owe y'all money. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm just being honest. Like,
you don't know anybody.
But you know what I mean. I'm being honest about what our arrangement is. But I worry because we were but 5 minutes into this conversation, and you said Emma Vigeland likes the establishment, and it doesn't matter what she said. It doesn't. Hang on. It's not about what she said, but it is concerning that there are so many former TYT employees, and let's put Dora and Rubin aside, but people like Ben Dixon and Emma Vigeland, and even longtime contributors who were editors like Hank. I remember Hank, and like the fact that he
shout out
start the TYT union and now has obviously
nothing.
Okay, but I knew Hank was such a great guy, and Emma and Ben are such. I'm just saying. I'm telling you, these are. But okay, how I'm afraid, man.
So
like, I'm
gross
next.
that he's
like,
laughing.
I don't know
there.
what I'm gonna do. That I'm booted out of the castle, and suddenly it's us versus them, and they're. So what does it say about TYT? What does it say about you? That there's so many former employees who are on our side ostensibly, who you have so much disdain for.
So, Franny,
you're a terrible fucking person and a bad boss.
And I have this secret nefarious plan to push people out. Why am I on here? Why would I come on here and talk to you for now nearly 2 hours when if I'm planning to push you, that doesn't make any sense. So number two, some people have left the network, and don't exclude Dora and Rubin, because Dora and Rubin and some others they went right, but some others went left or far left or whatever. But some group of them have the same agenda. Come watch me, come subscribe to me, not the Young Turks. I'm the morally pure one. I'm the right one. I'm the one that's right. And they're all evil and terrible. And don't give them money. Give me money. Right. So let's keep it real. So is that everybody? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay. So a good example is Mondale Robinson. I like Mondale, and he has the similar ideological problem as you do. And he decided one day, that's it, I'm quitting. Right.
Yeah.
And so, but bless his heart. That's what God made doors for. Okay. So, and now he's attacking me and saying I'm in league with racists and stuff like that. Okay. That's his opinion. Right. But when people cross a line like Rubin and Dorr and Sam Cedar, et cetera, and others, and they say, oh, Jake's just has this evil plan, and he's doing it for money, and he's a grifter, and he works with the CIA, or he works with this guy or that guy. Well, okay, now you're lying, and you're lying in like extreme ways. So like this whole thing of like Sam, for example, analogized me to a Nazi, but he's done 1,000 things. That's just one of them. And then when I go, hey, hold on. When I say cut that crap out, and they're like, oh, we're the victims. Oh, wait, I just said you were a grifter, and that you're lying to people, and you're cheating people, and I said you might be a Nazi, and you're definitely a right-winger, but I'm the innocent one. I can't believe Cenk counterattacked after I punched him in the face 20 times. I can't believe a poor little angel.
But he believes in saving Social Security and cutting the Pentagon. So can you give him credit for that and work with him?
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. So, I mean, if Sam's going to vote to save the Social Security and not cut Social Security, I'm not the guy who says, I don't want his vote, right? I just don't have to go on his stupid show and agree with his stupid ideas.
Okay, but you just, again, stupid. Again, these are words that you reserve.
Okay,
why do you?
Randy, if I called you a Nazi and I said you're a right winger and you're secretly taking money from Pelosi and Charlie Kirk, then hey, and you said, hey,
think there's-
and you got angry with me. Wouldn't that be a rational reaction?
I think there's been a
Would the
conflation
rational
with.
reaction be, oh, I love Cenk. I love that he called me a Nazi. I can't wait to work with him. No, he's a freaking grifter. That's all he's ever done. He literally told me that he was trying to take Jimmy Dore's audience because Jimmy's was bigger.
Good.
So he wanted to.
You remember what Jimmy Dore did to me. You remember the reason Jimmy Dore was. The reason Jimmy Dore was out the door was in part what he did to me, and you and I talked about that at the time. It was when he had to finally face the fucking music and be like, "Hey, you cannot bully another not employee but a contributor."
Franny? I stood up for you, right?
You did. It had to get bad, but you did. He had also been, he had been going the way of the dodo for a long time. But I just want to say, like, so it doesn't say anything about TYT, that there are these former employees who really, and I just want to back to the last thing I'm going to say is people really liked you. They really did. And they looked up to you and they thought of you as a comrade, a boss, a co-conspirator in this grand, political project to really change this country, to make it more democratic. It really is. I have to say, like, there's a thin line between love and hate. And even these channels that are hell bent on being like, Cenk's this, Cenk's that, you know what? They were all massive Cenk fans. I think we all are a little bit. And so I just want to say, like, it is sad to us to see you, honestly, act like very small when in fact you could be a lot bigger.
So, Franny, I think you're being unbelievably unfair. So you're taking 6 people, 4 of whom are like clearly doing it for money, okay, and clearly doing it for attention. And
I'm not taking anyone. I'm asking you a question.
You accuse me of incredibly unfair things. Can you allow me to respond? Franny, you know the people inside TYT, they work here 15 years, 17 years, 20 years, 17 years, and they love working at TYT. And what these assholes are doing is pretending that we're bad bosses and we're bad to our employees and we're bad to everyone that works at TYT, and we do all these things and we push them out.
Like, you are bad bosses. You are bad to the people who work for you. You take advantage of the disabled and the working poor, and you exploit people for your own gain.
Bullshit. Every one of those people left and they said, oh, I'm going to be bigger and better than you. And then they viciously attacked not just me, but everyone that works at TYT. Why do you think Edwin and Bart and all those guys have been there for so long? We gave people 12 weeks of paid family leave when no one else was doing it. And we did it for moms. We did it for dads. I can go on and on. Franny, to make it seem like I'm pushing people out and that I'm the bad guy here, when in fact, you know for a fact that 98% of the people that work at TYT love TYT and try to stay there forever and ever and ever. Sometimes they'll go to a different company and go, whoa, holy shit, that's bad, and come back to TYT. So please be fair and honest with your audience, because working at TYT has been amazing for those people. And all we're getting is smeared by a couple of people who literally say, we want to tear down the network. We got 75 people here that we have to provide for. And they're trying to take food off their table because me, I'm going to tear down the left-wing network. Why don't you spend your time, those people that I'm talking about, tearing down the right wing, tearing down Trump, tearing down all these people, instead of sitting there and going, oh, someone on the left is bigger than me, I'm going to tear them down. And that's what they're doing.
I think it's a really sore subject, but I did just want to ask, I think yesterday on Mark Lamont Hill's show, you did say that, that what your strategy has actually cost you and cost TYT some subscribers, and members, more importantly, who financially support the show. Speaking of putting food on 75 people's table, what is your reaction to that? I know anecdotally there are people who love and support my show, even though I truly don't talk about my disagreements with you. And God, Cenk, I've worked I've bent over backwards. The reason my show's at 1 p.m. is because it's right before you, right in between when TYT doesn't have any show. You know, I've bent over very backwards to accommodate TYT. But there are people who love my show who say, you know, I had to stop supporting TYT for a lot of political disagreements. And what do you say to those people, or how does that make you feel?
I refuse to be wrong on purpose. So we lost a lot of members and paying subscribers when I started criticizing Obama from the left. And I said he shouldn't be drilling in the Gulf, and he shouldn't be bailing out the bankers without any consequences, etc. And people were outraged. But I didn't do it because I didn't know the term back then, but I know it now. It's called audience capture, and I'm not going to do it. So if you say at the time, people were like, no, be pro-Obama, be pro-Obama. I'm like, no, I'm not going to lie to you on purpose. And now some folks are saying, no, tell us the far left is totally right. And then that like there is no crime and on and on and on, right? No, I'm not going to be purposely wrong. And so I'm not going to do audience capture, and I'm not going to say that. And so how could I be a grifter and say at the same time, I'm willing to sacrifice a lot of money that I'm super worried about for all of us at TYT to do the right thing? That's the exact opposite of grifting. That's saying I'm standing on principle. I'm standing on what I think is the real viewers of TYT and representing them. And Franny, what you're not seeing is there's so many people on the left who are afraid to state their real opinions because they're going to get shellacked online. All the far left is going to come out and call them a right winger and a fascist, etc. They're so scared to actually state their own opinions because the far left has so much more power than they realize in terms of the social media ecosystem.
Sure,
right?
I agree. And I do think that it would benefit all of us to be a little bit less online, because I do think there is a real left. They are in labor unions. They work in homes. They, they are serving people Starbucks, right? Like there are real leftists. Yes. They are, let's be real, they are on the streets demonstrating for Palestinian human rights. They've been on the streets, although I know this gets into prickly territory, but they've been on the streets saying things like defund the police, saying things like Black Lives Matter. And I know you might disagree with them, but there are real leftists who don't just live online. And so I hear you about, I absolutely concede our movements. We always talk about this. How can our movements be more attractive? Be, as Michael Albert, who wrote this book called Participatory Economics, he used to say, how do we make the left sticky? Like sticky, where people want to be there and stay there. And for sure, it's by not over policing one another, and it's by meeting people where they're at. And I think that is absolutely true. But for me, it is not about, it's not about what I see is conceding to a right-wing framing within the ceiling of Trumpism, because there's always a ceiling, and that ceiling is Donald Trump.
But Franny, I'm not conceding, and facts have to matter. Facts have to matter. Well, like you're painting me as a collaborator when I haven't collaborated at all. All I've done is argue for our positions. And in fact, you showed a couple of times when I argued for our positions, right? And if you showed all the right-wing shows that I was on, you would see me fighting for left-wing positions on right-wing shows that no one's ever done. And do you know that on the Patrick?
I've been on Piers Morgan. I do that a lot.
So, if you count Piers Morgan, I totally agree with you. So on Patrick Bet-Davis show, I made the second to last time I was on, I made a case for paid family leave. They polled their audience. 75% of that right-wing audience said, yes, we should pass paid family leave. Who else has done that? And for that, I get called a collaborator, and I implicate others in my collaboration. Can you not see how unfair that is?
So what is the goal then? Do you hope that maybe some of those 75% are people who heard your argument around paid family leave are like, you know what, let me check out TYT. Like, let me see what they're about. Like, I liked what he said on this one thing. Is that also the goal? So
the strategy is to coalesce populists on the thing. I'm saying it for the 200th time because it's not getting through.
But it's not about audience then. It's not about maybe getting some of their audience. Because I understand, I don't know what you're talking about in like what framework. You know,
So,
are you a movement leader? Are you going to
yes,
start a political party, or are
maybe.
you just the head of an online channel? I mean, the latter is what we know to be true, right?
Yeah. So look, when Jimmy left and other people left, people, oh yeah, Young Turks is going down, blah 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 blah. No, it was total nonsense. Never had any issues. Here, this is a giant fight, and we do have issues. Okay, and so that is standing on principle. No, it's not like I didn't know that we were going to get into this huge issue, right? And that the other left-wing hosts were going to take this as a great opportunity to try to whittle us down. And so we've gone through all that, and we've done that. So why am I doing it? Number one, because I believe absolutely that it is the right strategy and the right policy, and to the ultimate goals that you're asking about, Franny. Number one, we've got to win the primary in 2028. So why am I saying things where I go, hey, I am center left and I do not agree with far left? Because I believe far left will be used, and you could disagree. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing. Kyle Kalinske disagreeing, no problem. You disagreeing, no problem. Jordan, everybody disagrees, no problem. It's only when they lie and they do bad faith is when I've got the issue. Okay. So you guys disagree, no problem, guys. Okay. But my goal is, number one, in order to win that primary, we've got to convince the normies that we're not going to release all the criminals. I know it sounds like hyperbole, and I know that really bothers people, but that's how they're thinking. That's why Oakland recalled their mayor 65-35, because now they started to think that the word progressive means release the criminals. No, it doesn't mean that. It means Medicare for all. It means paid family leave. It means higher wages. So that's why I have to distinguish in order to win that primary between the center left and the far left. And also because it's true, I am center left. And the great majority of those voters are center left. They do not agree with the far left on some of the extreme trans issues, crime issues, etc.
You don't think that
when we get to the general election, just to finish the thought, when we get to the general election, can we win over some of those former Bernie people that went to the right wing? Can we win over the independents and moderates that are not MAGA but voted for Trump because they says Trump was more anti-establishment than Kamala Harris was? Can we win those guys over so that our side wins? I believe we can, but and I'll use myself as an example again. So when they tried the Muslim ban, I have every right to call them Islamophobe from here to the end of the earth. I have every right to be concerned about me and my family, okay? But I don't believe it's the right strategy to call them Islamophobes and to push them away. I think the correct strategy is to go in the room, get some agreement on some things that we agree on, and then fight over the things we don't agree on, but treat each other as American citizens and human beings. And then at the end go, hey, by the way, I'm Muslim, okay? So do you think someone like me should be banned from the country? And when you do it that way, 9 out of 10 times they go, well, no, of course not. Of course not. But if I came in and said, you're an Islamophobe and you're a racist and a bigot, they'd say, ban this mother effer, right? And so I just think you guys have the wrong strategy and some wrong policies. But that's a normal part of a healthy debate. We could have had that debate without people making wild accusations.
Well,
instead of just saying we disagree, they're collaborator, right-wing, fascist, etc.
I really hope that you do, and I hope, let's leave it. I really do hope that you can get past what you feel are slights, to actually speak to some of the people that you're talking about, to be in more rooms with leftists who you may disagree with, and more people who are ultimately on your side. I've had the same conversation with Van Jones back in 2016, man. It's like I'm deja vuing all over again, where I told him the left is more on your side than the right. And he's like, no, the left wants to tear me down. But anyway, Cenk, it's really great to have such a candid, open conversation. I like that we can both be very Mediterranean about it and get like super mad, but then rein it in and be cool. And then be like, we're just going to yell and then we're going to be fine. And then we're going to get over it. So that's the kind of beer I like to have.
Yes. Thank you.
And but not with Charlie Kirk. And I will leave it at that. Everybody, you can check out all of the interviews. You don't have to, it does not hearsay. Watch for yourselves and see Cenk, and obviously every single day on TYT, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Cenk, for being here.
So, Franny, last thing I have clarified. I'm going on every kind of left-wing show. Yours, Mark Lamont Hill, Breaking Points, Brian Tyler Cohen, Dollcast. There's just a whole Destiny. Where I guess he's kind of on the left.
Oh boy, don't talk about Israel.
But I'm going, David Pakman. I'm going on every show. The only shows there's only a couple of shows I don't go on because I think they're bad faith. And what they then do is saying, "Oh, he's not going on any left-wing shows." What? Because they're the demigods of the left? No, I'm going on shows that have good faith, where we have wild disagreement. And like you said, sometimes we even yell at each other. But when we settle down and we have a beer, so this idea that I'm not going on left-wing shows or we're not doing left-wing stuff is just not.
Well, we're making the second round. We're like the second tour. We're the B cities of your A cities tour.
No, that's not true. Randy, the whole network is left-wing. So I mean, the aberration was going to talk to the right wing.
Well,
so
I mean, here's another. I would love to see you and the doc just debate the police. Like you and the doc talk about crime. Like that would be
a great idea.
I would watch the shit out of that because
we don't disagree on the police. We disagree on. I don't even know that we disagree on crime. So be careful what you wish for.
No, exactly. You guys might agree. I'm just because all we do on that show, right, is look at like Karen videos and cop videos. So like, everyday racism and like institutionalized racism.
But I totally agree with what Rashad says on the cop videos. Please, everybody check out Indisputable. That's Dr. Rashad Ritchie's show that Franny is referring to. Check out Damage Report. That's John's show. John is closer in his policy views to Franny than he is to me, I think, these days, etc. So please give all those shows an opportunity. Check out everybody on Rebel Headquarters. That's where there's tons of interesting agreement, disagreement, etc. But there aren't any right-wingers at TYT. It's the whole range of the left. Sure. And I'm going to always allow that range. Everyone from like moderate left, like I don't mean center left, I mean moderate as in like actually like closer to the middle, closer to Republicans, etc., all the way to far left and everything in between. So that's what TYT stands for. And everybody in that spectrum gets to have their opinion, but that also includes me and Anna. We're also allowed to have our opinions, our own policies, and our own strategy. That's all I'm saying.
All right, Cenk, thanks so much for being here. Go live your damn life. See you later. And thank you all for being here. It was beautiful. It was heated. I hope everyone enjoyed it. And there's a lot to discuss. And these are conversations that I think we're just going to continue to have, especially when it comes to establishment, anti-establishment, right populism, left populism, and just straight up disagreeing. And I think the last piece, and there's just too much to get into with him, but where majority opinion is at on issues like crime has everything to do with our media ecosystem and the perception of crime being up, just like the perception of the economy being bad, has everything to do with how people vote, right? Now, of course, Cenk would probably say, no, look at these stats, look at those stats, but man, it ain't the 80s, guys. It has gone down, right? But our perception of it is absolutely shaped by the right-wing ecosystem that has far more power and connections to real power. So not just right-wing funding, but literally we've tracked, there have been great documentaries. I think it was the QAnon Into the Storm documentary that basically tracks how the right and MAGA and Trump launder the most obscure stories upward till they become policy, right? I mean, there is a pipeline, a reverse pipeline from, the backwaters of right-wing conspiracy theorists and literal, and the White House. And so they have far more power than we had. If only there was a pipeline between us and Nancy Pelosi or, anyone in power. Sadly, there's not yet. And so I think it's really important to remember that as we think about narrative and messaging, as we go forward and we try, again, I've said this multiple times, how can we humanize migrants, right? They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. And the New York Times does one article about Haitians in Springfield like a month after the whole thing. And it was great. But why isn't every single news outlet doing their job of humanizing immigrants? Who are we talking about? What about trans people? Who are we talking about when we talk about trans people? And so you will see that from me. You will specifically see that from this show going forward, speaking to organizers and activists who are on the ground, who are working with the trans community and defending them, who are working with the immigrant community, especially the Haitian immigrant community and Black immigrants, I think are obviously particularly aggressed upon. So like that is something that I will always center, is that kind of work, in addition to the radical analysis. Yes, radical analysis of real intersectionality, real broad-based coalition work that needs to be done to build for our side to win. I don't want to give the other side any credit. I want to win. And when we win, I want their figures to come over to our side and be like, ooh, what's going on there? Hey, can't we work together? I think we're pretty similar on these issues. And again, I think I made my point pretty clearly that there is no difference between this MAGA and that MAGA. It's the same thing. The Trojan horse is the same thing. They dusted it off for 2024. And people perceive the economy to be bad. And it is bad. Because if you don't have stocks, it fucking sucks, man. It's not good out here to try and live and make ends meet. And absolutely Biden fumbled the ball on that. So, you know, it's, I guess I just really bristle at the us versus them. If you're not with me, you're against me. You're wrong and I'm rightness that the left, not the left, that the internet maybe is so obsessed with. And I feel like we saw that on display, sadly, a little bit from Cenk. And, you know, but what are you going to do, guys? Hey, if you want to support me and my cause over here on my little show, do that. The Bituation Room is supported by you and you only. Patreon.com/Bituation Room is where you go to get so many good perks, so many bonus episodes. We do a bonus episode every Wednesday. If you just love the show, if you just love what I just did, throw me some bones over there. Also, you can become a member on YouTube and get those same perks, the same bonus perks. But you get 20% off merch when you become a patron. You get discounts on the American Prospect, which I write for every single edition. But when you become a patron, you get access to Ask Me Anythings when you become a patron. You get access to guest suggestions. You get so many things when you become a patron. Patreon.com/Bituation Room. Do it. Go there. I also potentially will have Anna Kasparian on. I think it's important that these two people aren't the same. So my kid is crying and I should go, but I love y'all. We'll see you very soon.
That was great. That was a lot. But we made it. Yeah, Franny did an excellent job. Okay, I need to run to the kitchen.
The next stop is
Sophie Hunter in the building performing mic check right here. I'm gonna step out, she gonna step in, all right? Let's go.
I do not look good. I have not been on my grind. I wish a bitch would not, please. I don't talk to my parents and my landlord is a Nazi. I'm loaded like the dice, still I bet I'm about to Yahtzee. I need one valid reason not to end it all. Chemicals. That's a good point to piggyback. Where are my edibles? Mommy's medicine, I'm a congenital bitch. I'm sick of myself, I'm sicker than hell it goes. Mic check, think I need a factory reset. Been swinging for the fences, recess. Waiting outside with the rejects, but no one's coming to pick me up. Mic check, think I got a jacked up preset. Been feeling myself start to regress. All I wanna be is decent, yeah, I need to pick me up. I'm an anxious avoidant attention whore, but I'll be so cringe before I'll ever be boring. I'll be so fringe, yeah, I'll be so unimportant. I'm so unimportant, I hate my whole wardrobe, but my body more so. I need the type of therapy you gotta pay for out of pocket. I'm never in my bag, I'm in that pocket. Certain I've got toxins causing my brain to rot and my life to be so exhausting. Meanwhile, I turn my throat to an exhaust pipe. I take the bait, I rage until I'm cross-eyed. I'm gagging on an apple like I'm hogtied. I'm boiling in a deep fryer trying to win a cockfight. Shut the fuck up, bitch, I'll win that shit too. Top off this 10-piece like cock-doodle-doo. Flip off my enemies like what's it to you? They all say it's the end, not with that attitude. Mic check. Think I need a factory reset. Been swinging for the fences, recess. Waiting outside with the rejects, but no one's coming to pick me up. Mic check. Think I got a decked up preset. Been feeling myself start to regress. All I wanna be is decent. Yeah, I need to pick me up. Yeah, I got a pickup line. It's the pickup mic clip to my lapel. And we're live, sir. You aware that you just crossed a picket line? When Ben Frank, I might just keep this from going live. I still do it for the vine. I do it for the personal essay I'm about to write. I do it cause my personality is bad vibes. I don't like myself and I don't like you either. Cypher with all of myselves. I'm the preacher in the choir. For Christ's sake, every single one of you sounds tired. Take 5, the fire on your ass is getting fired. Whatever goofy motherfucker's gassing you is lying. I'm not doing well, I'm not looking good. If I'm just being honest, I got one foot in the grave and I got one in the comments. I got a devil on my shoulder and my details and my comments in. Mic check 1 2 1 2. 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 Mic check. Think I need a factory reset. Been swinging for the fences, recess. Waiting outside with
I got you, Lefty.
but no one's coming to pick me up. Mic check. Think I got a decked up preset. Been feeling myself start to regress. All I wanna be is decent. Yeah, I need to pick me up.
Have a good night, Pep Talks.
Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. I don't worship idols, man, that shit just be so corny. I be with the masses cause the rich kids be so boring. I be on the internet whenever I feel lonely, and I rather feel like Che Guevara than ever be Tony. Tell my mama when I grow up, sorry I'm a communist. Take a flight to Cuba, roll a blow right in that bit. All up in Jamaica, swear you need to see this shit. She don't wear no makeup, wanna give me all of it. We should take like all of it, we should take like all of it. Careful who you talk to cause they fed and they be counterfeit. I switched out the AR for the AK like a Soviet. Say I get her high like some opiates. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have the knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking.
humanity must awaken from the dream of separation. We suffer because we erroneously believe we are separate. It's why humans suffer as individuals, and it's why humanity creates so much suffering as a collective. As individuals, we suffer because we create a psychological self-construct at a young age comprised of memories and mental stories, and we imbue that psychological self with the power of belief by identifying with it. There is nothing in the raw data of our immediate sensory experience which tells us that we're a separate me character standing apart from the rest of the world who must secure its own interest against those of others. But because we identify with the psychological self-construct, we believe its stories telling us that this is the case.
Hi, Arnalda.
The believed experience of being a tiny me character moving through linear time in an ever-changing world is one of constant fear, insecurity, lack, deficiency, and discontentment. It's a completely false dilemma because we've never actually experienced separateness except in our own imaginations. But it feels real because we believe our mental stories about it. We generate suffering in much the same way as a collective. We imagine ourselves to be separate from other humans, so we compete against them, and can even be convinced to fight wars against other groups of them. We imagine ourselves to be separate from nature, so we work to dominate and enslave it, even when doing so destroys the biosphere we ourselves depend on for survival. All our systems for driving human behavior at mass scale are built around the premise of competition, competing against each other for jobs and wealth, competing against rival businesses and corporations for money, competing against other nations for planetary dominance, competing against the non-human organisms of this planet for profit and security. These systems of competition give rise to inequality, exploitation, poverty, injustice, oligarchy, violence, war, tyranny, and ecocide. And it's all based on fictional stories with no real existence outside our own skulls. Humanity has the ability to awaken from the dream of separation. Humans have been writing about this for thousands of years. That's all Buddha was ever talking about. This potential has been sleeping within us this entire time, just waiting for the right moment to become activated. The fact that enlightenment is a real thing that humans are very capable of attaining has massive implications for our species and the existential hurdles it faces at this point in history. It's like a Chekhov's gun that's been sitting there since the opening scene of this play we've been acting out for millennia. And it is not unreasonable to suspect that the mounting pressures of our time may cause it to go off before the final curtain. If humanity can unlock this latent potential, every single one of the problems we now face can very easily be resolved. As soon as we are no longer transfixed by hallucinations of separation, we'll have the ability to move from a competition-driven species to a collaboration-driven one, because we'll no longer be ruled by fear and insecurity. The propaganda which tells us to compete and hate and toil and hoard will no longer find any egoic purchase within us, and we can shrug off the old systems of control like a heavy coat on a warm day. I see a great many reasons to have hope for the future. But one of the biggest is the fact that there's this potential sitting right there within each of us, just waiting to be unlocked. As our very survival on this planet is becoming increasingly threatened by the illusion of separation, we may find ourselves at the point where, to quote Anais Nin, the day came where the risk to remain tight in a bud was more painful than the risk it took to blossom.
On November 5th, 2024, right after voting for Donald Trump, millions of people turned their ballots over and voted for things on ballot measures that Trump will almost certainly never give them. Abortion as a constitutional right, or a higher minimum wage, paid leave, these are all promises of the Democrats, and clearly people want them. Yet when it came time to vote for the candidate who supports those things, millions of people chose the other person. So why is that? Alaska, Missouri, and Nebraska all had ballot measures having to do with paid sick leave. If you are, for example, a part-time worker in Nebraska, you probably don't get sick leave, since as of 2020, only 11.6% of part-time workers there have any kind of paid sick time. So if you're not in that group, you will probably at some point have to choose between staying home sick and earning rent money. And hopefully you don't have a job handling people's food. Let's look at Trump's position on paid sick leave. There is nothing from his campaign website, and there is nothing in the official GOP platform. Conversely, Tim Walz recently signed a bill establishing a statewide paid sick leave program. During Harris's campaign, she listed paid medical leave as priority, and medical leave would generally include sick days. So if you're one of the 34 million workers who lack paid sick leave, and that was your concern, Harris gives you a lot more to work with. These states obviously went for Trump. They also voted for Republican governors, senators, and Alaska gave their one congressional district to a Republican. Yet, after 60% of Nebraska voted for Trump, 74% voted for paid sick leave, as did Alaska and Missouri.
When we think about politics through a two-party lens, there's this sort of assumption that you can categorize all the issues in one or the other. And then there's this assumption that goes along with that, that if people are voting for candidates from one party, they necessarily would vote the way that you would assume on all those issues. And that's just not true. I think that's never been true, but I think that's increasingly, the sort of affiliation of the parties with what they stand for is becoming destabilized. So I grew up, for example, in northern New Jersey, just outside New York City, all Democrat in local politics. And so functionally, you have a one-party system there. So ballot initiatives present an opportunity to vote on a policy directly, apart from the party politics of wherever you live.
So
2024.
On far this century, all have passed, except for California this last election.
California, I think, is an outlier that does bear some consideration. For a long time, California has been kind of like the ballot initiative dystopia. The minimum wage increase was a very small minimum wage increase. It was $1 to $2. And they already have a minimum wage that's tacked to inflation, so they're going to see a raise in January anyway. So the specifics around that, I think, have more to do with the sort of broader political culture and what's going on in California than a specific vote against wage increases.
But generally, this is a winner.
Because most people work for a living, and lots of people make low wages. So if you ask people, should you make more money, most people are going to say yes.
But no issue exemplifies this more than the issue the Democrats drive the hardest.
In the fight for reproductive rights.
You mentioned reproductive rights.
Abortion.
Reproductive
rights.
Reproductive rights and freedom. What do you want to say, Madam Vice President?
I'm just so sorry.
Why is it that in the state of Missouri, 53% of voters voted to put abortion in the state constitution, but 40% of those voters voted for Kamala? That means over 1.5 million people voted in favor of protecting reproductive rights, but against the party which is most passionate about it. And just to recap, Trump has said abortion should be left to the states. Every Trump Supreme Court justice voted to overturn Roe v. Wade, and his VP, Vance, stated in 2022,
I certainly would like abortion to be illegal nationally.
Though Vance has walked back that claim recently to fall in line with Trump's position, and the official party position is to protect and defend a vote of the people from within the states. Essentially, they're shifting their attack on reproductive rights to focus on action at the state level, where ballot measures play a critical role in codifying those rights. So to be clear, it's not that conservatives feel so strongly about states' rights, rather it's their way of rolling back reproductive rights in their entirety. Out of 10 states that had abortion on the ballot, 7 of the measures passed. New York, Colorado, Missouri, Arizona, Nevada, Maryland, and Montana, only 3. South Dakota, Nebraska, and Florida did not.
If we looked at polls going back years, we would see that a majority of Americans supported some measure of abortion rights. What ballot initiatives do is they sort of bring that reality to the fore. So in 2022, when the Supreme Court issued their Dobbs decision, when they overturned Roe v. Wade abortion protections, the Republican legislators in Kansas rushed a vote onto the ballot to allow them to ban abortion. And, they got crushed. They lost by something like 60%.
And actually, a majority of Florida voters also chose to put abortion in the state constitution, but didn't meet the 60% threshold. And so even Florida is mostly in favor of protecting abortion rights, even though Trump won that state by a large margin. And wait, why does Florida require 60%? So in 2006, Florida passed an amendment to the Constitution that would require a supermajority, or at least 60% of the vote, to pass all future ballot measures. And that amendment passed with, ironically, only 57% of the vote, the same amount of people who voted in favor of protecting abortion rights in Florida. 10 other states also have some sort of supermajority rule on the books. For instance, New Hampshire requires 2/3 of the vote to pass an amendment, and Arizona currently requires a supermajority only to pass tax-related measures. But in addition to the issues I've already talked about here, with increasing frequency, ballot measures have been used to take up causes like marijuana legalization, redistricting, expanding Medicaid. And so what would seem to be a direct response to the success of these ballot measures are amendments requiring a supermajority to pass ballot measures in the first place. They've been popping up all over the country. Ironically, these amendments are being voted on through the same ballot measures legislators are trying to make harder to pass.
And so we see an increase in the past few years of legislative moves to try to limit the direct vote by raising the threshold to win, raising the threshold to qualify, making it harder to gather signatures, making you gather them in more places.
All these ballot measures have something important in common. They're all dealing with material issues, and in particular, ones that voters might find it hard to have a say in through other means. So minimum wage hikes and paid sick leave are pretty obvious material issues, but reproductive rights are as well, because unfettered access to abortion is often framed as a right to autonomy over one's body. My body, my choice. Being denied necessary emergency care, especially in red states where providers may be reluctant until or unless the life of the mother is actually in jeopardy, that is a critical issue. But one of the most common reasons people end pregnancies, wanted or otherwise, are financial. Think about the couple, for example, who are barely scraping by with one kid, and they know a second child would just be a financial burden they can't do. So having the right to self-determination over one's body is obviously a human right, but you can't separate that from one's material conditions. So my takeaway from this is that people want material change and will vote to affirm this when it's presented with clear and predictable outcomes. Voters are less interested, though, in campaign promises that may or may not come to fruition if the candidate wins, or in declarations of theoretical support, neither of which help working people pay their rent or feed their kids. And ballot measures are one of the few ways for people to engage with direct democracy. So if the Democrats ever want to see the inside of the White House again, they would do well to embrace more than paltry messages of general support and start committing to the concrete material things that voters keep saying they will show up for. And that will do it for me. My name is Spencer Snyder. If you found this video interesting, make sure you are subscribed to Breaking Points. You can find me on Twitter or at my own channel. Liking and sharing always helps. Thank you to Breaking Points. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show.
So 2024 is coming to an end, and as is tradition, I am making a wrap-up video. Now, this one's going to be a little less structured because I realized people don't really just want to recap like everything that happened in terms of me showing you stuff. I mean, maybe some of you do, but these videos don't really get like great views, but I like making them because I just like reflecting on the year. You guys might have noticed, not my content quality in terms of the way I speak, because I'm still doing the same thing. Like I'm, planning and editing kind of the same. I'm recording a lot more videos on my webcam because I don't know about everyone else. I'm just so burnt out this year, and I'm not burnt out from working because I know, I got a very privileged job. I do YouTube full time. What I'm burnt out from is just politics and the news. I feel like 2024 in particular has just been so insane. Like I was thinking about the other week, we had that Luigi Mangione stuff. We had Al-Assad being toppled, which is something that like we thought would never happen thanks to all those memes. And we had like South Korea nearly going full fascist again. That was happened in like 3 days.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we had like 2 elections in the English-speaking world. We had the US and the UK one. Donald Trump, someone tried to kill him, and then we just
Twice.
forgot about it within like 2 days, and then he became president. Like, when I think about stuff that happened like in January, I'm like, that feels like 10 years ago. And I know maybe a lot of people think this is like how you always feel, but it's not how it always was. Like, as someone who's been following politics for a long, long time, it didn't always feel like there was so much stuff. The year just kept dragging on and on. So today, I just wanted to talk about like a variety of stuff. Some of it might just be random social media stuff. Some of it might be more heavy political stuff. I want to talk about myself personally. You know, I love talking about myself, but I don't really talk about like personal achievements. I'll save that for the end because I know, you know, as much as you think as a YouTuber, people subscribe and watch your videos for you. That's really not the case. People subscribe for what you talk about, not for you and your personal life and what you're interested in as a person. Sad to say, but that is the truth. So I'm going to save that right for the end. If anyone cares, you can listen to that. But I guess the big topic of the year, let's talk about the big thing, which is just insane. Like, I've had that sign up for like a year, 15 months maybe, from the first protest I went to. The fact Israel is still doing whatever it wants to do with Netanyahu in charge as well, I just can't believe it. And I guess that's the big story in 2024. Rules-based international order is just a joke. And the whole international community, or let's say the Western-led international community, allowing what's happening in Gaza to keep going, despite us knowing this is like the worst genocide of the 21st century by far. We still have people who are in offshoots of this community online, in the left-wing space, who deny this, who go to Israel and interview some of those fanatical Zionist fascists in Israel, pal around with them, and everyone is still normalizing what's happening. Not only that, it's not only got worse for Gaza this year, Israel also invaded southern Lebanon, and Israel has also invaded parts of Syria as well, expanding its Golan Heights settlements and attacking Damascus, despite the fact that Assad is gone. So they're attacking like Assad after, they're attacking Syria after Assad is gone as well. And no one has anything to say. And in the UK, we had a new government, just as fanatically pro-Israel as the rest of them. And even though the ICC has put out arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, loads of European countries saying, what if Netanyahu comes here? We won't arrest him. They're all signed up to the ICC. America isn't, of course, and Israel isn't. But at the same time, countries that would arrest Putin for going there are now saying, oh, if Netanyahu comes here, now that's cool. And what I hope people realise is that for a lot of Westerners, and I'm going to include Israel in this, people don't care about the political differences. Like, as long as they all hate Muslims, and you're seeing that more and more. Like, think about the elections we just had in Europe. You know, I don't remember all of them because it's just been such a crazy year. But every European election is like, who hates Muslims the most? And that is, you know, transitioning from the Israel stuff. The 2 elections in the US and the UK were the Israel elections. And in the UK, and this is my criticism for the US left, I'm going to talk about it. The UK, thankfully, we had some sort of movement to be like, we reject this. Like, I am not voting for Labour. I did not vote for Labour. Most left-wing people did not vote for Labour unless you had like an actual socialist MP, which is, you know, that's fine in my opinion. They shouldn't be in the Labour Party. They should start their own party, but that's whatever. But thankfully, for the first time, we had the highest number of independent MPs elected into Parliament, and that was around the issue of Gaza. Jeremy Corbyn eviscerated his Labour Party opponent in his local election. Keir Starmer got less votes, nearly half the amount of votes he got in 2019, in his own seat, because Andrew Feinstein, who was a anti-apartheid campaigner in South Africa, he ran against him. And it looks like Keir Starmer, if left-wing groups coordinate better, or just anti-Labour groups, they could overthrow him at the next election. They could have done it this time, because there was more votes against Labour than there were for Labour. In Keir Starmer, who's the Prime Minister's own seat. That never happens, by the way. Rishi Sunak still got a big majority in his own seat. Most of the old Tories who still ran from the government did pretty well, because they're popular locally. Keir Starmer is so unpopular locally, and then he's just been an absolutely terrible, terrible Prime Minister, like us on the left all said he would be. He has basically just been the Tories carried on. the success he's talking about is like, oh yeah, we're crushing immigrants and we're banning puberty blockers for trans teens and stuff. Amazing. Talking about, you know, they're not going to renationalize water in this country, just use the public taxpayer money to pay off all this debt and these companies that just pay their shareholders so much money. That's where we're at in the UK, this stage of like neoliberalism. What was I going to say? They have a chance right now to really change this country for the better. And the main thing is crush the far right surge that is happening in this country. We had those huge attacks on Muslim communities in England. We had obviously Reform doing really well in the election, Britain's far right party, and their support keeps growing and growing. How are we going to stop that support that is driven by like austerity primarily and people's economic desperation, which is being diverted by fascists in the media and a fascist political party? Well, making people's lives better would be a start. Not going to happen in the UK. So watch the UK's next election where actual fascists win, because that's going to happen with the ineptitude of the current Labour government. But thankfully, yes, we did put out some sort of united left-wing front against Labour and against the Tories, and left-wing groups, the Green Party, we're growing. But of course, the UK does not have proportional representation, so it's going to be an uphill battle, but I'm happy something is being done. Apparently, Jeremy Corbyn is thinking about starting his own party. This should have been done 5 years ago. I'm very frustrated about this. And talking about that, let's move on to the American election, which, again, was another Israel election. Kamala Harris handedly beaten by Donald Trump in their, again, not proportional system, where she actually lost the popular vote as well. So it wasn't even like Hillary Clinton, where she won the popular vote. Harris lost it all because she ran a terrible campaign. She was part of a terrible administration. And yes, she did lose Michigan because of Gaza, but that didn't really matter at the end of the day. She lost pretty much everywhere because, yeah, unpopular government, you're not promising people to change their lives, talking about how you're not even different from Joe Biden, who is literally one of the most unpopular presidents ever. It was always going to be a recipe for disaster. And what was annoying as like a British person looking at the American system, I've said for a long time, especially after Donald Trump won the first time, you can't keep rewarding the Democrats by voting for their candidates and just like falling in line. Why do Americans not try and get concessions? And you had that uncommitted movement, right? Which were running like this vote campaign in the primaries to show how many people like were upset about Gaza, only for them to be paid off by the Harris campaign, turn around and endorse her. Because it's useless. And if you keep endorsing your enemies, what are they going to do? Like, if Harris won, is she going to be sympathetic to the left? No. Keir Starmer won. Obviously, lots of left-wing people voted for Labour as well. And then he's only purging the left even more. You don't reward people just because they're anti-conservative when they're actively hostile to the left. And Bernie Sanders should have ran third party in 2016 and 2020. But this is what annoys me most about Americans. We have it here in Britain as well. There is no thought for the future. Like, yeah, it sucks to lose an election. Yeah, it sucks. But Americans are always like, every single election, this is the most important election. And someone made a good tweet. He's like, you just can't keep relying on fascists not to get voted in. Like, you can't keep saying we must vote for the Democrats no matter what because the alternative is worse. You actually have to organise and create a different movement that can appeal to people. And this is why it frustrates me so much of Corbyn and Bernie, very historically popular left-wing figures, could use that electoral capital to start a new movement that maybe in the future would bear fruit, but they're too conditioned by the system. Like, Corbyn's a bit better, but even Bernie, it's like, Trump can't win, I must endorse Joe Biden, I must endorse Harris, I must not run third party, even though I run third party or run independent in my own Senate seat. And it's just a complete failure of the left in these countries to not realise that their enemy is capital and capitalism. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, they represent this, continually shaming other leftists to vote for these people no matter what they do, including doing a genocide in Gaza, right? Is not a winning strategy. And I don't blame any person in the US who did not vote for Kamala Harris. And you can say, oh, you know, well, that's just as good as a vote for Donald Trump. Elections, you have to win elections by appealing to people, right? Not appealing to, you know, appealing to no one and promising nothing but Liz Cheney. You're not going to win. And people keep arguing with me in my comments, but she did have an agenda. She did promise things. I don't care because they were all just incrementalism. Yeah, she promised things. Oh, I'll help people buy a house for the first time. Great. Is that going to motivate loads of people to vote for you who don't vote for you already, right? Because more working class people and more people who are poor are voted for Donald Trump because he used the language of change again, where the Democrats got more votes from the wealthiest. Because they're saying, oh yeah, we'll help you wealthy people, we won't help the working class. My assessment, I don't think it's going to happen. Left-wing people need to stop voting for centre-right parties who maybe used to be more left-wing, like Democrats and Labour, and start their own movements, and think of the future. Think of the future. Reform is brand new. Reform is brand new, and they're like polling first in some polls. And yeah, they have that legacy of, like, you know, Nigel Farage running with the Brexit Party and UKIP. But there we have one political figure who is very popular, also very hated, who has made a movement which could win power. What is stopping Bernie Sanders or Jeremy Corbyn from doing something similar? Like, I don't even care people talking about, oh my God, like, you know, the two-party system. Yeah, we have something similar in the UK as well. Not the same, but you have to do something and use this energy you have from having successful political campaigns like Farage has done with his successful Brexit campaign and change it into something that gets results. I'm not talking like a crazy person here. It's just people don't want to accept this very fact that if Nigel Farage can do this in the UK, Jeremy Corbyn could have done it, and he should have done it 5 years ago when he got kicked out of the Labour Party, or 4 years ago when he got kicked out of the Labour Party. And it's just increasingly frustrating that at the time we need left-wing people in power to actually do stuff, or left-wing people with power, they just keep getting behind the status quo. Yeah, fair enough, Corbyn, you ran against Labour, but where's the broader goal here? And again, Bernie is a letdown because he should have done something in 2016 and not been so, like, basically loyal to the Democrats who want to stab him in the back at every opportunity, and have done. So those are the big political things, obviously, for, you know, my American audience, my UK audience, but I just wanted to reflect more on that. So there's lots of stuff I can talk about. I got a list here. You know, we had obviously the healthcare CEO stuff. I spoke about that a lot recently. I'll probably speak about that again before you've even watched this video, because it's going to go out just before New Year's Eve. Now let's maybe transition to, like, internet stuff. Obviously we had, like, you know, all that Ethan Klein Hassan drama. I've spoken about that enough, and something I have spoken about enough as well, something that felt like personally validating and was a big moment for me in the year, was Mr. Beast's downfall. Because obviously I've been calling out this guy for years and years and years, and I got so much hate for it. And then finally he gets exposed by this dog pack video, and then at the same time gets exposed for treating workers on this Amazon show like absolute garbage, and the whole internet turns against him. But that felt validating in the moment, because obviously I made that video showing that I'd been calling him out for years, and I pretty much was the first YouTuber to do that. I'm not joking, by the way. When I say that, I know I like to meme about me hating Mr. Beast. I pretty much was the first ever YouTuber to make a video actually outlining significant criticisms of Mr. Beast despite massive hate against me. But one thing I'll say is, it doesn't feel as validating, because when everyone, and you see this a lot online, everyone was jumping on this hate mob. All the people who used to come in my videos, and fans of people like who used to make videos defending him, they all turned against Mr. Beast because they're vultures and they're just capitalizing on the drama for money. They don't actually give a shit about what this guy did, right? And you can see it now. People don't care anymore. Mr. Beast is going on podcasts. Mr. Beast is going back on other shows, on other YouTube channels that have criticized him, because they just want the attention and want the views his name brings, and there's no consistent moral framework they're working with where they hate Mr. Beast for doing a bad thing. They hate Mr. Beast because it's profitable to hate Mr. Beast, and when it was profitable to like Mr. Beast, that's what they did, because most YouTubers only care about money and only care about clicks, right? Most YouTubers do not do this because they love making videos or they want to say something. They do it for attention, and there is that balancing act of, you know, making money, getting attention for your videos, but then that's what we start to call grifting, when you start taking positions not based on any morality or your own personal views, based purely on what will get you the most money. And that's what many people did with Mr. Beast. So many people I've had so many problems with for years who've defended every little thing this guy has done, making multiple videos, getting millions of views, talking about how bad he is now. Like, yeah, pretty infuriating. And it also shows why he can come back, because they're only motivated by the attention in that moment. Now it's kind of died down. They don't care because it won't draw the same attention. So while that might have been like a highlight of my year, the Mr. Beast downfall, I'm also a bit disappointed with how it's kind of played out, and because like people like Dogpack are so like unreliable, into like weird conspiracy theories, kind of just been dismissed at this point, even though the Amazon worker stuff was never actually addressed. So yeah, that's been annoying. And I guess in terms of other internet stuff, I can't really think of too much, to be honest. That was the big one. But yeah, there's like lots of stuff that's depressed me this year. Gaza is probably the most one. US politics is depressing in its own way, but overall the year's just been wild, and it's been a weird year to make content as well, like with these elections, and it just feels like we're getting to the point of no return, and it kind of feels like this is the year like we're gonna look back on as like fascism properly gripping Europe, because obviously everything that's happening in Gaza, we're being shown that every day and being told that's actually a good thing. And fascists are now weaponizing identity politics, and that's probably the best video I made this year. I called it woke fascism, is the weaponization of identity politics to do things like what's happening in Gaza, but also to brutalize Muslim refugees. And I hope what it's revealed to a lot of left-wing people, liberal identity politics is a dead end. And I'm not talking as like a class reductionist. I'm not being like Anna and Cenk at TYT, but I'm talking about how prioritizing identity rather than class and class struggle and class solidarity is just so wrong. And that doesn't mean we should not fight for civil rights of marginalized groups and everything, because we definitely should. But it's just, you know, talking about progress as, well, we all know this as leftists, but, you know, more women police officers, more transgender police officers, more transgender CEOs of arms companies, more gay IDF soldiers, absolutely means fuck all and gives you no moral high ground. And often this is used to do terrible things to societies that might be more conservative for a variety of reasons, right? So I'm hoping it's the death of that kind of politics and for left-wing people to embrace this kind of politics. So that's all like the more serious stuff. Linked to this, before we go into my own personal like, you know, successes or whatever, I'd say it's a fact. This is my best year for content, by far. Best year for content. I think I nearly got double the amount of views from last year. I think I got like 9 million views last year. I think I got like 15 or maybe 17 million views this year. So insane. I've had multiple videos go past 300,000 views. And I guess fundamentally, this year has stressed me out less because I've got more views on individual videos. So I haven't had to upload as much, which has been nice. Obviously, you know, I could upload as much as I did last year and make more money. I'm not as money driven. I like having that work-life balance. But also, one of my goals this year, and it might not seem like it if you've only subscribed recently, because, you know, I'm limping over the finish line of the year. I'm just tired at this point. But I did have a goal at the start of the year to make better videos. And that sounds really, like, fucking obvious. But no, I watched lots of content creators and thought, I can make videos on, like, these broader topics that aren't just about like politics and reacting to political news. I'm going to do that still, but I want to do these like big videos about stuff like no one is talking about, and have it as like this video you can go back and watch and it will still be relevant. Like, it's not just me reacting to the news. And I've got a couple here of my favorite ones. In terms of politics, I'd say my coffin home video and my vaping video, they're two of my favorites, I think, because the vaping video, if you guys haven't seen it, was talking about the economics of vaping, how bad it is for your health, where these things are made, like in China, looking at the factories, looking at, like, you know, why they are uniquely bad compared to cigarettes and like what makes them different from cigarettes. I just really enjoyed that because I don't vape, but it was a fun thing to research because everyone sees vaping. We see it everywhere. Everyone knows someone who vapes. So that was really fun to make. I thought it was like a really good video. I thought I edited it well. I think it was way like better presented than some of my other ones. And it just was an interesting one you could like send to people and be like, you know, did you know loads of this stuff this guy's saying? So I really liked that one. Another one, not that I liked the topic, but I liked talking about it as like and I think I brought a lot of my own good knowledge to this thing. I made a video on coffin homes in like Asia, but talking about just like housing in general and relating that to like cyberpunk. I'm trying to think of the book because I was reading the book at the time. Neuromancer. I was relating it to Neuromancer, which has coffin homes. And I really enjoyed that one. Felt like I brought a lot, you know, my unique takes onto it. And I hadn't seen many videos going into a lot of things to do with like housing from a left-wing framework. And that's why I like making these videos is fun, because I'm bringing like my left-wing perspective to it. Because a lot of people like react, oh my God, craziest vapes. Oh my God, tiniest little apartment. But they have no like left-wing morality or framework to back it up and talk about it in like an interesting way. So I enjoyed those ones. Some other ones are just a bit of fun. The Taylor Swift one, I made a couple with my girlfriend this year, just like hating on Taylor Swift, but like relating it to like consumer capitalism and music. I did enjoy that as well. And they did really well, which was funny, like making videos on Taylor Swift, getting like 150,000 views, I think. And then I made one about the politics of drinking Monster Energy, which was really, really fun. Didn't do like amazing, got like 40k views, but like I just enjoyed that. And I'm going to put all these videos in like a playlist called like Best of 2024. So if you want to go watch any of these, that's where they'll be. So yeah, enjoyed all of that. And I guess as like a segue into talking about myself, my probable favorite video I made this year was I made 2 videos on the Dune series. So I made one after part 2 came out, but then I liked part 2 so much, and I liked part 1, but I never watched it again until just before I saw part 2. So I wasn't like obsessed with Dune at this point. I watched part 2. I thought it was so good. Really, really love that movie. And then I started reading the books, and I'm currently on the 6th book. So if you guys don't know, the original Dune books are split into 2 trilogies. One focusing on like Paul Atreides and like that immediate timeline. One set further like thousands of years in the future after the original trilogy. And I'm on Dune Chapter House right now. Read about a quarter of it. And I just really like these books. And what it makes me remember is like these history books I like to read, which have like a massive scope. Like I read one that was between, I think, 1000 AD and 1500 AD, and another one that was like 200 AD to 1100 AD. And like these massive scale books. And why I like Dune is because the scale is so insane. It just makes me think about like my life in the same way like history books do. So I think when I made the video, I'd read 4 of them. And I just talked about like, the politics of it. What is the message of the Dune books? Like, you know, the first 2 Dune books, like, is Paul Atreides space Hitler? Like, spoiler, no. And that is a take you're seeing everywhere from left-wing people. I want to make a video about left-wing people and media literacy as well, because I think some of these myths need to be debunked, because Dune, like, isn't about that. It's not about Paul Atreides being like a terrible evil guy, even though he's inspired by like, you know, people Frank Herbert hated. But that was really fun. I loved talking about that. I loved making that video. It did really well, and I'm just happy when you talk about something you're really passionate about and something you really enjoy and it does really well. There's like no better feeling, because obviously a lot of stuff on YouTube, you make it because it's your job, right? So you're passionate about it, you care, but you're looking for a video to make that week. With this one, I'm just like, I really want to make this video. And I'm going to make another one when I finish Chapter House. I don't know if I'm going to be done with the Dune books. Like, I'm liking the show, which is based on the prequel stuff by the guy's son, but I have started a little bit of Pool of Dune, which is the sequel to Dune, written by his son. Didn't love the way it was written. Let's transition there then from that's my favorite videos. Let's then talk about not my favorite videos. Let's talk about just personal achievements for the year. So 2024, yeah, pretty good year for me. And
yeah, I liked that video, Lefty.
So I usually just read non-fiction history books, and this is the first year in a long time that I have read a lot of fiction books. And
okay,
the main goal of that is because I'm writing my own book.
Y'all can check this out, but I'm not gonna watch his personal achievements. Love you. Okay. Let's do new surf times.
In his election campaign for the AfD, he used a vehicle with a custom license plate, LAH 1818. The L stands for the city of Leipzig, and AH and the number 18 are well-known codes referring among neo-Nazis. AH stands for Adolf Hitler. 1 and 8 stand for the first and 8 letters of the alphabet.
Oh my god! You gotta be kidding me! Oh no. Random coincidence. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure you guys see fucking codes everywhere. Some people were confused when I said that Elon Musk is going through his Henry Ford era. And I mean, it's actually, I should say he's in the midst of it. It's not exactly a brand new thing. He's been, posting and retweeting a whole bunch of racists on the platform that he himself bought. And he's been making it pretty well known that he believes in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, racist conspiracy theories, racism towards black people, racism towards indigenous people, pro-colonization was good actually stuff. And, black people commit crimes because they're, their culture or they're genetically predisposed to it kind of stuff, or actually just full-blown neo-Nazi accounts getting retweeted by him constantly. As long as they're related to things like immigration, well then obviously it's because the mainstream media wants to hide that kind of stuff. And he was a little less, let's just say, overt back in the day. Like he might, say, I'm just asking questions concerning, looking into it. And now it's just full-blown. He will say what racist things come to his, apartheid-addled ketamine brain. And now he is saying that only the AFD can save Germany. German health minister calls the U.S. billionaire's intervention weeks before the election undignified and problematic. Elon Musk has caused outrage in Berlin after appearing to endorse the far-right anti-immigrant Alternative für Deutschland. Musk, who has named Donald Trump as a co-lead by a commission aimed at reducing the size of the U.S. federal government, wrote on his social media platform X, "Only the AFD can save Germany." He reposted a video by German right-wing influencer Naomi Sieb, who criticized Friedrich Merz, the leader of the conservative Christian Democrats, who has been the best chance of becoming the next German chancellor, and praised Javier Milei, the libertarian president of Argentina. The German health minister, Karl Lauterbach, has called Musk's decision to wade into German political debate weeks before the snap election undignified and highly problematic. Europe's largest economy is expected to go to the polls on February 23rd after the collapse of last month of Olaf Scholz's center-left coalition. The AfD is running in second place in the opinion polls. Elements of the party have been classed as right-wing extremists by Germany's domestic intelligence services, and mainstream parties have vowed to refuse to work with the AfD at the national level. The German government issued a perfunctory response to Musk's post, noting that it had registered it, but a spokesperson refused to add any further comment. At a press conference in Berlin, Scholz responded indirectly to the post, saying, "We have freedom of speech here. That also applies to multimillionaires. Freedom of speech also means that you're able to say things that aren't right and do not contain good political advice." The German former MEP, Elmar Brock, dismissed, I'm sorry, I'm probably really butchering these names, Musk's comment as the world domination fantasies of the American tech kings. Probably you should do a quick little, what is the AfD?
The far right is getting stronger in Germany, and the far right party, AfD, is becoming more and more radical. Germany's domestic intelligence service has warned.
Und wenn wir dereinst dieses Land regieren,
if we rule this country, I promise this rabble behind me,
werden, dann verspreche ich der fragwürdigen Sippschaft da hinten, dann brechen für euch
it will be a new day for you.
andere Zeiten an.
With their anti-refugee, anti-LGBTQ and anti-government politics,
they could be saying anything and it wouldn't sound good.
At an all-time high in the opinion poll.
Alternative für German. No, it's Alternative für Deutschland.
The AfD accuses its political opponents of having betrayed Germany, and one of the party's stars, Björn Höcke, presents himself as Germany's savior.
What did you call me?
Germany is non-negotiable. The East is standing up for itself. We have to take our country back.
Holen wir uns unser Land zurück. Ich danke euch.
The AfD could...
Yeah, it all sounds pretty familiar.
Could even become the strongest political party in much of eastern Germany. Regional elections in several German states are set for 2024, and the AfD is leading polls. The other parties, as well as experts on right-wing politics, are sounding the alarm about the AfD's rise. Some have even termed it a neo-Nazi party. How much truth is there to the accusation that the AfD is not just a right-wing extremist party, but crosses the line into neo-Nazism? In Germany, the term Nazi is taken extremely seriously. The Nazis under Adolf Hitler were responsible for the Second World War and the murder of millions of Jews and people of other minorities. That's why all fascist and Nazi parties were banned in Germany after the Nazis' defeat, which ended World War II. The AfD has rejected allegations that it is a neo-Nazi party, claiming that now anyone in Germany who is against the government or against immigration is called a Nazi. When people talk about the AfD in connection with National Socialism, they are often referring to Björn Höcke. He's the parliamentary group leader in the Thuringian State Parliament and likely the AfD's most influential politician and one of its most radical. In 2010, he took an active part in a demonstration organized by neo-Nazis and recorded on camera.
Uh-oh.
It is legal to call Björn Höcke a Nazi in Germany. Courts have ruled that this is not an insult, but a statement covered under freedom of expression and a, quote, value judgment based on facts.
That's pretty wild. It had to be determined legally. Yeah, no, you legally are allowed to call this man a Nazi. Yeah, because of his presence that is clearly demonstrable at a Nazi rally that he attended. So to say so would be a value judgment based on facts. There you have it.
Höcke is a history teacher.
Yeah, imagine being legally a Nazi. Unfortunately, you can't sue people who call you a Nazi, sir. No, they do have a legal precedent for being able to do that.
Thus has studied German history. He frequently refers to Germany's Nazi past, and he rejects the official culture of remembrance of the Nazis' mass murders, the Holocaust, and the crimes of the German people.
This stupid policy is still weighing us down today. We need to do a 180-degree turn on the politics of remembrance.
A 180-degree turn. This would mean that the Nazi era is no longer portrayed as criminal, but rather that it is glorified. Höcke has also on many occasions used historically loaded terms. A court indicted him earlier this year for using the slogan of the Nazi party's infamous SR Storm Division at a campaign event 2 years earlier. The slogan, "Everything for Germany." The court case is still pending. Why does Höcke position himself so radically when he knows that he will probably face strong repercussions? Right-wing extremism expert Matthias.
Apparently you can't say that on Kick. Dead.
Matthias Quent has been studying Höcke and the AfD for years.
Der Zweck ist die Normalisierung von nationalsozialistischen
The point is to normalize National Socialist historical references, which also
Bezügen und damit auch Ideologie
helps normalize the ideology. He can be sure that these statements will cause.
Das ist eine Äußerung, mit der er sich sicher sein kann, dass er öffentlich anstößt, provoziert und gegen
offense and provoke opposition, so he gets attention again. Wow. I mean, kind of sounds similar to a lot of the things Trump was doing. To say that I quoted Mein Kampf. I never heard that. Never read that book. They say that Hitler said those words. Maybe he did. In a very different way. In a very different way. And you're just like, okay, but you're admitting then that you know that you're quoting Mein Kampf. So you're quoting Hitler's words. You know, the whole vibe check thing doesn't really apply here to be like, yeah, but I mean, when I say it, it hits different. All right, let me just tell you that. And it's like, yeah, but like, there's just really no value whatsoever in, you know, taking one of history's greatest monsters and then being like, yeah, I mean, I'm using a few of his words for sure, but you know, it just hits different. It's a little bit better when I say it.
erregt. Somit hat er wieder Empörung, Aufmerksamkeit und kann dann einerseits sagen, aber ich wollte doch nur sagen.
And then he says, I only wanted good things for Germany.
Alles Gute für Deutschland. Der kann sich also als Opfer stilisieren.
So he can style himself as a victim while providing affirmation. Fucking cry bullies. Cry bullies. Ugh, so many evil nerds are trying to destroy the world.
Unweitig zu sein, neonazistischen Anhängern und rechtsextremen Anhängern eine Bestätigung, eine ideologische
His right-wing extremist supporters.
Rechtfertigung geliefert.
Björn Höcke's actions have put the Alternative for Germany party as a whole under close monitoring by Germany's security authorities. The Domestic Intelligence Service says it has sufficient grounds to suspect that the party is unconstitutional. Intelligence agency head Thomas Haldenwang says the AfD is a danger to democracy due to its anti-Islamic and radicalized elements.
Sehr viel Hass und Hetze. We see a great deal of hatred and intimidation towards all kinds of minorities.
Gegenüber Minderheiten aller Art.
The AfD has repeatedly denied these accusations, but they go well beyond Björn Höcke. Former Bundestag member Siegbert Djose has also come under suspicion. In his election campaign for the AfD, he used a vehicle with a custom license plate, LAH 1818. The L stands for the city of Leipzig, and AH and the number 18 are well-known codes referring among neo-Nazis. AH stands for Adolf Hitler. 1 and 8 stand for the first and 8th letters of the alphabet.
Oh my god! You gotta be kidding me. Oh no. That random coincidence. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure you guys see fucking codes everywhere. Yeah, fucking it's gonna tell me that I'm trying to do some kind of 1488 thing here. Okay? It's like, well, I mean, you chose this custom license plate. I mean, at the end of the day, broadcasting it pretty clearly in a campaign car, a car that you were using to advertise your political campaign. That's a little bit more than a wink, you know? This ain't a dog whistle. This is you just lying down the horn and being like, look.
A and H. So the license plate presents a coded version of Adolf Hitler 3 times. Djose has also visited the Wolf's Lair, one of Adolf Hitler's...
Like, the dude is Beetlejuicing Hitler. That's not good. Yeah, so this is the official campaign car, and on the front you might notice a couple of neat little secrets. You're like, what? Are you serious? Adolf Hitler, Adolf Hitler, Adolf Hitler? Yeah. It's a joke. It's funny. You'd get it. You just you don't understand.
Headquarters during World War II. He's confirmed the authenticity of this photo. Here, Djose can be seen posing with his hand on his heart in front of Hitler's bunker.
I mean, great. Not great. We are stronger than ever and will follow the path to power through to the end.
Denn je und werden unseren Weg zur Macht gehen bis zum Ende, weil wir die einzigste Partei
We are the only party that still represents German interests.
sind, die hier und Deutschland heute noch deutsche Interessen vertritt.
Es gibt ein klares.
And I saw that there's a big fear of younger people, obviously, becoming quite interested in the AfD in Germany as well, especially, this might not surprise anyone, but young white men becoming increasingly interested in the AfD party. And, I think on one level, a lot of what they're doing, especially with the pretty extreme dog whistles or the photos that they can then later on be like, oh, it was taken out of context, or that's not what those numbers meant, or, well, when I was posing in front of Hitler's bunker and putting my hand over my heart, I was doing so in happiness that he was not around anymore, and this was the place where he ended his own life. That's why I was doing what I was doing, not because I was showing or pledging allegiance to Hitler or trying to say Hitler's name 3 times in my license plate. That's not what that is. Like, all of that is just very kind of cheeky winks, but I mean, these are a little less subtle. Like, they're less dog whistles and more full-blown fucking, sirens. But on the other end, it's basically like, well, if they're basically, signaling to extremists, the far right, and neo-Nazis that we are your party, that we represent your beliefs, that we do in fact love Hitler, and we want to, reignite the same thing that, brought him to power, well, then it's all just fun and memes up until the point that these people start getting into positions of power and then start actually enacting it. The same thing could be said about fucking Trump's entire, like, why is he saying poisoning the blood of the nation? Why is he quoting Mein Kampf? Why is he saying dictator day one? All that kind of stuff. Well, 'tis all fun and games up until the point where he now gets sworn in, and then, you know, you might have an economic collapse, which then can require him to say that he needs to assume total power, authoritarian power.
Nationalsozialistisches
There's a clear National Socialist face within the AfD.
Gesicht innerhalb der AfD, Leute, die sich direkt
people who call themselves that, who place themselves into this
so
tradition,
benennen, die sich in die Tradition stellen, die Begriffe
who also use terms that come from National Socialism,
benutzen, auch gezielt Begriffe benutzen, die nationalsozialistisch geprägt sind, teilweise Äußerungen,
These are statements that are then presented as individual opinions,
die dann als Einzeldarstellungen wahrgenommen oder gerechtfertigt werden. Der Punkt ist nur, dass
but it all feeds into the AfD's overall political agenda.
es ja in die allgemeine politische Agenda, in die politische Rechtsaußenrichtung der AfD weist.
This agenda is primarily directed at asylum, migration, and German citizenship. The AfD is calling for a radical change in asylum and migration policy, including the deportation of millions of people from Germany. That's not all. Many of the party's top politicians have repeatedly and falsely claimed that not everyone who has a German passport is actually German, an idea that contradicts the constitution. Critics also say that this is an attempt to deny Muslims and blacks, in particular, the right to German citizenship. Matthias Quent says the AfD has allied itself with groups that flirt with fascism and a right-wing revolution against parliamentary democracy. The most well-known is probably the so-called Institute for State Policy. Here we see the Institute's Gaetz Kubitschek in a discussion with AfD politicians. The Domestic Intelligence Service has classified the Institute as right-wing extremist. The right-wing extremist institution and the AfD have a very close relationship. Current AfD co-leader Alice Weidel praised the institution as a training center for her party in 2019.
Und es ist ganz wichtig.
It is very important that we support the next generation of talent.
Herr Lehnert hat es gerade angesprochen, dass wir unseren Nachwuchs fördern und der Nachwuchs
The new generation is sitting here, and I thank you all for coming.
sitzt eben hier und ich bedanke mich bei euch für Ihr Kommen. Vielen herzlichen Dank dafür.
Thank you very much for that. Another shitty thing too is that, like, it's all fun and memes, I guess, for maybe young people who read about some of these things and think like, well, life is pretty shit right now, so maybe what we need is some pretty radical change and you know, some chaos to be thrown into the midst of everything. Also, I think billionaires like Elon Musk, for example, who are now openly praising the AfD, they're really detached from reality. They have billionaire brain. You know, it all turns them into hollow husks who don't see human beings as human beings. They all see humans as numbers, just ones, zeros, and, you know, potentially profitable little meat bags that they can extract labor from. That's how they start to see the world. That's why none of them can actually laugh normally. I think at a certain point, once you pass a certain amount of millions and you get into the billions, like, you can just see the souls have left the bodies and they just become these really utterly bizarre people who are just like, ha ha, and you're just like, well, that's not the way a human sounds. That's weird, Mr. Bezos. Why do you laugh like that? Oh, all billionaires do. Well, that's kind of sad. And it's got a kind of a sad history too. Like Henry Ford, I'm sure you all know, he was an American industrialist, business magnate, founder of the Ford Motor Company. He was a pioneer in creating automobiles, making them affordable for the middle-class Americans through a system that became known as Fordism. But maybe lesser known is that he was also a massive anti-Semite. He promoted the League of Nations, but in the 1920s, he promoted anti-Semitism through his newspaper, The Dearborn Independent, and the book, The International Jew. He opposed his country's entry into World War II and served for a time on the board of the America First Committee. There's pictures of him, you know, shaking hands with actual Nazis. The International Jew, if you were unaware, is a 4-volume set of anti-Semitic booklets and pamphlets originally published and distributed through the 1920s by the Dearborn Publishing Company, an outlet owned by Henry Ford, the American industrialist. The booklets were a collection of articles originally serialized by Ford's Dearborn Independent newspaper. Around the 1920s, the Dearborn Incident was languishing in subscriptions and losing money. Ford and his personal secretary, Ernest G. Leibold, began to discuss a series of articles on the, quote, Jewish question. While it was Leibold who claimed to have come up with the title, The International Jew, he turned to the Walking Dictionary, William J. Cameron, for most of the writing. For 91 issues, the weekly paper announced a variety of stories featuring supposed evilness of Jewish influence. Editor E.G. Pipp left the Independent in 1920 in disgust with the planned anti-Semitic articles, which began in May. He was replaced by Cameron. While Ford did not personally write the articles, he expressed his opinions verbally to Cameron and Leibold. Cameron had the main responsibility for expanding these opinions into articles. Leibold was responsible for collecting more material to support the articles. The most popular and aggressive stories were then chosen to be reprinted into 4 volumes called The International Jew. The first volume was published in November 1920 as an anthology of articles that was published in the Independent from May 22nd to October 2nd, 1920. The original print runs for the first edition was estimated between 200,000 and 500,000 copies. They were never copyrighted. The International Jew therefore had no control over anyone else publishing it themselves. It was translated into 16 languages, including 6 editions in Germany between 1920 and 1922. There's obviously a huge amount of anti-Semitism, conspiracies involving Jewish control over a variety of things, from international banking to the media to politics, similar to a lot of the anti-Semitism that you'll see promoted today by people like Nick Fuentes, and obviously disgusting, horrifying, and this was being done by a person whose name, still exists on the front of vehicles to this day. So it is a scary thing to see people promoting the far right and the far right party in Germany.
I'm at the Brandenburg Gate in the heart of Berlin, a city where the Nazis were finally defeated in 1945 and Adolf Hitler took his own life. Now something unthinkable is happening. A nationalist, anti-immigrant, far-right party is on the rise here. Its leaders use Nazi slogans and sound like descendants of history's tyrants.
It's a party at a German resort, and listen to what they're chanting.
Deutschland den Deutschen!
Deutschland for Deutsche, Germany for the Germans. These young people are singing Nazi slogans. Ausländer raus means foreigners out. And this is the Nazi salute, a chilling example of how the far right is coming out of the shadows in Germany. The country has strict laws banning Nazi phrases, gestures, and symbols, but they're increasingly being ignored. This is Chemnitz, a former East German city known as a hub for extremists. Uwe Chubala runs Shalom Restaurant here and tells me anti-Semitism that used to exist beneath the surface is now out in the open.
100%, also it's 100%.
And it's the worst it's been, he says, since the Nazi era. A pig's head marked with the Star of David was left on his doorstep, and a group of men attacked his restaurant with rocks. Violent anti-immigrant groups roamed Chemnitz, threatening and attacking people after a local man was stabbed and killed by a Syrian.
In the Second World War was not that long ago. Have people forgotten?
Das weiß ich nicht.
I don't know, he says. It's not just anti-Semitism. Supporters of the far right believe Germany is no longer German enough, that too many immigrants and asylum seekers have been allowed in. And a new far-right party, the AfD, is capitalizing on that. Formed in 2013, polling shows it's now the second most popular party in Germany. It's poised to win power in 3 German states and projected to make big gains in the European Parliament elections this week.
Panzerfahrzeugen geschützt werden müssen.
Its most prominent member is Björn Höcke. He's been fined for using the Nazi phrase Alles für Deutschland, everything for Germany, a motto that was engraved on stormtroopers' daggers. Höcke, a history teacher, claims he didn't know. His critics call him a straight-up Nazi.
Vertreibung von Millionen von Menschen.
Then this explosive documentary revealed a secret meeting of AfD members and known neo-Nazis.
Are meetings of neo-Nazis in Germany common?
Neo-Nazis meet in Germany all the time. But the thing that made our investigation special is that we could show that neo-Nazis meet with high-ranking people of the AfD, of this party that pretends not to be a neo-Nazi party at all.
On the agenda, according to investigative journalists, a master plan for Germany.
And that master plan said that they want to get rid of basically everybody who has a migrant background.
And how many people were they talking about?
Millions.
The response was outrage across the country. Tens of thousands took to the streets. A firewall, they said, against the far right. These two men belong to a group called Generation Identity, which Germany's domestic security agency has classified as extremist.
Patriotisch bedeutet mit.
We're just patriotic youth, they tell me.
You know what your critics say and fear, right? That you are, in fact, neo-Nazis just with a friendlier face.
Das ist eine sehr schwere Anschuldigung.
That is a serious accusation, they say, which our critics cannot back up with evidence.
Dort eine Verbindung zu ziehen ist.
Ultimately, we want to preserve our people and our identity that has been built up for centuries, no more and no less. Not far away at Shalom Restaurant is Uwe Chubala.
Is peace in Europe guaranteed?
Tja. I don't know.
A country conscious of its...
The North Face plug, yeah, that is weird. I wonder if that does have anything to do with, like, you know, the visits by Lauren Southern or anything like that. A connection between the Canadian far right and the German far right.
Nazi past, now deeply anxious about the future.
After I go to university.
Anas Modamani's extraordinary story is a tale of how Germany has changed and how this one selfie changed his life. He fled the war in Syria and arrived in Germany at age 17.
It
was a wonderful time for me. People were so happy to welcome us. I felt very much at home.
That was 2015. Germany's Angela Merkel famously welcomed more than 1 million refugees that year, mostly Syrians. In 2022, the EU accepted 5.1 million immigrants, and Germany has taken in more than any country in Europe. So many, Berlin's enormous Tempelhof airport, where Hitler held huge rallies and which later became a lifeline for West Berlin during the Cold War, was turned into a shelter to house them. Meant to be temporary, 9 years later, 1,500 people from 20 countries still live here.
I want to change my life.
Hassan Sisi arrived 4 months ago from Sierra Leone. He shares this shipping container with 3 other men.
And what do you hope to find in Germany?
Yeah, it's opportunity, and I know I will make it in life.
It won't be easy. The mood has hardened. Immigration is a huge economic pressure, and recent polling shows 86% of Germans are worried about it. Far-right groups such as Generation Identity are seizing on that.
Komplexere Geschichte. Wir haben in Deutschland.
We have in Germany and in Europe a migration crisis.
Their solution? Remigration, forcing people to go back where they came from and not allowing others in. They hired this boat in the Mediterranean. Their message, especially to migrants from the Middle East and Africa, you will not make Europe home. They believe no one who gets to Germany by passing through another country should be allowed to stay.
So that would mean Germany would have no refugees then, because
Exactly.
Germany's not connected to any of those countries in the Middle East.
Exactly what we say, yeah.
Anti-immigrant parties like Germany's AfD could win as many as a quarter of the seats in this week's elections for European Parliament. Among its slogans, Save the World, let's start with Germany.
Before you invite someone over for dinner, you have to first make sure you have a full fridge.
And the guy who took that happy selfie with Angela Merkel, it made him the most recognizable refugee in Germany, which turned him into a target of the far right. Fake stories and doctored photos were posted linking him to terrorist attacks. For a time, he was afraid to be seen on the street.
I have lived with racism and hatred. I know what it feels like.
He's a German citizen now with a good job, grateful for his new life. but well aware it would be much harder if he were arriving in Europe.
Wow. Yeah, I'm assuming that, Musk is going to downplay all of it too, because as much as, there's a lot of people pointing out, obviously, like, this is pretty fucked up for him to be supporting this party. There's also, as you could probably, if you go on to the Everything app, aka the Nazi app on Twitter, his comments are filled with people, or anyone who's basically calling him out, with blue check marks being like, what about them makes them far right? Oh my God, of course the media would call them far right. They call everything far right. They call everything they don't like a Nazi. Yeah, no surprise there. Fake news. Musk had previously expressed backing for other anti-immigration forces across Europe, including the UK's Reform Party and Italy Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. He's also previously voiced enthusiastic support for Milei, who in his first year as Argentina's president has cut public spending and axed tens of thousands of public sector jobs and plunged many households into economic despair. Alice Weidel, head of the AfD, who is standing as its candidate for chancellor, reposted Musk's comment, writing to him, "Yes, you are perfectly right, Elon Musk." Referring to a recent interview she gave on Trump with the news organizing Bloomberg, Weidel said that Musk must note how socialist Angela Merkel is ruining our country, how the Soviet Union destroyed the country's economic backbone, and malfunctioning Germany. She wished Musk and Trump a happy Christmas and all the best for the upcoming tenure. Last year, Musk criticized the German government and his struggle to tackle illegal immigration as one of the main topics of the election campaign agenda. He's also fired off personal jibes against Schultz and his economic minister, Robert Habeck. This week, Nigel Farage, the Reform UK leader, posted a photo of himself and the party's treasurer meeting Musk at Trump at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, and claimed Musk was prepared to give him financial support to bolster his party's chances of becoming the government. So, fucked up shit. I bet you already drink coffee and love coffee, but you're probably worried if your coffee has blood in it. Not literal blood, but conflict zone blood. Did you want to buy coffee that is not only going to be delicious, it's going to arrive right on your door, it helps a little bit fund the serfs, and also it's end-to-end indigenous owned. That's why I partnered with Solstice Coffee, and hey, if you order by going to serfscoffee.com, they even include a free sticker, which is pretty awesome. So there's really no reason to actually not replace the coffee you already drink with delicious ethical coffee. That's why you should check out serfscoffee.com.
Hey, if you'd like to unlock secret bonus episodes as well as uncensored content, go to patreon.com/theserfs. This show is produced by Anna Loves Riley, Arian McCarthy, Cheryl Alvarez, Comrade Junkie, Doug Caddy, Everything Important, Hagbard Celine, Jimmy Sombrero, Multimondi, Omni, Political Puppy, Preston Kroll, Quiet 185, Riley and Anna, Roller Dragon, Cernicus, Stellar Gwyn, Sebastian Demel, Travis McClinton, Trincell, Words Greenwood, with additional support coming from all of these amazing human beings right here.
All right, we've got two voices on this story. First up, Alon Pinkas, who's a former Israeli ambassador. He's in Tel Aviv. But first, let's speak to Hassan Barari, Professor of International Affairs at Qatar University, standing by for us in Jordan's capital of Amman. And Hassan, as we know, it is absolutely not the first time that a hospital has been targeted by the Israelis, but this has had particularly devastating consequences.
It is indeed, Nick. It is not the first time that the Israelis have been
Sorry, I didn't mean for a sudden mood change. But yeah, here, let's do it this way.
Business, 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 business. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business, 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 business. I don't wanna write a banger, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. It's land back from Philippines to Palestine. It's time to uprise till we're all free. Fuck individualism, this is collective wisdom. No more consumerism, tune into global rhythms. We make the revolution irresistible. Leaning on each other, holding them accountable. They don't give a fuck about us, but we will still talk shit. We designing graphics, we reciting telephone scripts. We got our receipts, local archives. archivist. We flood an inbox, the mayor's office. We callin' his shit, don't be complicit. We boost the info and we bear witness. We taking our lead from indigenous. We unstoppable, we won't say silent. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business, business. Kafia's on the street, traffic blockage. A politician sips his cocktail and funds the rockets. We yelling ceasefire, your hands got blood in them. He licks his fingers, calls on his minions. They turning humans into robot cops. Slaves to empires, brains whitewashed. They put whiteness in religious laws. Gave them rights to enslave, mass graves, land theft, prison jobs. Real loves and decolonization. Total liberation of our nation. Stop the killings and the occupation. Changing, using radical imagination. Together we're amazing. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business, business.
Okay. Now we can get into it.
All right, we've got two voices on this story. First up, Alon Pinkas, who's a former Israeli ambassador. He's in Tel Aviv. But first, let's speak to Hassan Bourari, Professor of International Affairs at Qatar University, standing by for us in Jordan's capital of Amman. And Hassan, as we know, it is absolutely not the first time that a hospital has been targeted by the Israelis, but this has had particularly devastating consequences.
It is indeed, Nick. It is not the first time that the Israelis have been targeting all the medical infrastructures in Gaza. You know, from day one, they've been doing this on a systematic way, and the objective is very clear. They want to make life unbearable for the Palestinians, hoping that they will leave Gaza. But I think this strategy has failed. It didn't pay off the way that Israelis have planned, and they continue. Now, what happens in the north of Gaza, particularly in Kamal Adwan Hospital, the Israelis want to drive the Palestinians out of the north. They have made this publicly obvious in their statements that they want them to go somewhere else. And as you know, there are a lot of Israelis right-wing who even held the conference asking to resettle the north of Gaza. So if you want to resettle the north of Gaza, it means that you need to depopulate this. And I think this attack should be understood against this backdrop.
Indeed. So Alon Pinkas, there is a difference, isn't there, between the motivation for attacks like this and the reason, in fact, why Israel is doing it?
Well, yeah, absolutely, Nick. There seems to be a difference, at least ostensibly there is a difference, in that the military is saying that these operations are tactical, they are surgical, they are intelligence-driven, and the objective is to get to Hamas members, terrorists, militants, call them what you want, who are hiding in that hospital. Yes, there is a broader context, as Hassan correctly pointed out. We can argue whether or not this is a plan or this is circumstantial. But the fact of the matter remains that since the war began in the aftermath of the Hamas attack on October 7th, 2023, there have been repeated Israeli attacks on Palestinian hospitals in the Gaza Strip, Shifa and the Indonesian, and now this one. And, you know, the military could say all it wants about intelligence-driven surgical. I happen to think that no matter who's in the hospitals, no matter who's hiding in the hospitals, no matter what is stashed in the hospitals, hospitals should be off bounds. And hospitals should not be attacked no matter the circumstances. But apparently the government thinks differently.
And Hassan, what are attacks like this doing to Gaza's ability to offer healthcare to its people, especially given the dire circumstances of the current situation?
Well, Nick, first of all, I think this makes them even weaker, and they lose hope as the international community is complicit with whatever Israel has been doing. Granted that there's a difference between this attack, whether this attack is driven by the security concerns, or they say in Hebrew, bitchonist. This is not even bitchonist or even security driven. It's ideological driven. They want to change the reality on the ground. So the Palestinians are getting weaker and weaker, and hoping that maybe a ceasefire would get them off the hook. But this is really easier said than done. It is obvious that Netanyahu is not interested even in a ceasefire, given that Hamas has conceded on so many points that Netanyahu insisted at the very beginning. So I think this will drive the Palestinians to despair, and maybe they will resort to maybe a more deadly and lethal tactics like suicide bombing. And we've seen such a thing. So this is not good for everyone, I think.
Do you agree with Hassan Alon-Pinkas that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is reluctant, is reticent to go for a ceasefire for his own interest?
Oh, there's no question. I mean, I obviously agree with Hassan, but secondly, the evidence and the reality proves that he's right, and that you're right, and then that I'm right. This has been going on since October 7th, 2023. All achievable or attainable military goals, short of occupying the entire Gaza Strip, which is something that Israel has no intentions of doing, short of that, all military objectives have been sufficiently achieved. Hamas has been severely degraded. And the big question that neither Hassan or I alluded to in our conversation, Nick, is how this could affect and how this could be extended into the West Bank. I think that Hassan, excuse me for speaking on his behalf, I think that Hassan may have hinted to it when he spoke about despair and resort to suicide bombings that will probably originate in the West Bank if it happens. And so this has a devastating escalatory mechanism built in it, the actual protracting and prolonging of the war.
All right, Alon, thanks for that. Alon-Pinkas, former Israeli ambassador, and indeed to Hassan Barari. Thank you to you, Professor of International Affairs at Qatar University. Thanks very much indeed.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Thank you very much. Now this next song is dedicated to all of those people that across the last 20 years of the war on terror have been detained in airports across the world. This song, it goes something like this. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. So what I want from you is when I say the words peace and love, I want every single person in here to sing back to me, peace and love. Are you with me? Let's give it a try. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. Peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. Peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. Let's go. Put your peace signs up in the air. Let's see them up there. See them up high. Let's see those peace signs up high. Let's see them up high. Put them up in the air. Put them up in the air. Okay. Let's go. It goes like this. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is.
Hi, Scaries. Welcome in.
I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. It seems like the bracket heads and packies are worrying your dad. But your dad's favourite food is curry and kebab. It's funny but it's sad how they make your mummy hurry with her bags. Rather read the Sun and study all the facts. Tell me, what's a bigger threat to human society? BAE systems or remote control drones killing off human lives, or man with homemade bomb committing? I know you were terrified when you saw the towers fall. It's all terror, but some forms are more powerful. Seems nuts, how can there be such agony when more? It's like the definition didn't ever exist. Guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. They're telling fibs now, tell us who the terrorist is.
They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love, peace and love.
Lumumba was democracy, Mossadegh was democracy, Allende was democracy, hypocrisy, it bothers me. Who you terrorists? You don't want to be a colony. Refuse to bow down to a policy of robbery. Terrorism, my lyrics, with more Vietnam vets killed themselves after the war and died in it. This is very basic. One nation in the world has over 1,000 military bases. They say it's religion when clearly it isn't. Not just Muslims that oppose your imperialism. Zugo Chavez a Muslim. I didn't think so. Was Castro a Muslim? Nope. It's like the definition didn't ever exist. Guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. Are telling fibs now, tell us who the terrorist is.
They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. You think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we know. They think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we do. They think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we do. They think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we know. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. Come on! Calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
حواليكي في ضرب رصاص؟ خديني يا حبيبتي والله بدي اخذك بس مش بايدي هلا.
We have little information about the time Anne spent in Auschwitz-Birkenau. The Franks were housed in Women's Block 29. On the 28th of October, Anne and Margot were placed on another train and transferred to Bergen-Belsen. And Anne would never see her mother again.
تقول لي ما تسيبنيش يا ماما انا جعانه انا موجوعه يا ماما. قلت لها انت وين يا هند مصابه؟ قالت لي انا مصابه في ايدي وفي ظهري وفي رجلي.
By this time, the law in Germany had undergone a radical change. Jews were presented as a parasitic threat to German society.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם.
By the 30th of January 1939, Hitler's rhetoric was pointing directly to the future genocide of Europe's Jews.
Gaza will become an area where people cannot live.
זהו מאבק, יהיו כפי שנאמר כאן, מאבק בין בני האור לבני החושך.
And the sight of German soldiers soon became commonplace. Anne had been scared during the invasion.
Anne was escorted downstairs with the others, hustled into the van and taken to the station. There they were all put on a train for Germany. Tragically, it was the very last convoy of Jews to leave Amsterdam.
On the 2nd of September, the Franks were called forward to board a train. They departed Westerbork the following day. Otto Frank recalled how Anne gazed out of the train window, after which the train ground to its last stop, Auschwitz.
يا رب احمينا. يا رب احمينا.
2 weeks into the search, a mother says goodbye to her 6-year-old daughter, Hind Rajab.
British troops arrived at Bergen-Belsen. Anne and Margot were not found. Both had died, probably from typhus, just days before their liberators arrived. In most biographies, childhood is but a single chapter in a life full of other experiences and events. This biography, in contrast, covers only 15 years.
I want the whole world to know that I'm a human being. At the end, I am not pen on paper. I'm not anonymous. I'm a human being created by God.
You know, the reason the world remembers Anne Frank is not because she's the only Jewish child who suffered during the Holocaust, because so many countless nameless Jewish kids during the Holocaust died horribly. But the difference with Anne is that she left behind a diary. And similarly for Hind Rajab, because Hind Rajab is obviously not the only Palestinian child who died. Officially now it's 17,000 kids, but it's much more. When all is said and done, when the dust settles, and they're going to find kids under the rubble, it's going to be God knows how many. But why do we know Hind Rajab? Because she too left something behind, the phone call. And for me, that's what's similar about Hind and Anne, is that they represent countless other children whose stories we'll never know. In this video, I'm going to get into the harrowing details of Hind Rajab's final moments, which were captured during that phone call, and the countless parallels between her agony and that of Anne Frank. But there are also similarities in the context surrounding the two girls. In 1929, when Anne was just 4 months old, there was the Wall Street crash, which plunged the world into crisis. Unemployment, unrest, and collapse of social services in Germany followed. Many Europeans turned to the age-old scapegoat to blame for the mess: the Jews. When Anne was just 1 year old, Mein Kampf was republished, which included passages such as, "No nation can rid itself of Jews except by the sword." Basically, the Nazi Party was growing in popularity as Anne was growing up. Similarly, in Hind Rajab's story, in her 6 years of life, the rise of the fascist right in Israel was meteoric. If you take Ben Gvir, who literally went from extremist settler to Israel's national security minister in less than 4 years. Just 4 years ago, when Hind was only 2, in the March 2020 elections, his party was shunned by other right-wingers and managed only 0.42% of the total votes. Today, Ben Gvir is part of the political elite, so those are the backdrops in the girls' lives. 90 years apart, but frighteningly similar in racism and fascism.
The specifics are different, but the goal is the same: erasure. We celebrate our religion, our nation, our superiority, by negating and erasing yours.
Now let's get to the specifics of Hind Rajab's story. Hind, whom I'm calling the Anne Frank of Palestine. And feel free to call her that, by the way, and spread the word about her being the Anne Frank of Palestine. Because this is, I think, where we go wrong when we speak about Palestinian children. We keep counting numbers. 17,000, 20,000, and in the future it's going to be 50,000. These numbers don't matter. When you list numbers, it has no effect. It's stories that people connect to and resonate with. Everyone here in the Netherlands knows the details about Anne Frank, and that she was having a crush on a boy, and she wrote about him in her diary, and everyone's like, oh, and as they should. But the Palestinian kids is like, oh, his head was decapitated. What? No, we need to know who these people were. So let's repeat her name and tell people who Hind Rajab was.
On January 29th, a harrowing call came into the Palestinian Red Crescent Society. A 6-year-old girl, Hind Rajab, was trapped, being shot at by Israeli occupation forces. Every other family member in the car had already been killed. In a call that lasted for hours, the terrified child begged the Red Crescent to please come and rescue her.
Now picture a 6-year-old girl that you know. Your daughter, your niece, your friend's daughter. Now imagine that 6-year-old girl that you know, trapped inside a car, surrounded by dead corpses, who are dead from being shot at. Imagine the fear inside this child.
أنا معك أنا معك ليجي حدا ياخدك ما بدي أسيبك لحالك
Imagine the fear in the pit of her stomach, knowing fully well that she's going to be next. It actually reminds me of Anne Frank's story when she was hearing about kids being sent to gas chambers.
The time Anne spent in Auschwitz, women who knew her there would recall that she was quiet and that she wept when she saw children being led to the gas chambers.
She knew that there's a big possibility that she's going to be next. She and her family knew. Now let's go back to Hind Rajab, and before we imagine what it's like to be that girl, let's even imagine what it's like to be that phone call operator, knowing fully well that you won't be able to save that girl, but you have to keep her on the line, you have to give her hope. One of the most heartbreaking moments is when she started reading Quran with her, just praying to God basically.
ونقرأ قرآن وأدعي شوي شو رأيك؟ طيب نحكي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم.
And speaking of Muslims praying and trying to find solace and peace against this killing machine that they're up against, when they resort to reading Quran just to calm down, they're being called terrorists. Allahu Akbar. What? Imagine you had a 6-year-old girl on the other end knowing she's about to die and you have the task to calm her down. We're going to get to Hind Rajab's call in full later. That's coming and we're going to listen to it together as a family. I want to point out that the dead relatives around Hind weren't her parents. It was her uncle, her aunt, and her other cousins. Hind's parents actually put her in the car with her relatives, thinking they're going to save her, because Hind's family has been attempting to leave Gaza City since the beginning of the assault by Israel. The same way Anne's father was constantly planning the escape of his family, before it was too late, of course.
Otto and Edith remained very concerned, and their fate to be determined by a new hostile state.
Hind's mother and older siblings were attempting the trek by foot. But because of the cold and the rain, Hind's mother sent her in the car with her aunt, uncle, and cousins, thinking this would be safer and less arduous for her baby girl.
And in the early hours of January 29th, Hind and her relatives left the house in Tel El-Hawa neighborhood of Gaza City. At 9:30 a.m., after the car took off, an Israeli spokesperson posted an evacuation order in Arabic on social media, asking residents of West Gaza City, including the Tel El-Hawa neighborhood, to move south. An analysis of satellite imagery shows that it was not possible for Hind and her relatives to drive south that morning because the road was blocked by debris from a recently bombarded high-rise building. And Hind's mother actually witnessed the shots being fired from an intersection near the home. By the way, can you imagine being Hind's mother? She actually called her mother as well, besides calling the Red Crescent Society.
قلت لها أنت وين يا هند مصابة؟ قالت لي أنا مصابة في إيدي وفي ظهري وفي رجلي.
Anyway, the shots that her mother witnessed had to have come from an Israeli military tank, because the tanks that are visible in satellite images on that intersection from the day of the attack have the shape and size consistent with that of Israeli Merkava tanks. But looking at such maps is of course a very dehumanizing, very depersonalizing way of looking at what happened. Let's actually remember that there was a little girl hiding inside the car that is captured in these images. Hiding in the car, but her fate was already sealed. This moment of Hind being in the car, of basically being in the crosshairs of Israel, calls to mind the moment the Franks were put on the train and sent to the camps. Similarly, Anne Frank's fate was sealed the second she was put on that train. What's similar about Anne and Hind is that they were two defenseless girls who represent a defenseless population facing a ruthless enemy. The similarities don't end there, because it's also in the methods, because you have to keep in mind the Israelis, like their Nazi predecessors, killed over a long period of time. There were other techniques other than firing and bombing and gas chambers. There was also starvation and spreading of diseases.
The Franks were housed in Women's Block 29. Margot and Anne, suffering from terrible skin conditions brought on by the dirt and muck, were soon transported to the so-called scabies block.
Sewage systems, desalination plants and water supply networks have all been destroyed by Israeli attacks. Temporary shelters with no running water, toilets or sanitation are a breeding ground for the rapid spread of disease.
And it's not just skin diseases, it's all sorts of diseases that are going to end up killing Palestinian children over the next years. And speaking of illnesses and diseases, way before October 7, a lot of sick children in Gaza were getting denied medical treatment because to get medical treatment, you need to get a permit to leave. And people in Gaza are trapped, right? And there's a backlog that goes for months and sometimes years. Like in 2019 alone, Israel denied 363 exit permit applications for Palestinian children referred for medical treatment. Actually, you know Francesca, right? Of course you know her. Icon. I once heard her, also before October 7, talking about interviewing children in Gaza. And she was interviewing these two little girls. One of them had terminal illness, I believe it was cancer. And she got the permit to go to the West Bank to get treatment. And Francesca was talking to the two girls, and she was asking the girl who's healthy, like how she feels about her best friend going away. She's like, I wish I have cancer, so I can get permit to leave. Imagine what life is like in Gaza. 55% of the people living in Gaza are literal children, trapped, who just look out at the ocean knowing they're never going to be able to leave. Speaking of Francesca, you know what's coming. I had to play her.
And as Italian Holocaust survivor Primo Levi reminds us, it is the amnesia of the past and the erasure of its victims that allows history to repeat itself. Yesterday, I presented my second report on genocide. Why so? Why do I insist in calling it genocide? Because it's so difficult to prove intent. Why don't you go with war crimes and crimes against humanity? Because if you go to a doctor and you have cancer and you are diagnosed with fever, you have a problem, a big problem, and it's the same with the people who's being genocided. Because it's not about a collection of war crimes and crimes against humanity that the Palestinians are experiencing. They have experienced through their entire life as a people war crimes and crimes against humanity. But nowadays the situation is different. And it's very important that we understand what is genocide and why this is to be recognized as a genocide. Because in the same way as the international community has failed to protect the victims of genocide in the case of the Jewish people in Europe, in the same way we are failing the Palestinians.
Hey guys, it's In Denial. The past few weeks have been
great.
Just realizing that this has been going on for more than a year. This is the second Christmas and this is still happening. It's a rough one, but it fits what we're talking about in this video. I usually do this joke where I'm in denial so you can wake up, but I don't have it in me to make jokes. But I just want to quickly thank all the people who donated to my videos in the last couple of months and also all the new members to the channel. Thank you guys so much. Now back to Hind, the Anne Frank of Palestine.
Of the millions, literally millions of stories to come out of the Holocaust, why do you think this one resonates the way it does?
People were shown the concentration camps, the atrocities that took place, the horror. And suddenly you find this innocent girl, and she, as a lighthouse, comes out of the darkness. And then I think humanity said, this is who we are.
واحدة بتحكي لي أنت أم هند رجب، بحكي لها قال هي بتحكي لي بنتك صارت من عمل لها قاعة في كولومبيا. أنا الصراحة قعدت أعيط، بس يعني انبسطت إنه ممكن قضية هند تحرك في إشي في هالعالم. يعني ممكن تكون هند إيدها سبب في إنه تعمل إشي في القضية الفلسطينية.
My goal with this video is to do what her mother asked, what Hind's mother asked. Honor her, basically. which is also what forensic architecture did. The people who did this thorough investigation about the killing of Hind Rajab, whose videos, all these figures I'm using from them. They did the investigation in close collaboration with Earshot, which is specialized in sonic investigation. The sonic or sound analysis is very important because during the phone call we hear shots, bullets. And there was an analysis done on the bullets to see how far the tank was from the car, i.e. could they see that there were children inside the car? Because by the way, there were a lot of bullets, not just in Hind's call, but there was another call coming from the car before Hind.
First call into the Red Crescent actually came from Hind's 15-year-old cousin, Leanne. Leanne told them her parents and siblings had already been killed.
So Leanne's parents and siblings, who are Hind's uncle and cousins, were dead. Imagine being a 15-year-old girl and a 6-year-old girl trapped inside a car that's being shot at by a tank nearby. And everyone around you is dead. Just imagine.
Hello? Hello, مرحبا عمو. الو مرحبا.
ايوه بتدخل علينا. الدبابة جنبك.
انتوا متخبيين؟
في السيارة.
Trigger warning, content warning, this is rough. Trigger warnings.
احنا جنبينا الدبابة.
انتوا جوا السيارة؟
After a series of audible shots, Leanne's voice can be heard screaming until it comes to an abrupt end. Now imagine being Hind, the 6-year-old, witnessing that, and then going for the phone and redialing and trying to talk to the dispatchers to send help. 6-year-old. Now, according to the sonic analysis by Earshot, a total of 64 gunshots can be heard, fired in just 6 seconds, a range of 750 to 900 rounds per minute. This range exceeds that of an AK-type rifle used by Hamas, but is consistent with an Israeli army-issued weaponry. Earshot found that with the minimum registered interval of 24 milliseconds, this tank would have to have been positioned at just 13 meters away from the car. At such proximity, it is not plausible that the shooter from the tank could not have seen that there were civilians inside the car, including children. In other words, they saw Leanne and Hind. So then the second call came, which is Hind's call, the subject of this video. After Leanne died, that very brief 28-second phone call that ended abruptly, Hind called.
Come take me, she says. Come take you? Please, I'm scared. Come quick. Call someone to come take me. Please. Okay, my dear, I will come and take you. Now a volunteer from the Red Crescent is coordinating so we can come and take you.
By the way, this is standard in war zones, that aid workers and medics coordinate with the army. They call them standard deconfliction methods to protect medics from coming under fire.
You can imagine these medic heroes so close to Hind, barely out of reach when their vehicle was targeted and their own lives taken.
But Israel doesn't care. We all saw what they did to the World Kitchen, Steph, earlier this year.
It's been a deadly day for humanitarian workers in Gaza after an Israeli strike ripped through a World Central Kitchen vehicle. Among the mangled metal, the most humble of items being transported to feed desperately hungry Palestinians.
By the way, speaking of those who put their lives at risk to save children like Hind, we're going to get into the details of how the paramedics died, because that is a whole other level of sadism and sickness. Because the paramedics that went in to rescue her eventually also got killed. But we'll get to that in a minute. But I just want to highlight that this reminds me of those who were aiding Anne Frank's family and other Jews, people who were hiding Jews. And this is very big here in the Netherlands, by the way. People who were putting their lives at risk to save Jews.
Mentioning the annex to anyone outside the core inner circle risked being discovered, and those who provided food, news and aid to the annex's inmates were racked with nerves.
But let's get back to Hind Rajab and the Red Crescent medics who went in to rescue her.
The Red Crescent jumped into action to try to rescue this child. They reached out to the IDF in an attempt to secure safe passage for their ambulance and for the rescuers. For hours, they waited to hear back from the Israelis as Hind pleaded for help, telling them to please come, that she was afraid of the dark. Finally, after 3 long hours, the Red Crescent got the green light. The ambulance had been cleared to move to Hind's location.
Permission from the Israeli army to send an ambulance to help Hind came at 5:40 p.m. when the sun was setting. It was starting to get dark.
According to the Red Crescent dispatcher, it wasn't long before that ambulance also came under IDF fire. Quote, first, the paramedics said the Israeli forces are putting laser lights on them, and then we heard a gunfire sound before we lost the connection. It was like a gunfire or explosion. We were not sure of what happened.
And this is where you see Israel's sadism. They give the ambulance permission, give everyone hope that they're about to be saved. Just that push was so sadistic. Again, another similarity with Anne's story, this push and pull, Anne thinking she's gonna get saved before that gets snatched away again.
The family always had their bags packed for an emergency departure, and it was hard to keep believing that they would one day be liberated. The family had some hope. The Allies had, by this time, invaded and established a firm foothold in Europe. There was hope of liberation.
But there was no liberation for Anne, and there was no liberation for Hind.
Anne pinned this old school map on the wall and began to mark the line of the Allied advance. On July the 21st, she wrote in her diary, "Now I am getting really hopeful."
But 2 weeks later, Anne heard the sound she had always dreaded. It was the German police patrol.
Hind and her relatives were killed attempting to flee Gaza City when their car encountered Israeli tanks.
Israeli troops moved out, and Hind's family was able to return to the area and locate the destroyed vehicle where Hind had issued her final desperate plea.
For days, the Red Crescent heard nothing from the medics who went to rescue Hind, and the heavy IDF presence made it impossible to send more people to go in and check. Red Crescents were posting on social media pleas for anyone to give them information what's going on, anyone in the area. And then finally, 12 days later, on February 10th, 2024, following the withdrawal of the Israeli military,
paramedics found the bodies of Hind, her uncle, her aunt, and their 3 children inside this black car.
عمود فقري وجمجمة وريحانة حوض. هذا بدلل أنه تم استهداف سيارة الإسعاف وعدم احترام لا قوانين دولية ولا أعراف إنسانية.
A kinetic analysis shows that the car was pushed from the front, the rotation of the steering wheel, deformation of the tire, and furthermore, the shape of the depression of the windshield suggests that it was run over by a vehicle such as a military bulldozer. By comparing satellite imagery captured during the 12 days between the attack and the date the evacuation order was lifted, forensic architecture was able to show that the car was moved. And 50 meters away from the car, the bodies of the 2 Palestine Red Crescent Society paramedics were found in the bombed ambulance. And by the way, the final moments of those 2 paramedics were also gut-wrenching. It was very brief, not hours long like Hind, but when they arrived, this was, by the way, the exchange between them and the dispatchers. Because remember, they arrived when it was already getting dark, so it was difficult to see. So the control room asks the paramedics, "Can you see the car?" The paramedic says, "I can't see a thing here." The control room goes, "Do you have your siren and flashing lights on?" The paramedics say, "Just the lights, not the siren." And then he goes, "Oh, there it is," and boom, that's when you hear the explosion.
Red Crescent crew Yusuf Zaino and Ahmed Al-Madoun were also murdered by the IDF in spite of being in a van clearly marked ambulance and in spite of having received explicit permission for the operation by the IDF.
The analysis from forensic architecture shows that the size of the exit hole in the ambulance car is consistent with the impact of an M83-0A1, which is an American-made explosive sold to Israel. Comparing the exit hole and levels of destruction helps reconstruct the impact and reveals the direction from which the ambulance was shot. This direction is consistent with the location of the Israeli tanks in the satellite imagery from between January 29th and February 8th.
Now, you can see in this video, first you're looking here at the ambulance, and then within sight, down the road, is the car where Hind spent her final hours.
Now just imagine how Hind spent her last few hours on this earth. Begging for help, frightened in the car. Are we ready to listen to the phone call? We're going to listen to it together.
ميتين؟ وهم هلا معك بالسيارة؟ انت هلا وين متخبئة هلا؟ وين انت هلا محمية؟
بالسيارة.
جوا السيارة انت صح؟ مش برا السيارة.
صح.
طيب خليكي يا عمري بالسيارة، انا رح اتمني فاتح الخط معاكي، اتمني احكي معك، ما بدي اسكر التليفون، تمام؟
الدبابة جنبية.
الدبابة وين؟
جنبية.
الدبابة جنبكم؟ عم تتحرك ولا واقف؟ نزل حدا منها؟
هي بتتحرك.
تتحرك؟ طيب هي بتتحرك جنب السيارة ولا هي جاي من ورا السيارة أو من قدام السيارة؟
من قدام السيارة.
هي جاية عليكي من قدام السيارة الدبابة؟ قريب كتير؟
كتير.
وعم تمشي؟ طيب ما بدنا نخاف.
نحكي معي.
أنا معك يا عمري، أنا معك، أنا معك ليجي حدا ياخدك، ما بدي أسيبك لحالك.
لما يجي حدا بتفكر طيب؟
إيه؟
لما يجي حدا يكون بتفكري.
لا أنا بدي أتمني معاكي لأطمن إنه حدا هلال أو حدا جاي ياخدك. بديش أفطر حتى أنت إذا أجا لا سمح الله الجيش ما تفصلي، خلي الخط مفتوح، ما بدنا نفصل، أنا معاكي. إيش يا عمري؟ يا حبيبتي يا عمري والله معك، هيني أنا مش تاركك، بحكي معاكي، ما بدي أصلا أتركك. ايه؟
أكثر من ساعة. أنا بكون موجودة حتى ليلة.
إيش؟
أنا ليلة بكون.
حبيبتي والله لو بإيدي لأجيكي نحكي يا الله.
يا الله.
يا رب احمينا.
يا رب احمينا.
In case this wasn't painful enough, forensic architecture mapped a total of 335 bullet holes on the body of the car. Most bullet hole entries were located on the right side of the vehicle, once again confirming the position of the shooters. How close they were, how cut off from their humanity they were, and are, because they're still killing Palestinian children today. Think of how many Hinds we don't know about. And by the way, the lucky ones who didn't die are the ones who are roaming now the streets of Gaza barefoot without their parents. The unaccompanied children, the orphans, those are the lucky ones. And imagine the fear they're going through. Like 15 months of relentless bombing. Just waking up and sleeping with this bombing that's happening, the fear. By the way, there are statistics now that are coming out about how many kids actually wish to die in Palestine. We haven't even gone to talk about mental health. By the way, this is another parallel between Hind and Anne's story.
Anne met one of her friends from home, Haneli, in the camp, and the two would speak together, either side of a barbed wire fence. Anne was herself incredibly ill. She believed her father and mother were both dead, and she confessed to Haneli that she did not want to live any longer.
And this is what will never be over. These reports of kids as young as 5 going to doctors and saying they'd rather be dead. Yep. The little boy who laid down in the road to sleep because he hoped he would be run over after his family was killed.
Yet Palestinians stay and have continued to stay and will continue to stay, and that's what kills the Israelis. They don't understand this rootedness, this belonging to the land. They don't get it because they're not from there.
And the same thing is the relation between the people and the land. For indigenous people, the land is not the place where they live. The land is who they are. And this is why we need to understand the bigger design behind what's happening in Palestine today. Under the fog of war, Israel accelerates the forced displacement of the Palestinians. Because the way I know the question of Palestine is through the forced displacement of its people. The Palestinians have been kicked out of their land amid the destruction of their villages and everything they had from 1947-49 and in 1967. And it continues. And what's happening today, it's much more severe because of the technology, because of the weaponry, but also because of the impunity that has been granted to the State of Israel over 76 years. The hubris that has led Israel to attack not just the Palestinian people, but the United Nations. This year has also marked an attack against the United Nations physically. Israel has damaged or in any way bombed and targeted and hit 70% of UNRWA infrastructure in Gaza. And it has killed 230 UN staff members. No one has been spared, not just among the Palestinians and the Lebanese. It's time to consider suspending the credential of Israel as a member state. I understand the sensitivity because none of you has really clean hands when it comes to human rights. That's okay, but no one else has maintained an unlawful occupation as Israel has done. Enough.
Like Nazi Germany, Israel acts in ways that are not bound to any laws or any norms, nothing. Like for example, in order to get Nasrallah in Lebanon, they flattened 6 residential buildings. Just boom. And remember, like last year when it was still a big deal to bomb a hospital, even they weren't sure they were going to get away with it. They had to release these animation videos of bunkers and tunnel systems under the hospital, but then they saw that the world doesn't care. Now they just bomb hospitals every day. No proof, no even mention of Hamas, just bombing medical centers. Like, Palestinians dying is just inevitable. That's what has to happen. I went out, by the way, for this dinner a month ago with a friend who, not a friend, an acquaintance, just someone I know from the film days. So me, her, and her 2 friends were out having dinner at this Indian restaurant. And they asked me like after how are you doing? And I said, today was, and I had just been watching a lot of videos about Palestine that day. And I said, I don't know. They're like, what's up? And I said, Palestine. And they looked at me like nothing. Usually when you tell people, I'm not asking everyone to be like horrified, but a normal reaction when you are against children dying, you would be like, fuck, maybe I don't know enough. That's okay as well to say, I don't know enough, but that's heartbreaking. But they had as if I said nothing. As if I said, can I have some water? They were just looking at me eating. I was so stunned by the lack of reaction that I had to like add a qualifier, almost like auditioning for sympathy. By the way, I'm Palestinian. I said, again, no reaction, just eating. And these aren't terrible people, but just it shows you how deeply ingrained this idea of you just accept that Palestinians die. It's inevitable. We don't like it. I mean, sure, it sucks that children die, but they kind of brought it on themselves, right? Like, a little bit. Because people like that can't even bring themselves to accept the idea that Israel wants to erase Palestinians.
When were you in Gaza? End of April for the first couple weeks of May.
Dr. Mark Perlmutter, an orthopedic surgeon from North Carolina and vice president of the International College of Surgeons, volunteered in Gaza.
40 mission trips, 30 years, ground zero, earthquakes, all of that combined doesn't equal the level of carnage that I saw against civilians in just my first week in Gaza.
And when you say civilians, is it mostly children?
Almost exclusively children. I've never seen that before. And then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head in the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper.
They don't want Palestine to have a future. And children, as Whitney Houston once said, the children are the future. So killing Palestinian children is a way of making sure there's no more Palestinians in the future. But they could never. By the way, another goal of Israel, besides wiping out the Palestinians, is the humiliation.
What we get in the videos are the most dramatic moments, right? It's people getting pulled from the rubble. It's the blood, it's the gore. But what's absent in a lot of that reportage is the daily humiliation, the daily reduction of human life, the lack of hygiene and what that does to human beings, what it means for parents on a daily basis to not send their kids to school, what it means to wait in line for hours to use a shared toilet and to structure your whole day around just trying to get to that toilet. What it means to live in a tent where sand gets into everything. It gets into every crevice, every bite of food you eat, your hair, into your scalp. All of these details of the daily degradation.
You know, watching this for more than a year, and now as well digging in Anne's story, I didn't know much. I mean, I knew about Anne Frank, of course, but I didn't know the details, and also of what the Nazi soldiers used to do. When you realize also in Anne's story, Nazi soldiers, they used to humiliate and degrade Jews during the Holocaust. And it makes you think, like, are Israelis just taking out revenge on Palestinians of something more than just October 7? They're avenging the stories that they grew up hearing about, stories about the Holocaust.
Each prisoner had a number tattooed on their left forearm, were stripped and all the hair on their body shaved. Degradation after degradation was meted out to the prisoners, who were forced to shower in dirty water and then handed ragged outfits.
And it's the same thing that happens to Palestinians now. I mean, just have you seen this image of this boy who's eating grass? And this degradation of Palestinians did not start on October 7th. This is what Israeli soldiers are trained to do for years.
אסור לחשוב שהם אנשים בסדר, קשי יום שמנסים לשרוד במקום סגור.
אחר כך הבנתי שכאילו, בשביל להיות שם, אז צריך לשבור להם את הרוח, לשבור אותם. לשבור אותם זה אומר שיחכו, ושיהיה להם בד על העיניים, ושתייחסו להם לא יפה, ושיכתבו מוות לערבים על השכפ"ץ.
But the idea of openly treating Palestinians in this way became permissible after October 7th. That's the only difference. And this is not unlike 1930s Germany. Because, by the way, the gas chambers wasn't the first thing that happened. It just, boom, you go from 0 to 100. No. In the beginning, it was Jews have to register their businesses, and the bank accounts of Jews were getting closed in Germany. So it was like slowly, gradually building up to that. And then there was the ice cream ammonia incident. That's one of the things that gave permission, okay, let's go in now.
Between February the 9th and February the 11th, 1941, Jewish patrons of the Cocoa ice cream parlor, frustrated by constant menacing from the NSB, threw ammonia at a German police division who entered the store. These events gave the regime just the opportunity they had been looking for.
In a way, October 7 is that ice cream incident. It's the excuse to do what they've always wanted to do. All the atrocities that have happened after October 7 are justified by October 7, including the killing of Hind. And by the way, Israel is still investigating the killing of Hind.
The premier outlets of Western journalism, the Times, the Post, CNN, and the BBC, all failed to use the word killed or to so much as mention Israel in their headlines about Hind's murder. New York Times choice here is emblematic. Quote, missing 6-year-old and rescue team found dead in Gaza, aid group says, as if they just dropped dead under mysterious circumstances.
By the way, the State Department spokesperson, Matt Miller, was asked about the killing of Hind Rajab and the use of the American-made weapons, shell fragments from the American-made M83-0A1.
Have you seen that report, and do you have any response?
Yeah, we are devastated about the reports of the death of Hind Rajab. I will tell you that I have a little girl that's about to turn 6 myself, and so it is just a devastating account, a heartbreaking account for this child, and of course there have been thousands of other children who have died as a result of this conflict. And every one of them is a tragedy that I know, I can tell you, everyone in the United States government feels quite deeply. We have asked the Israeli authorities to investigate this incident.
You know that bit where he goes, everyone in the US government feels very deeply. Oh yeah? I hope you feel deeply. I hope you feel so deeply that you never get a single second of rest or sleep ever in your life. And that thing of him bringing up his own 6-year-old was a nice touch. Dracula has feelings. Wow. And by the way, there's a reporter from Zeteo called Prem Taker who's been following up with the State Department over the investigation of Hind Rajab's killing. Since January, he keeps bringing it up time and time again.
I think that question is appropriately directed to the government of Israel. I will say on behalf of the United States, we have made clear to them that we want that incident to be investigated. They have told us they are investigating it.
Any updates on Hind Rajab's, the investigation into the killing of Hind Rajab's family and the paramedics sent to save her?
I don't have an update. My understanding is that the investigation is ongoing.
How can this administration's approach of relegating things to months-long investigations while not changing policy, all as thousands more are killed, be a justified approach?
Investigations in some cases take time. You heard me a minute ago say we want them in every case to be conducted swiftly, but not at the expense of thoroughness.
It's been 101 days now since Hind Rajab, her family members, medics sent to save her were killed. So first question related to that is there an update on the investigation into that attack?
I don't have anyone. I'm happy to go back and get you the latest.
Is there an update into this investigation?
Let me get you an answer on that and come back to you.
Is it really an independent investigation if the alleged culprits are the ones conducting the strike?
What I said, we thought it's appropriate for the government of Israel to investigate. What they have said is they went to these agencies and asked for information and it wasn't forthcoming.
I reached out to the Red Crescent and they said that no, the Israeli government did not reach out. So has the Biden-Harris administration followed up on this alleged lie about the Israeli government or sought to confirm any of Israel's claims on the half-year-old killing now of this girl and her family?
So we are in touch with our partners in Israel around the clock on a variety of issues. I don't have any specifics to read out as it relates to this conversation. I'm happy to track if there have been any additional updates, but to my understanding, this investigation is still ongoing, and I will leave it to them to speak to the details of it.
It's now 197 days since Hind Rajab was killed, family members killed, the medics said they were killed. What's the update on that?
We don't have any updates for you.
How can people, how can Ashnur's family take an investigation seriously that's conducted by the perpetrator, and more if they continue to delay and reportedly lie to the U.S. about their investigation into Hind Rajab?
Well, that is exactly why we have called and have continued to call for these processes to be as swift and as thorough as possible.
When can Americans expect a conclusion?
Any American can expect that this administration, this government will do everything we can to ascertain and gather whatever information is required.
I can't speak on behalf of either the Israelis or the NGOs about what is true and what isn't, but that's what we've been told by the parties.
How can it be prepared to send more of the same rounds Israel reportedly used to kill Hind Rajab if all these days later it can't get to some sort of conclusion on such a well-known?
But you guys, maybe we're being suspicious of Israel. Maybe they are carrying out the investigation. It just takes time. It does take time. Time to come up with a story with how the ambulance they cleared was actually a command and control center for Hamas. Or maybe that Hind herself was a Hamas leader. You never know. Hamas. But just so that you know, while these people are still running cover for Israel and hiding the crimes shamelessly, with no morality or conscience whatsoever, countless other children like Hind continue to die. Kids whose names we'll never know. I want to go back to why it's important to understand Hind's story in the context of Anne and the Holocaust. Childhood is normally a small part of all our lives. But in the case of Anne and Hind, that brief childhood was the only life they knew.
It was reported in her baby book that Anne loved her uncle Julius and was delighted whenever he entered the room. Her parents also noted that she was becoming an inquisitive child and asked almost constant questions.
تركت وجع في قلبي، تركت لي وجع والله ذكريات ووجع في قلبي. أحلى طفلة في العالم هند وأبسط طفلة في العالم، حلمها تكون طبيبة حتى اللي راحوا ينقذوها الأطباء استشهدوا، يعني ما ضلش إشي. حلمها تكون طبيبة وترجع على البيت. يا الله ما أبسط حلمها.
I know that there is an Anna Frank Foundation, Mr. Frank. What is the purpose and the aim of it?
Well, in short, I should say to fight against prejudice and discrimination, respectively hatred against people of different race and religion.
By the way, I want to mention the Hind Rajab Foundation in Belgium. It's devoted to breaking the cycle of Israeli impunity and honoring the memory of Hind Rajab, and they opened a case against 1,000 Israeli soldiers with the ICC with evidence. And I know that's not enough to give us hope, like things like the Hind Rajab Foundation, but we can't lose hope. One of my subscribers actually sent me this clip of Gabor Mate speaking about this, and it really resonates with how I've been thinking about it in the last couple of months, that we have to let go of the idea that we're going to see justice and freedom in the short term. It's horrible, but we have to let go of that.
People have been trying to stop suffering, end cruelty, promote healing, promote peace. I mean, you're a theologian, you know all these great avatars of spiritual truth. Take the Buddha. How's universal love going? Jesus. How is forgiving your brothers and your enemies and turning the other cheek? How's that going? So you might say they're failures. Are they? Or did they not contribute massively to a human project that is a long-term project? In our own little ways, we can each do the same thing. It's not ours to finish, so we can't take it personally.
we know that from time to time there arise among human beings people who seem to exude love as naturally as the sun gives out heat.
Two lovers gazing out at the sunset, but between them still so much unsaid. An honest bond but many secrets their tongues kept. They got oh so close but never undressed. Under occupation, made impossible choices. Both traumatized from sounds of the horrible voices. Used to meet in discreet places, but it wasn't quite planned. Imagine they were two kites over occupied land. In each other's presence, they were dancing on the clouds, but he was holding a secret that was harder to pronounce. They both would dream on the plane where the souls would meet, exchanging long love letters and broken poetry and chaos. They found solace in each other's arms, a safe place where neither one could suffer harm. At times he felt like he was holding a furnace as the secret he kept bubbled close to the surface. A feeling too deep for them to put into words. Freedom from the occupiers who would bully and curse, but the truth of the picture hadn't fully emerged. One day she came to see him, he was looking disturbed. He turned to her and said, "You never know the ways you're healing me." He said, "I've got the big C in me. They call it cancer, wasn't diagnosed recently. If we get through this challenge, I hope you'll say if I survive, this is cause of you." She looked into his eyes, said, "You heal me too. If you were ever to die, it would kill me too. It would kill me too." He used to say, "If I survive, this is cause of you." She looked into his eyes, said, "You heal me too. If you were ever to die, it would kill me too. It would kill me too." Just two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, in the sky, in the sky. Just two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, in the sky, in the sky. As the two kites moved across a clear blue sky, they watched together silently. With tearful eyes, they saw oceans in each other and could hear the tides. As the days slowly approached that they feared inside, the summer came and the days grew longer. His health deteriorated, but their love grew stronger. They stayed at the same bench, always the same bench. The treatment came and went, they stayed at the same bench. And then he turned a corner, the treatment started working. She thought maybe he'd make it, but she can't be certain. Till doctors broke to him the good news that he was free. All he could think is it was her that he needs to see. He rushed to see her, doctor's note he was handling. Sweaty palms, he reached the spot she was standing in. Their eyes met, a drone struck next to her, a lorry. In a flash of a moment, it was everywhere, her body. He fell to his knees, couldn't believe what he sees. She was his salam, how could they take away his peace? Now he spots her everywhere, every time that he sleeps. His life was a puzzle, only she was the key. Nowadays, they see him and think he's homeless cause he lives at the bench, looking up to where his soul is. Sometimes he thinks he spots her out the side of his eye when he's looking up at those two kites. He used to say, "If I survive, this is cause of you." She looked into his eyes, said, "You heal me too. If you were ever to die, it would kill me too. It would kill me too." He used to say, "If I survive, this is cause of you." She looked into his eyes, said, "You heal me too. If you were ever to die, it would kill me too. It would kill me too." Just two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, in the sky, in the sky. Just two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, in the sky, in the sky.
Something a little lighter.
Okay.
So, this is one of my dearest friends. This is Maynard from Tool. I call him up when I'm feeling terrible and he sings me lullabies. So I asked him to come and sing tonight.
Mohammed, my friend, it's time to tell the world. We both know it was a girl back in Bethlehem. And on that fateful day, when she was crucified, she wore seder red, and we drank tea by her side. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Used to be so sweet to me, Mohammed, my friend, teach me how to love brothers who don't know the law. What about the deal on the flying trapeze? Got a peanut and butter hand, but on a dewdropping, at the dewdropping, I said a sweet, 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 between the boys and the bees, sweet, 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 between the boys and the bees. Yes, say, I say. Moses, I know you've seen fire, but you never seen fire until you seen a pale blow, and I never seen a light, but sure have seen guilt. And glad to save a place for me on your grapevine until I get my eye on a TV. Sure, and if I lose my cracker jacks at the tidal wave, I got a place in the pub's honey rubber rub. I said, Mohammed, my friend, it's time to tell the world. We both know it was a girl back in Bethlehem. We both know it was a girl back in Bethlehem. We don't know it was a girl back in Bethlehem.
Ho, 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 this is Slurp Bofa coming to you live from the deprogram sweatshop deep in the bowels of the earth. With consumption season in full swing, your favorite podcasters are here to help. We've assassinated the CEO of North Pole LLC, Santa Claus, and are now capitalistically producing anti-capitalist products made by the nimble hands of fully unionized children. Elves. This season's drop reeks of versatility, suitable for all sorts of critical life events, from corporate Christmas parties, to weddings, paramilitary clandestine operations, or even dinner dates, if any of you are capable of finding love. Our flying reindeer are currently on loan as an organic vegan alternative to military drones, bringing down the average CO2 emissions of a payload delivery to almost zero. The many brave private military companies flying over Syria right now couldn't be happier with the service. So this year, we hope a classic human delivery man will suffice. If you're lucky, it might even be Hakeem, with an extra package for you. Follow the link below, get dripped out, consume ironically, support the show, and make family gatherings extremely awkward. Patrons, as always, get a discount, because class society or something. Happy holidays from all of us here at the Deprogram.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to yet another episode of the Deprogram. Today, we have a very special guest in store for you. Published author, digital superstar, co-founder of the world's trippiest cooperative fashion brand, and by far the best-dressed guest we've ever had on. Welcome, Madeline. Thank you for coming. Please tell our guests who are living in some sort of cave that might not know more about you, about what you do, and where they can find all your different types of work.
Hello, I am Madeline, and I am probably most known for my TikTok presence. There, I have almost 2 million followers under the username Madeline Pendleton. And I can tell you right now, it's a curse I wouldn't wish on anybody. When people upset me on Twitter, I respond, I curse you with 1.7 million followers on the internet. So that's always fun. Beyond that, I run a clothing company on a socialist model. And I also have my own podcast that's mostly about American imperialism and American labor law called Pick Me Up, I'm Scared. Amazing. And I am a New York Times best-selling author of a book called I Survived Capitalism and All I Got Was This Lousy T-Shirt, which is a memoir about my life, but my life is a microcosm of the average American experience.
Fantastic. You will find links to all of Madeline's fantastic work in the description below. So, okay, let's start. Madeline, are they going to actually end up banning TikTok in the States?
Okay, so I've been hoping.
Oh, fuck you. The fake modesty. I hate it. I hate it. It's a curse. Oh, I'm going to lose all of the... Yeah. It's going to be good.
I mean, TikTok is the bane of my existence. So, like, ethically, they should not ban TikTok. But personally, it would make my life a lot easier because it is absolute hell to be on it. But this is something I think about a lot because obviously the reason that our government says they want to ban TikTok is that China bad, you know, they're just like, well, China bad, so must ban TikTok. We also have seen obviously some info from IPAC or the ADL that people were really upset that TikTok was being used as a tool to radicalize people in regards to the Palestinian struggle. So we do see that there's political utility in TikTok, and it is reaching a large number of young people in a way that supersedes normal news cycles. So we understand that the threat is there and why. But as a user of TikTok, it's very interesting because TikTok is the most highly censored platform I've ever been on. We had to invent new words because you weren't allowed to say killed or murdered. You know, you have to come up with words. Unalive. You're not allowed to candidly discuss sexual assault. You have to say
watermelon country. Yeah,
exactly. There's all this censorship you have to work around. So I think it's just this really dichotomous issue because I don't think TikTok is the best tool for mass radicalization. However, clearly it has been the best tool for mass radicalization because it's considered a threat, right, to people in power. So I really feel like it could go either way at this point. Part of me thinks that it is too much of an asset to actually be banned, and that ultimately ByteDance will probably sell or at least license it in some way to American companies that's beneficial. But also the deadline being the last date of the Biden presidency kind of leaves limited opportunity for that. So, what we'll see is that probably on the 19th, the Supreme Court won't pick up the case by then. It's a month away. And it'll probably disappear from the app stores. And then there will probably be a lengthy legal battle that ensues after that. And people will still have the app on their phones. And then we don't know if it'll prevail and people will be able to keep up with it in the app stores and the app will continue to be updated or not, or if it'll just kind of fall by the wayside. So I'm not really sure. I don't know what to think. I think, like I said, personally, selfishly, my life would be a lot easier without it. But it has been a great way to talk to people and educate people, especially about world politics, unlike anything else I've seen before.
So for people who are out of the loop, it's ByteDance, foreign company, obviously China scary, all that stuff. So right now, what is it, 40 odd days before it needs to be purchased by a U.S. seller? Otherwise, it's banned. That's the gist of it, right?
Yeah, a U.S. buyer. Yes, exactly. And ByteDance has said that they do not want to sell because the U.S. base is 15 to 17%, I believe, of the total world base using the app. And the thing about TikTok that's very unique, if anybody's never been on it, is that the algorithm is extremely sophisticated. So part of the reason they don't want to sell, I guess, is the proprietary technology of the algorithm. Yeah, selling that, you're selling basically your secret sauce. And so people have speculated that ByteDance will not sell because they don't want to compromise their secret sauce with 85% of their user base who is not in the United States. So it's a very interesting position that, like, basically we find ourselves in. I know Donald Trump, despite trying to ban it in the past, has now decided he will be the champion of TikTok for some reason. He's completely
the other side doesn't like it, so I love it now. Wah, wah, wah. American politics, I live for it.
He's like, I'm going to save TikTok. I'm like, I have not seen this man successfully do anything. So he couldn't, I don't know. He couldn't even build his silly little wall. So I don't know. How are you going to save whatever? He thinks he's going to make the deal of the century for TikTok, find a buyer for it that ByteDance likes, and he's going to come in and save the day. But it kind of reminds me of that story of that random rich guy who thought he was going to fix the Middle East and just like took himself on a plane to Israel and was like trying to meet with like high ups, like I'm going to solve war. And then everyone was like, and then he left and was like, that was way harder than I thought. Sorry, guys. I don't think I remember that from the early 2000s. That's the vibe I'm getting from Trump with TikTok. I'm like, you're not going to solve the Middle East problem of TikTok. Like, it's not going to happen.
How do we do this without giving Palestinians their human rights? What a doozy. I was going to say about the, what's it called? Trump not building as well. We're going to need a brown-black girl boss, of course, to do that. And that's why Kamala, the masses were not ready. But I was going to say there's a little background commentary on the TikTok thing that I always found very interesting. It's like the first step of the of declining American hegemony, where the United States overestimates their size and influence over this, because I've never seen anything like this in my life, where something internet related has penetrated the deepest corners of boomerism in the third world. You will find 85-year-old village like babushkas, and they will be on TikTok. They don't know what Instagram is, they don't know what Facebook is, none of this, but TikTok, they have that on their fucking ancient Motorola's. And why would they regain on like 70 or 80 or God knows how many percent of their audience or their base that exists outside of the United States. But sorry, go on, you go.
No, it's you're hitting the nail over the head, in my opinion, because like the hardcore elitism ingrained in the fucking empire, to use fucking nerd terminology here, is for some reason they expected that like 100% of all of the most popular internet platforms are always going to be coming out of the US. So they did not, like, if they were not so cocky, they would have definitely had legislature in place previous to TikTok exploding so much.
It's coming in now. Surely.
Yeah, it's coming in now. But they were like, that's what I'm saying. They were so cocky. They were like, there's no way this can happen. Like, what, the fucking Asiatic hordes or the people of the Southern Americas, they don't even have the internet. How can they possibly actually create something? So now it's come. Not only has it come, but it's like completely enveloped most of, the American youth, but including in Hakim's world, also the babushkas from rural Ohio. But basically, the point is that it kind of caught them from like left field. But what's even more interesting than this is that if they end up banning it, which I'm equally as skeptical, it's kind of a precedent, because there was never something that was like actively used. I'm not even talking as just a digital product. Something that's so actively used by how many? Does any of you like have a number? It's probably like 50 plus million Americans. I would guess, right? To like completely remove it from the market. I don't think that's ever been done. Except, and now Hakim's going to get triggered. Except during the Prohibition era in the 1920s, and we saw how that fucking went. But yeah, it's just it can go into so many directions, and it's interesting to keep an eye on. But most likely, we don't live in the most interesting timeline, so it's probably just going to get bought out potentially, or there's immediately going to be an alternative. At this point, it's just guesswork. But
120.5 million TikTok users in the U.S.
120 significant.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I also wonder, though, can they really, like, what does it mean in terms of their narrative? Most Americans hear that the reason why China bad, for example, one instance is the Great Firewall. They can't go on the internet because they don't have free speech like we do, or like the DPRK, North Korea, they can't access websites. So how does it play into their narrative? Like, how do they pass it off propaganda-wise that we're the freest country on earth? which is why we can't access this one app everyone else in the world can use. Like, how does that play into our positioning here?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I think some people are just so brainwashed about the China stuff now that they can legitimately hold both those things in their mind at the same time. Like, we are so free. In fact, it's making us more free to ban TikTok because the evil influence of communism cannot get in through this children's app or whatever.
Right.
Which I still can't open, by the way. Like, every time Hugo sends me a TikTok, I check it out. I tap the link. I'm such a boomer. And Hakeem
This
is
is a
too.
civil
He'll
war
back me
here.
up. I tap the link.
Fuck you.
It opens in Safari on my phone. I have to say, okay, open an app because I've got the app, and then it takes me to the App Store, and it says install, but I've already got it installed. I don't know what the problem is.
You're embarrassing
I do it
me
mostly
in
just
front
to
of
get
our
after
guest.
you.
Okay.
Maybe you're like the beta mode test for the ban. Maybe they
That's
just found you.
She just called you a beta. That's it. You're done.
They're like 1,000 most influential communists in the country.
Yeah.
Okay, this JT guy. Okay, no TikTok for him. He might start posting because I'm unironically forcing him. We just started. Actually, listeners, go check out our TikTok account, which is so ironic that we just started one when it's potentially going to get banned. But hey, maybe we get shared by Madeline and that changes. Wink, wink. I'm fucking with you. But jokes aside, I have to use him because the uploads are not region locked, but depending on where you upload from, it shows more to that country from where you uploaded it. So obviously, I am in the Balkans. Hakeem is in Iraq, so I have to force JT to upload them, and he's the only guy that's arguably still like
does not know how to use TikTok.
He's currently streaming from a rock, right? Like the man refuses to touch anything electrical. But okay, enough about TikTok. Maybe it gets banned, maybe it doesn't. It's interesting. The world will definitely change, though. But even though the two boomers here don't understand it most definitely will. Anyways, at least Madeline's life will. Anyways, let's start talking about something that is semi-TikTok related because it started on the platform and it was a very big controversy. You were involved in a couple of months ago that got blown insanely out of fucking proportion. Basically, you went on a racist tirade saying everyone who supports the Democrats on social media is paid $10 million per word. You were saying this while standing under a portrait of Kim Jong-un with a perfect military salute. Or you just said that the Dems are paying like 10 to 15K to social media influencers who are willing to repeat their talking points, which ended up being true. But which one is it, Madeline? Who do you work for?
I think it's clear that you got in trouble because IPAC was irritated that you stole their copyright of paying people exorbitant sums of money to say. Sorry, go on.
No, I mean, it's really funny because sometimes people will be like, you're such a shill for like China. And my friends will be like, why do they say that? And I'm like, well, it could be because I'm always like, save us, Xi Jinping. Like, please come fix us. Please liberate us. Build the high-speed rail here. Xi Jinping.
Fire when ready.
So I get it. But yeah, no. So basically what happened is I was approached by a group who was hired on behalf of the Democratic Party. And I know for certain I got two pitches, and one of the pitches certainly came from the DCCC, which is the official caucus for the Democratic Congress people in the House of Representatives.
Okay. And Soviet ass acronym. What is this? 1923 Soviet acronym.
Communism. So they basically approached me to talk about the legislative power of the Democrats in Congress and all these great laws that were passed. And I was like, no, I'm not interested in that. Thank you. And then the second one that came out was specifically to kind of fearmonger about Project 2025, which
they support.
Yes.
I left. No. So Project 2025 obviously is just the current iteration of the mandate for leadership that has been put out by the Heritage Foundation every election cycle since 1980.
Bipartisan. Essentially.
Bipartisan, yes, because Democrats take policy from it. Republicans don't take all policy from it, and ultimately at the end of the day, they are a very influential group, but they're not the only think tank in Washington with a right-wing agenda. There are several, and they're all putting out their own versions of the mandates for leadership. So, when I saw this, I was like, yeah, it's not like I love what's going on in Project 2025, but more than that, I don't love the Democrats misrepresenting Project 2025 to fearmonger to their base. And I don't like them implying that they would be the ones to stand in the way and stop these objectively, I think, evil things from happening, because they historically have not. They historically have supported these things. They historically have taken healthcare legislation from these things. So I got these two pitches and I was beyond offended, obviously. And I was like, I'm not doing that. Also, some social media intern probably really blew it that day by seeing my content and seeing like two videos and being like, this looks like a Democratic Party. They missed all the Xi Jinping come save us stuff. They totally missed that part. So Yeah, I didn't think anything of it. I was just like, I don't want to do this. And they had pitched me several videos. One was like a month-long contract, like every month leading up to the election from August to November. And the other was one
It depends on what it is, Arnaldo, because of YouTube.
$500 across all
That's
videos.
crazy.
That's not nearly enough.
Yeah.
So I was insulted, obviously. No. So I didn't think anything of it. I just declined the offer until I started seeing people on TikTok basically performing the pitches that I had been sent, but not disclosing paid content. So I made a video just saying, hey, just so you know, some of the content you see these popular creators posting that seems like organic political thought coming from them about their values and interests is probably paid content they are not disclosing, because I've seen multiple people performing to these pitches I received that I turned down. And you should know the Democratic Party is paying people tens of thousands of dollars for these types of videos. So just
sorry for interrupting you, but I can just imagine you like scrolling and slowly like the situation is zooming out and it becomes one of that fucking one of those classic memes when it's a shot of like over 300 different news anchors in the US saying absolutely.
Yes, and YouTube has very strict copyright rules.
This is a threat to our
dangerous
democracy. Democracy. And you're literally scrolling, and probably some of them, unfortunately, mutuals, and be like, why the fuck are they all saying the same thing? And it's the same thing I got as a quote in the fucking email. But that's just how I'm seeing the situation. Yeah.
Well, that's what happened. And that's why ultimately I got really, really annoyed, because to me, I'm cynical enough that it's not surprising to me that political parties are now paying influencers for content. Like they've always paid media to spread, you know, I don't know, like advertising on their behalf. That's nothing new to me. But what was disturbing to me is that so much of social media content creation, there's been so many laws passed and regulations passed trying to force content creators to disclose when something is a paid ad. So people watching know that they're being advertised to, because social media really can blur the boundaries between what's an ad or like an organic endorsement. And none of these people were posting that this was paid content. And what it came down to at the end of the day is that there are loopholes for political advertisements. As long as you don't explicitly say vote for Kamala Harris, you don't have to disclose that this is paid ad money.
That's slimy.
It's very, very slimy. So all these young, impressionable people, especially people with good left-wing values who want to do the right thing, might see their favorite content creators being like, and the right thing to do is elect the baby killers. They're going to save us all from the evil, bad, big, worse baby killers doing Project 2025. And if you're young and impressionable and you haven't taken a lot of time to really, I don't know, like one, have experience of what it actually means to live under democratic leadership and really pay attention to their foreign policy, their domestic policy. And two, you are trusting somebody that you think has more of an acumen for that to tell you the right thing to do. You're going to be extremely susceptible to that. And you're going to think that's the right thing to do. And that is like the biggest trick of liberalism, right? They manage to convince you that the best thing you could do to be a good person is support all of these objectively evil things, because there's a bigger, badder evil in the world we have to fight. And maybe it's someone overseas, maybe it's someone in another country, maybe it is Kim Jong-un or Xi Jinping, maybe it's someone right here like Donald Trump, even though we know these people pass a lot of the same policies. Sometimes the Democrats' policies are even worse than Trump's in certain areas, and they're all friends at the end of the day. So yeah, this is what was surprising to me. So I posted this video thinking, hey, this is not going to be that big of a deal, and it absolutely went viral. I mean, the first thing that happened.
So you were surprised. You were like, what the fuck? What? All saying the same thing, and it's the same thing I got as a quote in the fucking email. But that's just how I'm seeing the situation.
Well, that's what happened, and that's why ultimately I got really, really annoyed, because to me, I'm cynical enough that it's not surprising to me that political parties are now paying influencers for content. Like they've always paid media to spread, you know, I don't know, like advertising on their behalf. That's nothing new to me. But what was disturbing to me is that so much of social media content creation, there's been so many laws passed and regulations passed trying to force content creators to disclose when something is a paid ad. So people watching know that they're being advertised to, because social media really can blur the boundaries between what's an ad or like an organic endorsement. And none of these people were posting that this was paid content. And what it came down to at the end of the day is that there are loopholes for political advertisements. As long as you don't explicitly say vote for Kamala Harris, you don't have to disclose that this is paid ad money.
That's slimy.
It's very, very slimy. So all these young, impressionable people, especially people with good left-wing values who want to do the right thing, might see their favorite content creators being like, and the right thing to do is elect the baby killers. They're going to save us all from the evil, bad, big, worse baby killers doing Project 2025. And if you're young and impressionable and you haven't taken a lot of time to really, I don't know, like one, have experience of what it actually means to live under Democratic leadership and really pay attention to their foreign policy, their domestic policy. And two, you are trusting somebody that you think has more of an acumen for that to tell you the right thing to do. You're going to be extremely susceptible to that. And you're going to think that's the right thing to do. And that is like the biggest trick of liberalism, right? They manage to convince you that the best thing you could do to be a good person is support all of these objectively evil things, because there's a bigger, badder evil in the world we have to fight. And maybe it's someone overseas, maybe it's someone in another country, maybe it is Kim Jong-un or Xi Jinping, maybe it's someone right here like Donald Trump, even though we know these people pass a lot of the same policies. Sometimes the Democrats' policies are even worse than Trump's in certain areas, and they're all friends at the end of the day. So yeah, this is what was surprising to me. So I posted this video thinking, hey, this is not going to be that big of a deal, and it absolutely went viral. I mean, the first thing that happened.
So you were surprised. You were like, what the fuck?
I did not think this was like a whistleblower disclose moment.
But for context, for those of you who might not be on TikTok and might not have seen it, or actually on Twitter, because it was all over Twitter as well. That was like the biggest thing for like over 10 to 15 days for everybody in general progressive politics on the internet. It was absolutely everywhere. And I can't even imagine how you felt, because like to have so many people immediately direct their attention to you, and in the most fucking slimy ass dirtbag fucking bitch shit fucking way is must have been insane. But please continue.
No, it's so weird seeing your name as a trending hashtag. And like, so a few things happened. The first thing that happened is that Republicans tried to seize on it, to be like, yeah, we hate the Democrats too. And I had to go, not you.
Also bad.
Wrong tree here, buddy. So get away. And all of these newspapers reached out to me to try to do all these interviews. But it's like the New York Times. I'm like, this is not a credible media source. I'm not talking about this with you. Yeah. You've got some agenda. Like, I remember Alsop. I remember Joseph Alsop from the CIA. Like, this, no. So I was like, no, get away. And then the biggest thing that happened is that instantly a lot of high profile creators who had previously been affiliated with the Democratic Party and not even like in a covert way started making videos trying to discredit me with like a lot of misinformation. And the biggest allegation that came out of this is that it was racist for me to not like Democrats because a lot of Black women are Democrats.
That was incredible. And that was like art. I was literally watching her. I was like, did you watch the same fucking video? She said, people are getting paid money to pitch a political party. And then somebody saw that, was like, oh yeah, racism. Yeah.
Racism, yeah. And I was like, please, by all means, convince me how supporting Claudia de la Cruz, who is the socialist, presidential candidate in the United States, who is a Black woman, is more racist than supporting Kamala Harris, who is literally supporting ethnic cleansing. Like, that's the biggest takeaway. Like, how did Democrats manage to convince our country that it's actually racist to not support ethnic cleansing?
They didn't. That's what you lost.
So this is what was going on. And it was from there, I think this is my conspiratorial brain. I get like too conspiracy theory, but I'm like, very obviously people paid money to discredit this. Like, it has to be. I have no proof of this, but it just seems to make sense. And from there, I think organic traction popped up. It's kind of the same thing we see with politics in the United States, is that maybe some people are paid assets. More than that, there's a lot of fucking dumbasses doing the Fed's work for free, So it was one of those situations, and it just like blew up, was absolutely wild. And now, 80% of the internet thinks I'm a racist and they don't even know why. But that's the thing. I think what it really triggered, though, was a lot of people maybe for the first time critiquing the role of identity politics and like the limitations of identity politics, because for so long to be a good person meant latching onto the idea of identity politics without any further kind of class ideas attached to it or an exploration of the limitations of that. And I do think one of the positive things that came out of this is people who maybe were just progressive liberals, right, in the United States started to question the utility of identity politics for the first time. Not all of them, but some of them started to be like, wait, maybe there's limitations to this. Like maybe Kamala Harris isn't ooh baby just because of a marginalized identity, and actually is a person who seeks to do harm and evil in the world to uphold Western hegemony and imperialism. So I think something maybe is starting to break in the world when it comes to like the identity politics thing. I think there was something promising that came out of it, I hope, maybe, but it's fascinating to behold.
It is. Well, tell me if it's too personal. Did you get surprised by some people that you might have interacted a lot in the past from, like, were you surprised by them, quote unquote, like, at least attempting to, because they didn't manage to, they end up being the ones lying in front of it? What am I talking about? The bus.
I actually I think I might have cultivated like a pretty good audience. The thing that surprised me the most is that, so nobody I followed jumped on that, but I also follow a lot of communists. I follow a lot of socialists. And from this, I actually found more on communists to follow and to interact with, and built up I feel like a better mutual base. But the thing that surprised me is that I had managed to cultivate any kind of liberal following at all, because I did end up losing 100,000 followers from that. And
that's insane.
Yeah. The most shocking thing though was how did I have 100,000 followers who've listened to my content and listened to what I talk about and believed this? And it is the thing where it's a lot of people are confused and don't have time to develop their politics fully, and they just want to be told what the right thing to do is. So if somebody comes forward and uses identity politics to be like, hey, actually the best thing to do is to support Kamala Harris or you're bad, and this person who's not supporting Kamala Harris, that means they're bad, then people are afraid and people are confused and they're going to believe that. And that is one of the downfalls, I think, of TikTok, is that it allows people to not develop their own personal sense of justice, what's right, what's wrong, what's accurate, and just go with whatever video pops up on their screen that has the most likes. And it's not often the truth. So that was the more surprising thing to me. Not other creators, but people who followed me. Because I was like, how have you followed me and watched me try to teach you about propaganda and teach you about these manipulation techniques and teach you about politics? And you fell for it in a second. So I'm not as good of a teacher as I thought, I guess.
Every teacher has F students,
But there are so many. I'm sure we've all dealt with this. I'm starting to think this person's a communist. This sounds a little what was your first clue? What are you doing here? Come on.
Well, the thing I said too is I was like, I told you guys I was a communist. Did you just think that was a fun thing? What did you think that meant?
What more can I say?
Of course, then a bunch of liberals found the word tanky from this experience, and they'd be like, whoa, I'm a socialist too. They're not. They're just throwing that word around. They're like, I'm a socialist too. I'm a leftist, but this person's a tanky. And it's also, I think what this really did is break the term leftist for a lot of people. Yeah. Because now you're starting to see people online who had previously used the term leftist being like, oh, well, actually, I don't think I am. I'm rejecting that term now. I am just a liberal. And, it's a double-edged sword, I guess.
It is.
No, it's on the one end, people were using the term leftist because they were ashamed to be identified with Democrats, with liberals. And there was something positive about that. But it's we failed to radicalize them in that moment. They weren't able to make the jump into actual left-wing ideology. So they went back to their comfort zone and acknowledged the truth, which is they were just a liberal all along, because they didn't want to reject these things like capitalism, like imperialism. So they're more honest now, but it's a missed opportunity, I think, for them to have actually developed left-wing ideology. So I don't know, it's very interesting. I think a lot of things changed as a result of that, though. I think it was an election moment cultural hit that illuminated a lot of different stuff.
They really did. And how did the situation basically end up resolving itself? They're not too loud after arguably, the biggest election loss in American history, or was it something else that kind of made it die out? Well, because it didn't. Just for the audience to know, it didn't die out. Madeleine didn't ignore the situation. She addressed it. And then quite literally hundreds, if not thousands of creators, especially very progressive and, socialist creators of color from the United States also jumped on, and they were like, the fuck you guys talking about, motherfucker? She's not any of the stuff that you're saying. So just before Madeleine gives her answer, she did not let this ride out, and it died out because it was no longer in the cultural zeitgeist. No, she very much so addressed it, and then something happened. So what happened? What do you think happened, Madeleine? Yeah.
Well, the first thing that happened is like I said, a lot of, I think other not to fall into the ID poll thing myself, but obviously it makes sense here. It's a lot of white progressives in the United States were just
they're not falling in it. It really fucking was that. It really fucking was.
It was. Yeah. They were like, I don't want to be a racist. And if somebody's telling me this person's a racist, I'm going to get out of here. And I'm not associated with that person whatsoever. And I think this is also one of the shortcomings of identity politics, is that it makes everybody from a marginalized background out to be monolith. So in that moment, you're like, well, what happens when you encounter two people from the same marginalized background that have different opinions? And people don't want to employ critical thinking skills to try to sort through information themselves, because it's frankly too much work. So the first thing that happened is the white progressives abandoned ship. And that ultimately left a lot of Black communists in particular, but also communists from different backgrounds, to come forward and be like, hey, this is actually really ideologically consistent, and it is not racist to not want to support this woman who is doing literal ethnic cleansing. This is ridiculous. So I think that actually brought a lot of people kind of back around. And I was like, well, of course, yeah, we leave all the heavy lifting to go to the Black communists in the United States, because they've historically had the greatest success leading movements in our country. When I think about the closest thing we've had in the US.
A tanky is something that the left or liberals will call people who are further left than them, people who identify as communist, socialist, people who support, anti-imperialism. Yeah, exactly, Lefty. It's like, you're further left than me. Must be a tanky.
In the US to like a vanguard party, it's the Black Panther Party.
Like authoritarian left, like would use tanks to get their means.
Party, And there was additional fallout too, because this one woman tried to convince me as a communist I needed to vote for Kamala Harris because the Black Panthers would. And this blew my mind because I was like, I've read Huey P. Newton's takes on electoral politics, and I don't know where that's coming from. Do you want to elaborate? And she was like, well, Angela Davis supported, Kamala Harris. And I was like, right, but like she was with the CPUSA for a reason. Like she did some work with Black Panthers, but she ultimately felt most at home with the CPUSA, and there was ideological differences there. But of course, that was racist of me to point out too. So
there's no winning.
You've got no history. That makes you racist also. So there was a lot of pushback and things going on, and yeah, mostly Black communists in the United States came to my defense, which was really, really awesome. And then after that, the ultimate kind of thing that happened after the election is I became the punching bag for all of the liberals' frustration. Like my page was flooded with people like,
oh, holy shit, really? Oh, fuck.
We lost because people were really claiming that like one person with an iPhone somehow was able to reach more people than the Democratic Party with like billions of dollars of financing. And I really became one of two people on the internet that liberals were like, we lost because of you specifically. How
is your ego not the size of the fucking moon? Every time I walk through the street, I would feel like it's in slow-mo, Like,
yeah, I am able to single-handedly apparently sway American elections. Who knew? But then the ultimate kind of thing, the fallout after that was that many, many news stories started coming out about how many influencers had been paid and how much money had been dumped into influencer campaigns. And, it really gained a lot of traction. And I think people saw ultimately that like, oh, this person wasn't lying. This was a very, very real thing occurring. And so now it's just kind of solidified as a fact, something that did happen in the elections and is generally considered one of the many ways that the Democratic Party mismanaged their campaign contributions, because you dumped all this money into Beyonce and that weird sphere in Las Vegas. That thing cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars to run an ad on. And all of the random content creators with nothing but an iPhone, and you still couldn't win an election with that. So now it's kind of accepted as truth. I am history always vindicates me. That's the one thing I realized. But at the time it was very, very stressful to deal with and very, very challenging. And I remember having to make a video being like, it is not my fault Kamala Harris lost the election. I didn't tell her to run as a Republican. I don't know what to tell you. Democrats wanted a Democrat. She chose to run as a Republican. Turned out they already had one. They didn't need to. So that's a you guys thing. That's not a me issue. And yeah, that's kind of what came out of it. But it's funny because there is still this narrative, if you go online, that it's like, well, Madeline Pendleton's a racist. And when you ask why, they're like, for reasons? And I'm like, what do you remember the reasons? And they can't. So, the PR element stays in people's mind more than the facts.
Yeah. You literally walked into the White House and slapped the shit out of Kamala. Yeah, of course. It's and it's additionally like absolutely hilarious because this is like it's not even taboo, but it's a fucking washed out story at this point. But everyone probably remembers how big fucking Russiagate used to be. Like, holy fucking shit, which at the end of the day, the whole pitch was they spent a lot of money on Facebook ads, right? And it's very bad to influence our democracy while not stating where the money is coming from for particular posts on social media. And now what did the Dems, and probably the Republicans to an extent as well, end up doing? Give money to people to do posts on the internet without saying they got money to say particular things that are pro particular party. But arguably to a like XXXX amount bigger than any Russian or Chinese or fucking Kazakhstani or Pakistani or Brazilian money or wherever you want to consider it coming from into the US trying to manipulate a particular election. So yeah, like it's going back to what Madeline said before. How the fuck do they repitch this to themselves or to a wider audience? But as we all know, you don't even, and as JT said, you don't even need to repitch it. It's already so ideologized in people's heads that they just they don't even take it for granted. In their heads, both those things can exist at the same time. It can be good for my party to be manipulating people by not stating that this is a paid for campaign, while also being against somebody from a foreign state doing the same thing. But let's talk business. Very serious. We're now a business podcast. Okay? We're a very serious business podcast. Okay. I'm about to start talking about how I woke up at 4 a.m. today, but it's only because I never went to bed. Unironically, I'm very unhealthy. But okay. So yeah, let's talk about business, but quite literally. You're the founder of the hugely successful clothing brand Tunnel Vision, which you run according to an equal profit share kind of market socialist model. I've personally always been obsessed with finding workable ways that allow us to do well financially in capitalism while minimizing the damaging and often corrupting aspects of getting that bread, for the lack of a better word. So I have a whole ass video on the topic, but you have a literal book, and not just that, but a prosperous enterprise which feeds both you and your comrades and colleagues. So let's start with that. How does Tunnel Vision work?
So actually, technically on paper, we are an LLC because everybody in the company wasn't ready to do a worker co-op. And in the United States, it's just a tax designation. So the first thing we did was try to mitigate the ill effects of that kind of a structure. So we have basically an equity agreement for anybody who works at the company. If the company ever sells, everybody would get paid out equally based on the amount of time they've worked there and put into it. It's kind of a moot point, though. It's just a gesture because we strive to have a break-even point at the end of the year rather than profit left over. And that means that our company is kind of valueless. Nobody wants to come buy the company, right? That doesn't have profit left over at the end of the year. That's not like big business brain 4 a.m. wake up guy.
What do you buy? Because like everybody's sharing the whole thing. So that is. Yeah.
So there's nothing to really. You can't purchase anything other than the name.
It's actually very good rhetoric. It's very good rhetoric because what does a person buy when they buy a business? They just buy the rights to exploit the employees of a particular business. Yeah,
right, and extract the profit from that exploitation. But if there's no profit, then what's the incentive? And the incentive is nothing for them, frankly. So we also have an equal pay system where everybody who works at the company earns the same pay for a day worked. It's take-home pay of $260 a day. It depends based on people's tax amounts. Take-home pay just made sense for us, but it could be structured any way anybody wanted, I suppose. And we have a standard 4-day, 28-hour work week, and the pay amounts to $73,000 a year for that. So if you're working full-time. We also have an unlimited paid time off structure, but that people actually use, not like sketchy tech bro, unlimited paid time off. It's just like whatever you need, just kind of take it. And that's kind of how the business is set up. We do aim not to have profit, but we do have profit left over. We kind of vote as a group on what to do with it. And we did have profit 1 year in the past 5 years, and everybody voted to use it to get new cars because nobody had like a functional vehicle, and the business is in Los Angeles and you need a car there. So that's kind of what we did with that year. And we kind of went viral for that. So keeping all that in mind, that's like the good stuff about the business. But I think sometimes people think it's like, oh, if it's a socialist model, it's going to be utopian. And that's something I always try to push back against too. Like, it's not utopian. It's still a business. And there are things that are hard about it. We have issues at the company. We have to work through them. Anybody who's ever done organizing knows what it's like to sit through endless meetings of everybody sharing their ideas and fighting with each other. And I always have to just remember, like, Mao loved it when people screamed ideas at each other. So we kind of like, it's not this utopian thing. And I think that the reason why it's important to remember that is that when people realize something doesn't have to be utopian to be good or workable, it makes it more realistic. Like you don't have to run the perfect shining company where nothing ever goes wrong for it to be valid, because the companies that are run under capitalism are shit show
catastrophic
on fire, and like they have problems constantly, but people are so ingrained in this idea that that's the only option that it's like, well, to be an alternative to that, you must be perfect, and perfect is unachievable. So nobody can ever have an alternative. And it's like, well, no, you can have an alternative that is just better, but not perfect. And so that's really what we strive for. And what I always try to say at the business is like, everybody who works there, it's not like we're one big happy family. We're 12 people, small business, who all come from different backgrounds with different priorities and different needs and different interests and different thoughts about how things should happen. And I tell people, you don't have to love each other. You just have to not kill each other long enough to get a paycheck. And that's our goal here. So, it's not that unbelievable or unobtainable. Literally, the only things that are different is how payroll is broken up and what happens with profit. And there's no reason other companies couldn't be doing this if they wanted to. And those changes, like, are so minuscule, I think, in the greater structure of how companies operate, but mean so much in everyday people's lives. So I did the math once, and if I had just paid everybody at the company minimum wage and kept the rest of our annual payroll costs for myself, I'd make $400,000 a year, and they would be making, I think, like $35,000 or something like that. And that itself is a lesson in like just like the exploitation that happens even at a payroll level, not even taking into account profit. You know, so just taking literally the same amount of money that a company spends on payroll and just equally dividing it amongst everybody who works at the company has a huge potential to be life-changing. And I know that's not a core tenet of socialism that everybody earns exactly the same amount, but it's easy to do and it works and it makes a big difference, I think, for people. So yeah, that's time for the business. Not perfect, not a dream world, but just a little bit better. And I think that's good.
Absolutely. And you having had that experience and being able to share it with other people as we'll go through the other topics that we'll cover today is exceptionally important. But what you mentioned, like right there, I think I just want to like highlight or whatever the fuck to the audience. You see, like blah 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 systematic blah 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 liberals in walls. You know what the fuck I'm saying? But how like it's a snap moment of just how quick the system is to motivate you to, for the lack of a better term, sell your soul. 400 fucking K. Yes, everybody working here will make literally more than half of what they earn now, as we've heard from the salaries. But you get 400K. 400K. Come on, do it. 400K. Do it. Come on, it's 400K. Yeah, it's gonna suck for them, but 400K. What about 400K? It's tantalizing. It's a greater narcotic than any that has ever existed in human history. And managing to defeat that addiction that, compared to other narcotics, you are not born with, but we are quite literally born into it, and being able to get out of it, aka class consciousness, etc., could very much so be seen akin to some actually workable, but that's my opinion, version of AA, etc. But sorry, Hakeem, you wanted to...
No, I was going to say, not to be liberal, even more liberals on the walls, encultured into the sociological context of capitalism is the way, quote unquote, to say we're not born with it. Just I know that's exactly what you mean, but yeah.
This just a Ugopnik says capitalism, human nature.
Exactly right. Debunked. No. What I was gonna say was,
but like you're literally two, and you're like, Dad, I want Superman, and he's like, that shit's $50, you fucking insane. There you go. You're a capitalist project at that point.
On that note, I think I mentioned this also earlier. Guevara, in a dialogue with an interviewer, he was asked a similar thing, like, but isn't capitalism human nature? And he said, well, you may think it's such, but, and he gives the example of the child, it's like a child gets one toy, wants two. If he gets two toys, he wants four. But also, when you walk past like a homeless person or a downtrodden person, and you feel that empathy in your heart, is that also not human nature? And he kind of just like juxtaposes. It's like this shit is not black and white, of course. But then when we're not here to do like college bro Marxist and not sociological analysis, what I was going to say was the business structure that we're also encultured into as just part of the system is notoriously finicky and has very low levels of return generally, because 90% of businesses that are started don't even get off the ground. They don't successfully get made, and 90 of those that do get made fail. That's by American statistics. America is the land of the shit, right? This is where you can get the easiest lines of credit. It's where it's part and parcel of the civic fabric of the state and whatnot.
And what does it even mean to not fail? The one that now I'm talking to the liberals in the world.
That's number one. The second thing I want to say was of course, the cooperative structure that Madeline is speaking of so beautifully is something that works on this scale and can be scaled up, of course, but there are changes at every level. There's no blueprint to be derived. And you mentioned this also in the book, that this is what happened to work and how the structure that you just kind of ended up at. But the core tenets of what you're trying to do are things that are very easily done in other spheres. It's just that they choose not to in order to maximize profit, not for always the logical incentive of reinvesting into the circuit of capital, but just for personal selfish reasons as well. Although the system itself requires you or pushes you to be selfish. But the final point is, and this is actually my favorite part of the book, was the dialogue you had with the business bro. The guy was like, "Oh, well, it's all in my heart. Well, please run the people through it." It was beautiful, absolutely beautifully written.
And the funniest part is this is a conversation. It's like it's a summary of a same conversation I've had with like multiple different business bros. So I think every time when I talk to a business guy, it exposes the inherent contradictions in their ideology. So the first thing they want to do is they want to talk business, and they want to talk to you about how smart it is to run a business and how easy their job is and how much passive income they make from their business and how they work smarter, not harder. And so in the book, the example I use is when I talked to a guy who ran a landscaping company. And this was real. I met this guy at a party and he's like, well, I run a landscaping company. And I was like, oh yeah, that sounds like a lot of hard work doing landscaping. And he was like, I don't do landscaping. I hire people to do landscaping. And I was like, oh, so your job's pretty easy then? And he's like, yeah, lots of passive income, gotta love it. It's so smart to own a business. And I was kind of like, oh, okay, like, right. So you don't work then. And he's like, well, I gotta work. Like it's hard work keeping them in line, the employees. You gotta make sure they show up and they do things. I'm like,
juggling.
Yeah. He's like, you know how it is with workers, with employees. And I'm like, no, not really. Most of the people that work with me want to work. I mean, once in a while, maybe somebody's got an issue going on, but for the most part, everybody I work with is pretty into working because they want the company to be successful so they continue to get paid and have a job. And, the conversation quickly devolves into a situation where I'm like, maybe you should pay your workers more. And then they would actually show up and do the job. Or like, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you pay your workers more? And usually what they fall back on is that, I'm the brains of the operation. I'm actually doing all the hard work. They're replaceable. So I deserve to make the most money. And then like there is the contradiction where you're like, you just told me it was passive income. You just told me you don't actually work. You just told me you're working smarter, not harder. So is it true that you're the hardest worker in the building and that's why you deserve the most money? Or is it true that you're the smarter, not harder worker and it's passive income and you don't do anything and you make all the money? Which one is it? And there's never an answer, obviously, because it's all mythology, right? Like the reality is that this guy probably does some half-ass bullshit work 20 hours a week, then pats himself on the back for being so fucking intelligent. And he probably is able to position himself in that contradiction very, very easily and not often has to lay it out. And I think there's like an element of safety when people who run businesses come into contact with me because they're like, oh, you run a business, you know how it is. Like, well, I don't know how it is for you actually. And I don't know what you're saying to me because it does not make sense. So this one encounter is kind of like a microcosm of like multiple encounters I've had with people over and over and over again. And they don't know. They do not know. And I think that's the thing about like the American indoctrination of like the idea, of like what it means to be successful in the United States. And you're just consuming all this information about what success is. Success means outsmarting the other guy. Success means exploiting someone else so you're not the one getting exploited. We saw this kind of ideology also pop up at, I believe, the DNC maybe recently when that person was like, oh, if you're not sitting at the table, you're on the plate. And that's kind of that ideology that people really have in the United States. Like, well, I have to exploit people. I have to be pushing people around. I have to be in control. Otherwise, someone's going to do that to me. And it never even enters people's heads. Like, well, what if you just like tried to work with people? Yeah. What if you just gave it a shot? What if you were just like a human being and just like did a solid and tried to talk to people and work things out together and approach things as a group? And I think people really, it's part of that like whole capitalist realism thing, right? It's like people cannot even imagine that as a potential world that they live in. And I think too, there's like a lot of honor in it. Like the United States has made it where like you don't have honor unless you are making a lot of money, unless you're the most important guy in the room. And
hell, you're the one providing jobs. You're the one feeding their families. The shit that comes out of their mouths is absolutely fucking gorgeous.
Right. And it's like, and I ended up telling the guy, he was like, well, they need me. And I'm like, but you don't know how to landscape. So it sounds like you need them. You just told me you don't know how to you don't landscape. You don't know how to do anything. Like, what would you do for landscapers?
Then he lands at, but the risk. I'm the best business owner. I took the risk.
Right. And that's the thing, too. It's like, as a business owner in the United States, you're very protected. The only time you take risk is when you decide to invest in your own business, which is two totally different things. If you choose to invest in your own business, and there have been times when I have not invested in the company at all. There have been times when I personally have invested in the company. But any risk I took was as an investor, not as a business owner. And those are different things. And not all investors are owners, and not all owners invest. And, that's just how it goes. And like investment always comes with a risk. But the risk is not associated primarily with ownership. That is a myth that they put on people to try to justify those egregious wages.
Imagine the risk the people who are employed there who would, if they were to be laid off or you were to go out of business as the business owner, imagine the risk that they take. It's way greater and more material. They move their families maybe and their kids and all that kind of, it's a whole thing, right? But I was going to say, one of my favorite things also from the book is how you mentioned, and it's like, there's so many ideas about how it would be more quote unquote equitable, but also just how it makes more sense to compensate for said quote unquote risk. And JT, I remember once in an earlier point mentioned regarding, for example, novelty inventions or innovation, that people could get some kind of bounty. And you parallel that idea, not directly referencing JT, of course, but it was a similar idea in the book where you mentioned like, okay, well, all the hours that you worked that were not paid because the business hadn't taken off yet, well, that's just like back owed wages that you can pay yourself out. That stuff does not extend in perpetuity through all time in fucking history. You can reach a point where you pay yourself the amount that is fair for the hours worked, and then afterwards you're just a regular employee with maybe an administrative role, if you're even doing the fucking work at all, which the vast majority of these people are not.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's like a really good solution for that issue, because there definitely were times when I was doing the business when it was just me, where I was not making money. There were years that I was not making money, and I haven't gone back and taken compensation for that. But I also feel like if I needed to, that would be something that made sense to everybody on our team, So I feel to me, I'm just like, oh, that's the past. The past is the past. But I also see if people are interested in starting a new business on the structure, like take an account of the hours you're working that aren't compensated, keep it. And once a business is at a point where you're able to compensate yourself for that, by all means do it. But, you know, it's not like a blank check to write yourself forever because I don't know, for a year you worked on a project a couple hours every day after your day job. Like that's not how that works. Like if that were how it works, everybody who got really good at like crochet or like baking would have a blank check to be like a millionaire in perpetuity based off of their talent. Like it's whatever. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the ideology exists to perpetuate itself. It doesn't need to make sense.
Yep.
It just has to sound good enough.
Yeah,
absolutely. But okay, so how does one even go about setting up an operation like this? Share some tips: how to start, how to best manage the team, and I don't know.
Your social security number too, please.
But after your social security number, also like most importantly, in my opinion, how does one compete in this like hugely unfair playing field where, you know, the lack of empathy towards the employee or the consumer is what is rewarded, not punished? Basically, you're playing with your hands tied behind your back. Doesn't capitalism continuously scream privatize, 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 privatize into your ear very Sauron style? Because I can totally see it, and you are already kind of said that it does. 400K. Now when it's grown, it's probably 700K. So how to basically to recap, how do you compete with whack-ass capitalists, and how did you go about setting it up?
So I'll address how we set it up first. I talk about this in the book. The business actually started with me and a friend, and she ultimately left to start her own business. And I always joke we probably had like the kindest business breakup of all time because we just kept trying to give the business to each other. We're like, no, but at this time, neither of us were making money from it. It was just like this project and this idea. And we both actually started it because we felt like we were in unstable work conditions ourselves. Like my parents didn't go to college. I went to what I thought was college, and it turned out to be a for-profit scam trade school thing. I graduated straight into the Great Recession. I was not able to find work. I kind of cobbled together work doing a lot of like freelancey kind of projects. You know, Great Recession, you would do a freelance project for a company. They'd be net 30. You wouldn't get paid for 30 days till after the project is submitted. Well, guess what? 30 days later, the company went out of business and didn't even exist anymore because companies were just crashing all around you. It was a really chaotic and difficult time to be a worker trying to find a job. So I did end up finding a job ultimately, but the owner of the company was extremely unstable and fired people on a whim in this very, verbally abusive kind of way. It was a spectacle, and I think it was designed to make you feel like you could lose your job at any second. So you were always trying to prove that you were worth it. And I knew I was a good worker, but I also knew that I worked in marketing. And I think most rich guys are like, marketing, we don't need that. So that's the first thing to go. So I remember telling my friend who was also working for another company, I really think I'm going to lose my job. Like, it's just a matter of days. And she kind of felt...
Tell me about it. Sorry, please.
Yeah. So we ended up starting this business together, and we were right. We both lost our jobs. But for a long time, we were doing it while employed, and we weren't making any money. So when it ultimately reached a point where I needed to make money from the company, she had already left. It was really a struggle, and I was doing almost everything by myself. I think mostly I was doing everything by myself. And I always tell people, like, if you want to start a company, the advice I give is not to start too big. You need to start where you are, use what you have. Don't try to get a big business loan to start. I wish the company had never taken on debt personally, but I listened to a bunch of business bros who I thought knew more about business than I did tell me that it takes money to make money, grow the business. And now I'm like,
more credit score. Buy a fucking Rolls Royce because it's big enough for you to get a tax cut on. I fucking.
Oh, yes. Yeah. They're always talking about like the heavier the car on the road.
Tax cuts. You just print the name of the company on your whole house. Now it's your office. Actually, bring all your workers to your house. Now it's your office, so you get a tax credit. It's incredible.
Yeah, no, it's wild. So, I mean, I think that if I could do it all over again, I would not have relied on credit to expand the business whatsoever. And currently, I'm on a plan to my current plan is actually to try to get the business debt free within 5 years and then pass it off legally and formally as a co-op to the worker so I can leave and do something else. I'm thinking I might become a bartender. I'm thinking I might do something in service industry that's just a little less stress. But to do that, we have to pay off all this debt first. So it's kind of like golden handcuffs. It's like we took out the debt to grow the company, but I really regret doing that. So like my advice would actually be do as I say, don't, and not as I do, and just really start small and keep it as small as possible, as long as possible. So the thing I did is I did all the work myself starting out. It was just me for a number of years. I was a sole proprietorship. But the reason the business started to actually grow is because I had friends who needed jobs. And that's it. And it's hard to look at your friend who's been down and out, not able to find work, who's just like, let me just ship orders something. I just need like $200, and not say, yeah.
No, it's not hard. It's very, very, very easy. It's just you doing it because you're not so ideologized into seeing your friend and thinking, okay, I just need to let him down the river to, fucking incredible poverty. You not being ideologized at what makes you completely different to the standard human, even though you are supposed to be the standard human. You most likely are the standard human. Basically, what I'm trying to say, the fact that you were not ideologized into seeing the poverty of your friends as a normal thing that you should just ignore means that you defeated ideology, not that you were not ideologized from the get-go. That's all.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that it's like kindergarten thinking is what I always said. Like this seemed to make sense to us in kindergarten that you like share things, and then it's taught out of you. So as more and more of my friends started to be in rough positions and needed work, that's kind of why the business grew. That's the only reason the business grew, and that's why I'm trying to leave. Actually, I'm like, I never wanted to run a business this big, and now there's like 12 of us here, and it's too much work. I know it's still a relatively small business, but I liked managing just myself in my house. But I think it's going to be really cool if we get to that point where we pay off all the debt and I can pass it over to them, and I'm like, you guys got it now, like do your thing, and I'll retreat to like working out of my house and just like do my little projects or whatever, or do a service industry job that's a little easier for me. So that's kind of the goal. But I always tell people, like, reject that impulse and that urge, because the debt will limit your ability to move through the world. Like, we have certain legal obligations. Like, we can't change ownership with our lenders until that debt is paid off. Like, we can't go full co-op until that debt is paid off because of that. So I would say avoid debt as much as you can. Do as much as you can with your own two hands, always, no matter how big the business gets. Like, be the worker. Like, you are the worker at the company. Do as much as you can with yourself, and just go slow and steady over time. And when it comes time to hire people, the easiest thing for me was just, we make the same amount and I can't keep track of how much time you take off. And I don't think it's ethical to even do it. As long as you're getting your work done, who cares? And that is really how the business grew slowly over time. We've been in business 13 years coming up in January. And it's like, we've got 12 workers. It's like one worker per year of the business. It's not a huge growth boom. It averages out to that. And I don't know. I think that that's like the most advice I can really give people. And everybody's trajectory is going to look different, honestly. What was the other question you had? I already forgot it.
How do you manage to, obviously the fashion industry is very large, but still, you got to cut out your own piece of the market, and you're competing with dudes that are willing to use literal 12-year-olds to create the clothing items. So how do you manage continuing to exist in a market which uses nukes when you use swords?
Right. I mean, it is a challenge. I do see this sometimes with our customers, because we do pay so much more for labor to make clothing than what they're used to. So in order to make clothing still relatively price point friendly for people, and it's not like we're selling cheap clothes, but it's not like we're selling designer clothes. It's like, okay, a dress is $100, right? Because that's the most we think our customers can reasonably pay within the market. People will sometimes expect, well, for $100, I'm going to get the fanciest dress ever made known to man, because they're used to buying $5 dresses made with slave labor. And when they get it, they're surprised. They're like, why doesn't it have French seams? Why isn't it made out of silk dupioni? And I'm like, you're paying for people to be able to keep their lights on. Like, the bulk of what you're paying for is labor, and people are so dissociated from labor, they don't even think about, like, how long do you think it took a person to sew this dress for you? So they are expecting that the price is going to come along with these very high-end materials, because they are so not used to compensating people for their labor. And that is the biggest challenge, I think. So people will get a dress and be like, well, this is the same quality of dress I could get for $20 somewhere else. And it's like, well, correct, because it is made with slave labor. And they're virtually not paying anything for labor. And like, being from Los Angeles, we see this, like, the average garment worker in Los Angeles earns between $5 and $6 an hour. Minimum wage in Los Angeles is over $15.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And that's the average. That's the average. Some people earn as little as $1.58 an hour.
Wow.
Over 80% of factories in Los Angeles are violating multiple labor codes. So this is what people are used to. And that's the biggest challenge we face, because how do you get through to people and say, like, you're not entitled to a $20 dress if it means somebody else is heavily exploited for it. You're just not. And paying $100 for a dress that's not made with labor exploitation, you're not going to get the queen's robe. Like, you're just not, because this is actually how much that $20 dress should have cost all along. So it is a challenge trying to, like, educate the consumer about those types of things and keep up with consumer expectation. But I think that there is a growing demand for consumers. They want to know that children aren't dying to make their clothes. They care. And we're constantly battling the pushback against that, though. At the same time, there's another narrative that's like, well, everything's made in the same factories anyway, who cares? And you're like, that's not true. That is not real. So it's like this constantly difficult place to position yourself, I think. So the biggest way we compete is social media. Unfortunately, it's like, being good at social media is one of the easiest ways for a company to exist in the world today. And that itself is an unfair playing field, because what I have found is that social media, being good at social media, being good at Instagram posts, being good at photography and content of your products, it's not a skill you can teach people. It's an art form. And I think the hardest thing is that if you're starting a business and it's just you, social media is your greatest opportunity to reach a customer base, but it's also highly competitive, especially now. You know, there's a million companies, right, on every platform trying to sell you a million different things every single day. And unless you have like the eye for what's going to make your product stand out, it's going to be very, very difficult to compete. So I think that I have a natural aptitude for social media, which I've never been able to successfully monetize on my own. Like if I was smart, I would have joined YouTube in the year 2003 or something. Yeah. And I would be living in like, you know, like the little children on YouTube who review toys and somehow are like millionaires.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you'll be like, oh, haha.
Yeah.
You just unpack the stuff that you make yourself. Holy shit. You should copy those like Chinese TikTok
the 3-second reviewers.
That like open the shit. And just like on loop, like continuously open your stuff that you guys make. That would work, unironically.
I think it would. So I think like my natural aptitude at social media has been a blessing in that way, but it's also a curse because people associate now me with the brand, and it's very confusing because it's like, I am not this brand. This brand is 12 people. This is a whole group of people. And just because I'm the one who has the aptitude for it, you're seeing my face a lot. And parasocial relationships develop on the internet. People want to hate me, you know? So what happens to your business when the whole internet is screaming, hey, this person is racist for not liking Kamala Harris? And then everyone's like, well, I can't shop at the racist store. Oh, like the racist lady. And so it's like this very complicated thing I'm constantly trying to get out of. So that is the way we compete, but it also presents its own issues, obviously.
It really does. And like all of this experience led you to obviously write the book that Hakeem mentioned multiple times, titled for anybody that wants to buy it, which they should. I Survived Capitalism, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. So tell us what it's about, and maybe a few tips for the youngins in the audience that we ourselves never got as kids. And I'm specifically asking that because when I read some interviews on why you wrote it yourself, exactly was one of the reasons why you did it. So yeah, enlighten the children, which are not allowed to listen to this podcast. Log out right now. Yeah.
So the book is considered a memoir. It's about my life, but I didn't think it was super interesting to talk about my own life. My editors disagreed, though. They thought I had an interesting life. I think I have a pretty average life. So the way that we kind of marry these two ideas is every single chapter is a part of my life going in chronological order. And the first part is something that occurred in my life. And the second part is the way in which I am a microcosm of a much greater issue that affects Americans. It's very Amerocentric. And this was the part that I had the most cut from. You should have seen the stuff my editor cut out about 9/11. That was a doozy. But then we talk about it, you know, in a broader socio-political kind of framework. And then at the end, there's like lessons on like a kind of a one sheet about what I learned from that experience. And
number one, don't do 9/11. Yeah.
Don't do 9/11. No.
No, oh my God, I can't.
Don't be the United States.
What the fuck? I cannot do 9/11.
sorry, go.
No, so that
there was one woman on the plane that was never caught.
Yeah, like that's the framework, and everything is related to money in some way, like lessons they learned about money. Yeah, and like I think the biggest surprise to me getting older and learning about money, I talk about this like in the book, was I had a friend who used to be my coworker at a job, and she was the cleaner at the job. And she lost her job, and a bunch of us who worked at the place were like, well, I'll hire you to come clean my house once a month. Like I never had a house cleaner before, you know, but it's like, oh, my friend needs a job and she's out of money. So we all kind of picked up the slack at the office and we hired her to come clean our houses once a month. So my friend from my old workplace comes to my house to clean. It's an apartment in LA. She's looking around and she's like, how much do you pay for this place? And I'm like, $1,500 a month. Like, it's a lot of money. It's 300 square feet. And I was running the business myself, working out of a 300 square foot apartment with it. I had shipping supplies in the oven. Like, this thing was tiny. Mm-hmm. And she looked at me, she was like, why don't you just buy a house? And I was like, what? Like, you just buy a house? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm not rich. And she's like, dude, I'm not rich. I own my house. And I was like, what are you saying to me right now? Like, I like not even computing the words. And she's like, yeah, I got like a USDA loan with $0 down, and they considered an area of LA County that wasn't LA City proper to be rural enough to qualify for a USDA loan. And I pay like the same amount as you, but I own my house. And I was like I was like, is she lying? She's a compulsive liar. Like, what is she talking about? So she left my house, and then I started researching, and I was like, is this real? Like, is it easier to buy a house than rent a house in Los Angeles right now? And this was, years ago. So it was easier then than it is today.
Me and Hakeem as third worlders listening to this. Because all our parents were going, buy, please buy. Like, please, the bank is Satan. Please buy, which now is impossible. But we'll talk about this later. But it's interesting. The cultural like switch is insane. Yeah, please continue.
But no, that was totally it. And I looked into it and, I didn't make a lot of money, but I started talking to my friends and I was like, did you know you can just buy a house? And all of them did the same thing. They were like, we're not rich. And I was like, no, but did you know like we could just buy a house? And what ultimately happened is my boyfriend at the time, my best friend, and I started looking for houses. And we realized that if you bought like a multi-family property that was typically used for landlord purposes, you could qualify for an FHA loan here in the United States, which is only a 3.5% down payment, and we could just live in it and not be landlords. And like you could just do that. And so that's what we ended up doing. And now,
Yeah.
And then you're not a landlord. So we just live in our houses. And like at the time, I remember thinking we were paying so much money to own the house. It was more than I was paying in rent. I think my partner and I at the time were paying $1,800 a month in rent, and the new place was $2,500. And I was like, oh my God, this is so much money. But now that was in 2019. Now, a few years later, 5 years later, it was actually almost 5 years to the date actually that we bought the place. It's like, oh, I live in for anybody in LA, this will make sense. I live in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house right next to Griffith Park for $2,500 a month. You can't get that deal anymore. You just can't. So I think one of the greatest things I learned was that it sounds like your families were screaming at you from an early age. The bank is Satan, try to buy the house. The landlord is the devil. They're just continuously buying up as much property as possible. As soon as you can, probably try to buy a house to get out of the rent cycle. My friends are now renting 1-bedroom apartments for the same amount I'm paying to own, this place. And
build equity, of course.
And to build the equity, exactly. It's been like a very, very shocking experience for me. And some places too that you think are the hardest to buy are some of the easiest places to buy. Like in New York City, for example, you think New York City real estate is so expensive. Well, it is if you're a real estate investor. But if you just want to buy a place and live in it, there are co-ops available for sale in certain places of Manhattan and Brooklyn for like $110,000. And the only stipulation is you earn like under $150K a year and you can't rent it out and be a landlord. So certain major cities have all these programs that lots of people don't know about that make it easier to buy even than to rent if you were low income. And at the time I bought my house, HUD designated me as very low income. That's the proper designation, which was a burn. But and like in
there's a very
in San Francisco they have programs like that too. So I think that was really, really shocking. And then my conspiracy brain was like, they don't want us to know you can buy a house. Trying to make us a nation of renters. But now when I tell people like, did you know you could just buy a house? They look at me like I'm insane, or like my dad is Donald Trump or something. They're like, you can't just buy a house, sweetie. And I'm like, I get it, but hear me out. So and I mean, still, it is worth noting I couldn't afford to buy a whole house. I had to go in with my friends and do this thing to reduce the cost. But that's also an option lots of people don't consider. There was a case in Southern California where an entire apartment building, when their apartment building was getting sold, they came together and they bought the building. And then they just all lived in the multifamily together, kind of like a condo, and they purchased it from their landlord, from the owner. So there are all these very creative ways to go about owning your own housing and working with other people in your community to make that more of a reality. And one of the things I did more recently is that I had a friend who was in a precarious housing situation, and I used part of the money from my book sales, which was like, I sold a book.
Joker's great,
to help them buy an apartment. And I put down the down payment for them, and I carry the mortgage for them, and we just drafted up a legal equity agreement that's like, hey, this is your house. You have the right to live here as long as you want. You're the one who decides if and when it's sold. If and when it's sold, the equity goes to you. And like that was an easy way to work together to get somebody into stable housing. So there's all these outside the box ways you can think about this if you find yourself like coming up against limitations within the system as we see it today, And I think that's really the biggest lesson I learned, that I think housing is like such a critical issue for Americans because it's just exorbitantly expensive and getting worse by the minute. And that I think is what I wish I had known sooner in my life.
Absolutely. I mean, I think like there's because Hakeem is like very, very anonymous, so I'm not going to talk about him. But here in this pod, we have four proper quote unquote socialists, and at least 3 out of 4 own their own shit. So those of you listening, this is not like some massive pitch of hey, property important, etc., etc. If you have the ability to do so at this current time, it is the best time to do it because property pricing and value will increase. There's no bubble. Okay, sure, it might like go up and down every decade and a half based on some fucking bank's miscalculation. But your kids, if you choose to have kids, will 100%. This is something I am willing to die on a hill for. If capitalism continues, we'll not be able to buy a home. That will not be a thing. That will absolutely not be a thing.
So it's particularly in large urban centers where there's always migration from the countryside to it, even in highly urbanized countries already. This is very much true. If you live in much more urban centers, then this can be less true, but then the property will will be cheaper just generally, which is good for you as well. But I digress. Please continue.
Yeah, but then but in smaller urban centers, the property might actually end up devaluating, especially if we're talking about places with 1,500 people or less, because people are going to end up like migrating out of it. So you're probably going to end up like
there are some asterisks. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of asterisks. But basically, if you can find a manner through which to basically insure yourself from that one additional aspect of the big man, the octopus controlling, which is rent, please do so. Even though this is not financial advice, and all of this is happening in Minecraft. I always wanted to say that. I fucking always wanted to say that.
Also, I think one thing I'd like to add is that it sounds like a sales pitch, but like if you don't know if you're in a position to afford to buy something, like just ask. I think like a lot of times when you grow up broke, you're like afraid to even ask because you feel like nobody's going to take you seriously, or like you don't deserve that, or you're wasting your time. And I remember when I went to school for clothing design, one of the first things they had us do was go to this really expensive department store, Neiman Marcus, and they were like, go up to the top floor where there's couture gowns. These dresses sell for $20, $50, $100,000, and they were like, go touch the dresses. And all of us were like, I can't touch this. And the teacher was like, no, go touch the dresses. Like, it's just a dress. Like, you are just as entitled to touch that dress as anybody else. Go feel the fabric. Go look at what it looks like. And I think like a lot of us, the biggest thing to get over is like, well, what if I did call a bank and they laughed at me because I had $0 or I have debt or I have this? And I can tell you, I called the bank and I was like, I have no money and a lot of debt, but I heard houses are for sale sometimes. And the first bank I called, they were like, you are poor, leave us alone. Haha. The second bank I called though was like, we can work with you. And they did. And I didn't have to pay off all my debt to buy a house, and I didn't have to get rich. I did have to spend a few years saving. I remember $7,500 was my share of the deposit, which felt like so much money to me because, HUD, very low income, right? And it took me time to save it. But once I had a goal in mind, I was like, I think I can work with us. And the reality is that was also the amount of money I would have needed to save for some down payments just to rent an apartment in Los Angeles, which I usually just did that as an advance for my freaking credit card because I was so bad with money and everything was so hard all the time. I hate saying that I was bad with money. Money was bad to me. I think it's like, just if you're not sure, you can ask. You're allowed to take up space. These people get paid to take your phone calls every single day. Don't be intimidated by it. Like, don't be afraid of it. Like, you just got to figure it out. And anything we can do, I think, to fight the privatization of housing is probably a good thing. And you look at China, and it's like China has a 90% homeownership rate. Housing speculation is on the decline. And you see all these news stories get posted where it's like, well, everyone in China can afford a house, and, real estate speculation, but at what cost?
Yeah.
The cost that everybody is housed. And that's a good thing. People owning their own houses and homes is a good thing. It is the absence of privatization of the housing industry. So, if you're able to do it or to try to figure it out, it's probably worth exploring.
In the part of the world where I'm from, you only need a 3.5, I literally double checked it, 3.5 to 5% down payment to build a whole apartment block. But caveat, you must have finished an apartment block at some point in the past successfully and got it to a point where it's livable. Like, there's these insane loans already available for people that want to be landlords or want to be like these tycoons, etc., etc. But some of that accidentally trickles down, as funny as the fucking sentence is, to some of us that we can utilize, just like Madeline did for a loan that was there because America was like, we need more landlords, and yet was utilized by them to ensure that they are an additional layer, distanced away from additional expectation, which is always nice. So basically, as someone with all this experience, which led to a beautifully developed class consciousness, to maximize my LARP here at this point, but it's true. Why do you think so many have experiences very, very similar to yours, yet they never abandon this borderline suicidal loyalty to the system, knowingly or not? What's the key moment when it all clicks from your experience, of course, and why do you think it doesn't happen for a lot of people?
Well, I think I have two things. I think the first thing is when I was when I was 13, 14, a young teenager, I got really into punk rock, like you do. But the thing about the music is that the music was pitching you all these ideas. And I went to the type of shows where it's like, well, you can't buy merch unless you buy a political zine or political literature. So I just started reading. And I think now we're in the middle of a real anti-intellectual movement. You'll hear people talk about that online. That's kind of a pop idea floating around. But I think there was something to be said for it. People have somehow tried to rebrand the idea of not being educated as somehow being more pure, more sincere. But I think because at a young age, I was open to people explaining things about the world to me, me, right, I just started consuming a lot of literature, and I consumed political literature that contradicted itself, that contradicted each other. I consumed good political literature, bad political literature. And I think that all of that was really essential to me developing a way to view the world. And I think that a lot of people are put off by the idea of having like theory or having a strong like guideline for how to live your life. People sometimes think it's like cultist thinking, right? But the reality is that it's not, because it allows you to be free from ideological inconsistencies. So I think that like the thing that really got me started at an early age is literally that I picked up the Communist Manifesto when I was 13 or 14. I was like, let's see what this is all about, you know? And then I read Noam Chomsky and was like, no, I'm an anarchist. And then I was like, I'm definitely not an anarchist. Never mind.
Classic.
That's how it goes. You know, so I think that actually was important. I think reading is important. I think being immersed in social groups that encourage you to read and grow and develop your sense of politics. And I think that people who don't look down on that, it's really essential. You need to be around people who want you to have that kind of knowledge and learn things for yourself and also act on things as a group. And I think the second thing is that there were things that popped up just like in terms of like geopolitical issues happening that were very, very poignant, right? So, you know, I was 14 when September 11th happened. And my favorite band was System of a Down. And Surge posts this thing on the System of a Down website the day after 9/11. That's like, here's everything the United States did that led to this happening. And I read that before it's taken down. And I'm like, I got to learn everything I can about this, right? And at the same time, you know, around the same time, my cousin starts dating somebody whose parents are like, you know, immigrants from Palestine. And they're talking to me about what it means to be Palestinian. And I'm like, I got to figure out what this means too. Like, what's going on in Palestine? So then I start picking up books and reading about Palestine and Israel. And it's like, these things happened in my life that affected my life, that impacted my life. And I think there are either through interpersonal relationships we develop, you meet somebody and you're like, oh, like, I don't know much about your life or your family's history. Let me figure out what the United States did there to fuck it up, you know? Like,
that's the one consistent.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like anytime I meet somebody whose family's from somewhere else, I have to be like, hey, oh yeah, sorry. But no, there's that.
And Hakeem looking like around the room. No, what the fuck are you talking about?
But then also these big events that impact us as we move through the world. So I think that the timing of my life was just right. 9/11 hit at a time where I was ripe to be, it was like a prime moment for me to be radicalized by it. My cousin started dating somebody whose family was from Palestine at a key moment where I was ready to be radicalized by it. And yeah, so it's like the melding of like the community you immerse yourself in, and then also the events that happen in your life. And I think for a lot of people right now, seeing what's been happening in Palestine is one of those moments that's going to radicalize them and push them to learn a lot of things. And I think like you have to be ready when moments like that happen to provide people with resources, because I think that is what brings people to class consciousness. I think that's when people realize, like, wait a minute, we don't have healthcare in the United States, but we're paying for Israel's healthcare. Like, these are moments that make people go, oh, I see. And that's why, you know, with the obviously with the defend, deny, depose, right? The United Healthcare CEO shooting, you have
a heart attack. Okay, a heart attack. You just
alleged.
Yeah. You don't. Okay.
Yeah, he, you know, like that moment is very radicalizing for a lot of people, regardless of how they view their own politics. You saw people commenting on Ben Shapiro's like videos, being like, "I think Ben Shapiro might be trying to divide us because Republicans and Democrats alike are both really happy about this." And you're like, "Yeah, see, this is a key moment in time that is going to radicalize people and bring them to develop that class consciousness." So, yeah, I think it's a lot of it's luck, right? And a lot of it is when things happen, having a curiosity about why, right? And I think that we need to encourage more people to have that curiosity. And that's something here in the United States, they definitely try to discourage from people. And I think that ties in with what we were talking about at the first of the episode, TikTok, the TikTok ban. TikTok is an easy way for people who are kind of curious to look one thing up and learn things in, 30-second kind of info dumps. And that, I think, is what maybe makes TikTok scary for people, is that it's meeting people where they are. Not everybody wants to read an entire freaking book about what's going on, but most people will sit through like a 1-minute long TikTok, and it's not going to give you all the info, but it's going to maybe give you enough that you start asking some questions.
The spark. Brilliantly put. And obviously, certain organizations that are already put in place help with this, because as you said, some of the first literature that you've consumed was, I'm not going to call, a punk band an org, but if it does more than an org, then it's more than a fucking org, which, okay, you can get the fucking merch, but you also have to buy the literature first. So, but beautifully put, which brings us towards the end of today's very good conversation. Before we actually do start wrapping up, please remind our TikTok brain, because of you, audience, where they can find your work and so on.
Okay, well, my favorite thing I do is my podcast. So check out my podcast if you guys are interested. It is called Pick Me Up, I'm Scared. Again, it is mostly about American imperialism and some stuff about labor politics in the United States. But we do international things as well. Right now, we're in the middle of a 2-part episode about the potato famine, right? It's kind of like an intro crash course to kind of big events that have happened. So if you find yourself curious about a topic, we've probably done an episode about that topic. There's over 100 episodes you can scroll through, and they are long. So you can just put it on and listen to me yell at you for 2 hours if you want. The next thing that I have is my TikTok, which is Madeline Pendleton, Pendleton is how you spell it. And you can find me there, and I do talk about politics there. And you can also find me on Twitter at Jean Grey, JeanGreie. It is a very nerdy name from like 2011. And the gray, and that stands for Gray Goods, which is an apparel manufacturing term because I am a dork. And my book is called, I Survived Capitalism and All I Got Was This Lousy T-shirt. And you can purchase it most places. It is also available in most American public libraries. And if you have Spotify Premium, you can listen to it for free there as well. You don't have to pay a lot of money for it if you don't want. But if you want to pay money for it, you can do that too.
Phenomenal. Like, for a second, I was like, you lied that you were ever in marketing, but then you did a little twist in the end, and I loved it. But yes, thank you very much, Madeline, and thank you, as always, to all our phenomenal Patreons, without whom we would never be able to do any of this. If you would like to support the show and allow it to stay as independent as possible, please do consider becoming a patron and getting plenty of bonuses, like absolutely every single episode 1 week early, up to 2 episodes completely exclusive every month, hangout sessions with us, and obviously access to our, at this point, massive Discord community. Thank you. It's a given to every single Patreon that is already a patron that has listened to this episode. And
lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex, and watch TV. I've been feeling stupid, but it's hard to make great things look easy. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex, and watch TV. Lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex, and watch TV. I've been feeling stupid, but it's hard to make great things look easy. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex, and watch TV.
Trying not to lose it, finding what the truth is. Tone my ego down, this tug of war, spirit and skin. The time that you came around was when I really needed balance. Turn off the TV right now, 'cause you're the one with all the talent. Try hearing you out when you got a problem, you know that you can speak it to me. Tired of 9 to 5, too much time is regular, like been taken from me. I gotta slide when a lawyer coming like medication for me. I take a ride, I am so over this week.
Lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex, and watch TV.
sucks.
Thanks for being here.
I really like shooting guns. It's just, I went shooting one time. I had like a Groupon for like a shooting range, and I went, and I was like, hell yeah, this is a lot of fun.
America is full of guns. That's not exactly breaking news, but who is wielding them these days might be a little more surprising. In Philadelphia, just southwest of New York, we met up with the local chapter of the Socialist Rifle Association, a left-wing group that teaches gun safety and gun use to members of the local community. It has lots of LGBTQ members. It has lots of non-white members. It says that what it is doing is community defence. And that's not all it does. Its members have also been involved with disaster relief after natural disasters in other parts of the country, as well as drug harm reduction and giving out free food to the local community. And so with the giant papier-mâché head of the famous anarchist Emma Goldman in the background, we asked them why they felt the need to get armed and whether or not this might be the new face of mutual aid.
There is a sort of like worst case scenario that, you know, these guns are so prolific that it's better to have one than to not if you're responsible and you're a member of the community and you're looking out for people. I think a lot of right-wing gun culture is just glorifying violence and actually helping people. We've had members of the SRA go down to North Carolina to help out during the hurricanes or after the hurricanes. I don't think showing up with guns is the best way to do that, but the other side does, so kind of it's better to have it and not need it, sort of thing.
Can you talk a little bit about the history of the radical movements that have taken gun ownership as an essential part of their organising? I'm thinking about like the Black Panthers, for example, in Oakland.
Yeah, I mean, there's historical precedent of the left using firearms to win all the way back to like slave revolts and things like that. I don't think it's necessarily a central part of the organizing that we as an organization it is, but broadly on the left, I don't think it is and I don't think it should be. I just think that as an organization, we need to specialize in this skill and this topic because it's just a role that needs to be filled. I think it's a skill to have in your back pocket and to better have it and not need it, especially with the right-wing organizing is centrally around guns and is centrally around hurting people and going after parts of our community. Even if you're some leftist who believes that they're going to really make the biggest change in the world and going after like international capitalism, and you start making headways, historically, they just kill those people. If you think you're going to have a revolution and it's going to be a peaceful one, like you're probably going to lose. I'm not advocating for violence. I'm not advocating for some overthrow of the government. I just want people to be able to defend themselves from people who want to do them harm.
One aspect of that is community defence. I think it's interesting to think about the different forms that can take. One form might be a kind of particular response to, for example, the far-right march. After Trump was elected the first time, we saw big marches, right? Sort of neo-Nazi marches, people waving unapologetically swastikas in the air. You can oppose that in a sort of an armed way, or you can have a sort of more distributed, inside the community kind of opposition to essentially hate crime that might accelerate. How do you see the different roles of firearms in those two different cases? Because they feel quite different to me.
Yeah. Firearms and protest usually are not a good mix. People are deciding to be armed at a protest. We generally say, well, one, you have to abide by your state laws and your local laws. There's laws around like open carry and things like that. So first off, check up on those laws wherever you are. Second, if you do decide to carry and it's legal in your area, concealed carry, you can have a permit for that. And don't be an instigating actor. Be a person that's willing to look out for people who are going to show up at a protest and potentially have like a mass shooting scenario. We don't recommend that like people show up with guns or act in some sort of militia way. You know, the SRA is not a militia. We're an education organization. We've had a couple scenarios where we've had different far right, like just fascist groups and rebranded Nazis essentially show up with flags. And the city of Philadelphia shows up and beats the shit out of them every single time. There weren't guns involved. There's a lot of martial arts and MMA and Muay Thai happening in the city, especially in leftist spaces, which we encourage. We have a lot of members who practice Muay Thai. When you have these incidents of fascism showing its face like this, or hate crimes, the best way to kind of repel that is to just get out in the streets and just show that they are outnumbered and they're not welcome. You don't need a gun to do that.
Right, it's outnumbered but not necessarily outgunned.
Yeah, I think if there's the subtext that these people are armed, it's usually a deterrent. I'm thinking back to Katrina, where there's different groups that came down to do outreach there, and there were Nazis in the street shooting bystanders down, and they showed up with guns. There wasn't a gunfight, but just the fact that they had guns and they knew that they would use them to defend themselves, they kind of fucked off. So.
I've never seen an assault rifle before. Mm-hmm. Here we have two.
Yep.
And what's the difference between them? Like, why have two?
So this I bought kind of during COVID. It was kind of cheap, and the ammo was cheaper at the time. When Russia invaded Ukraine, a lot of the sanctions dried up the ammo. Some of those companies moved over out of Russia, but there's not a lot of stateside ammo for like AKs. Mm-hmm. And then, so I bought that when it was.
This is an AK-74?
47.
47. So this is a classic. This is the most widespread rifle in the world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think so. What happened, as far as I understand it, the Soviets gave AK-47s to huge numbers of communist movements globally, mm-hmm. and then they got sort of distributed into populations. So, for example, the Viet Cong had a huge number of them. Mm-hmm. In East Africa, there's loads of them.
There's even more. There's a whole subset of gun nerdery that you could go into about AK-47s, because beyond just giving out the guns themselves, they gave out the manufacturing plans. So there's a lot of different variants that, from an untrained eye, it looks like an AK-47, but some small parts might not work together, and some of the tolerances don't work. You can tell by some of the rivets. It's a big thing that you could get into. So AKs in the US are very much more of a boutique item these days.
There's a really good book by Christian Parenti called Tropics of Chaos, mm-hmm. and it's about the way in which violence spreads in particular cultures through the Cold War, basically. So his thesis is that, particularly in East Africa, between Eritrea and Ethiopia, lots of guns are sort of dumped into the environment by America on the one hand, mm-hmm. that's funding the sort of the ruling class, and then the communists in Russia give rifles as well to the Communist Party there. This ultimately leads to a situation where people just have guns, right, all the time. Can you talk to us about the history of guns in the US? Why is it that the United States has so many guns, and how do they get here?
That's a really big topic. So, originally it was really for only white people to have guns in this country, and if you were not a landowning elite, you weren't even allowed to have other forms of weaponry. I think there's laws around black people owning dogs because they could be considered a weapon at a certain point. I think the history of gun ownership is kind of inexplicably tied to the genocide of the Native Americans. And the culture has changed a lot throughout the years. So even in the last 20 or 30 years, right-wing gun culture has changed a few times over, especially with kind of the laws affecting it. You have a lot of people who come home from wars and just enjoy shooting guns because the capitalist class likes to just throw the working class into the meat grinder, and then they end up liking guns.
This is the thesis of Kathleen Bellu's work on white power, is that far-right movements bloom in the aftermath of wars of people sent abroad, mm-hmm. Particularly in the US. That means in the 1980s there was a huge explosion of what we might call the white power movement, of people who are veterans, or at least pretend to be veterans, of the Vietnam War, and that sort of trauma comes home with them as well. Is that something that you see in the far right now? People who are organising on the right, there's that sort of war trauma there? Is that from Iraq or Afghanistan?
I think there's some of that. What I see more of, though, is people pretending to be those people and dressing up like a Navy SEAL or something, and kind of copying the kit that they have to kind of play soldier at the range. There's also a lot of glorification of these vets, because there used to be a culture where these vets wouldn't really show their face around the work that they did, or wouldn't glorify it in some like public way. But there's been a lot of books and podcasts and of stuff, and vets coming out talking about their experience and being like, yeah, we did that and I'm proud of it, which kind of leads to the general public kind of glorifying war and certain aspects of the military.
You offered training.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell me what you do? And could you maybe offer that training to me now, as someone who's never seen a rifle in person?
Yeah. So the trainings that we offer is we have a Fundamentals class. We have two. So Fundamentals 1.0 is about all the legal landscape around guns in Pennsylvania. Even just like a short throw over the river in New Jersey, the laws are drastically different. So a lot of legal considerations, safety things around storage. We talk a lot about mental health, how to like be aware of your mental health, how to be aware of your friend's mental health. And then we talk about how ammunition works, how the guns work, how to source guns like responsibly. I mean, I say that like if people are commonly buying black market guns, but that's like not really the case. From there, we talk about range etiquette. So how to like behave at a range, how to dress safely for the range and do that, all that kind of stuff.
You go to ranges that are public ranges?
Public and private, yeah.
Yeah, and the public ranges are also frequented by people on the right, right? So there's sort of right-wing militias as well. Can you talk about these interactions there?
Some ranges are a little more fashy than others. There's been some ranges where people are bragging about joining the border patrol. There's a lot of ranges that are like swarmed with like cops and state police and things like that. And then you have like your run-of-the-mill like militia people who, you can kind of tell who it is. They're not necessarily wearing the flag literally on their sleeve, but you can kind of tell. We also monitor a lot of their streams and like Telegram channels and stuff. And so,
what do you find?
That they complain about people who aren't like cis white men going to shoot. And there's been a couple times where they like talk specifically about someone that we know. So we try to keep it pretty low profile.
And your organization is not mostly cis white men. Who is in the SRA?
So it's a lot of queer and trans folks, a lot of LGBT and union people, a lot of LGBT union people. But to be fair, there are a lot of cis white men in the chapter. I think because historically it's been gatekept from people who aren't cis white men, and we're hoping to change that. One of the biggest shifts in demographic that we've seen, especially since the election, is a lot more women are signing up, and kind of a steady stream of trans people are signing up.
Can you show me how to do the safety thing?
Yeah. So let's start with the handgun. So there's actually a lot more laws around handguns in the U.S. than these rifles. I think that surprises people the first time they hear about it, because these are on the news all the time, but much more crime is done with handguns than with rifles. So I think a lot of the solutions around like gun crime as it affects like everyday people is more to do with addressing poverty and material conditions than actual gun laws. So first rule of gun safety is always treat a gun as if it is loaded. Don't assume that it's unloaded. So you want to check and clear the chamber. So in here you'll see that there's a little hole and there's nothing in there. So we check that the gun is safe. You want to always keep a gun pointed in a safe direction. Don't point at anything you don't intend to shoot. So right now I'm keeping it safely pointed in one direction. I'm also not, third rule of gun safety, sticking my finger in here and pulling the trigger and things like that. And then the fourth rule of gun safety is know your target and what lies beyond it. So you don't want to be shooting into the dark and not knowing what you're hitting. And if you are shooting at something, you want to know what lies beyond it, because the bullets are just going to keep going. So we cover a lot more in depth in the class. But as far as like manual safeties, how to operate them, a lot of modern handguns, like anything made after the 80s, don't have like a safety on them. A lot of guns will have like a blade safety or something, or internal safety to make sure that they don't go off from like dropping them.
Can you show me how to grip it? Can I hold it? Is that right?
Yeah, so just keep it pointed down that range. So as far as like a proper grip, you want to hold all 3 fingers and have like 1 finger forward. And then with your support hand, kind of put your palm into here. And then really the secret to pistol shooting, because it's a lot harder than rifle shooting, your support hand is going to grip harder than your right hand. So that way, if you're squeezing, it's not going anywhere. And when it cycles, it just returns back on sight. So in here, we have like, this is the lower receiver. This is the only actual part that's considered the firearm. So you can basically buy this metal chunk that houses the trigger at a dealership and do the background check that has the serial number on it. And then everything else, like the trigger, the stock, the bolt, the whole upper receiver, since this kind of comes into 2 pieces, you can have shipped to your house. So that's kind of why people say like the AK or the AR platform is like so modular. Some people call it Legos, because you just buy one part and then you can kind of slap on anything you want.
We were talking about the way in which the practice of war fighting changes gun culture. So certainly it traumatizes lots of people. They come back to the United States, then get sort of stuck in this sort of culture of violence and so on.
Some of it.
How does that affect the actual weapons themselves? Like, how do these compare to the weapons that you might actually find in the war in Iraq or in Afghanistan?
Military grade just means the cheapest that the military could get that meets their standards. So like, it's way easier to get guns that are higher standard and higher spec than a military gun. A lot of the innovation doesn't come from the military, it actually comes from like the competition shooting scene, because they're allowed to tinker with their guns and improve things. So a lot of things like this type of sight, which is called an LVPO or low powered variable optic, that can zoom from 1x all the way up to 6x. That's a new thing. This was called a piggyback, having an extra optic on top.
Can I hold it? Is that all right?
Yeah. So obviously there's no ammo in it, but you're still practicing gun safety. Keep it down range. So
it's not as heavy as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, it is pretty heavy, but it's not like incredibly heavy.
Yeah, and it doesn't recoil a whole lot. People think it's going to be some sort of cannon, and it's pretty pleasant to shoot.
Oh, I can see. Yeah. So what's the advantage of having one of these as opposed to having the AK, which you bought before?
Yeah. The AK is pretty not very practical. One, there's limitations with 7.62 by 39 beyond just the price. It drops off faster. It's slower. It's affected by wind a lot more at distance, and there's more recoil for not that much more performance. The other thing is that the ergonomics on them aren't as good. So earlier I was saying I can pretty much handle everything with like one hand here. I'm gonna put this down. Here, even just to charge it, I have to like break my grip, come back around, work with this. The safety is like, this is a more modern thing, is having a finger safety here. It used to be that you have to like kind of break your grip and come up like that. If you see the line from the barrel all the way down to the stock, it's not a straight line, whereas in the AR it is. So the recoil is going to have like a sort of different direction, and the way the stock is set up now, you can get like a million different stocks for this, but you kind of have to be closer in and hunched over, and you're kind of looking through your eyebrow, whereas this is much more heads up shooting, and it's a lot more comfortable, and you don't fatigue as easily.
The AK-47 is in some ways a classic gun, but it's not actually so widely feared anymore. Obviously, in the Cold War, it was the the gun of the Soviets and so on. But the AR-15 is like a classic all-American weapon. But it's also very controversial. There was an attempt to ban specifically this platform.
Yeah.
Why is that? And like, what is so controversial about it? And what do they get wrong in that controversy?
So, it's the most common rifle in America. So when these like terrible incidents happen, it's probably going to be with an AR-15 just because of how cheap they are to produce.
We're talking school shootings, we're talking also terrorist attacks. So, for example, the Christchurch shooting in New Zealand was actually conducted with an AR-15 as well.
Yeah, and I think the kind of gap in knowledge is pretty representative in the difference between this and, say, what's called like a Mini 14, which is kind of like a hipster's AR-15. It's an older version of a similar gun, or it fit a similar role to this in the military. It shoots the exact same round. It has the same exact like impact or like effect downrange, but because it's made out of wood and it looks old, people don't really pay a lot of attention to it. There have been some attempts to ban the AR-15, but it's without getting rid of the Second Amendment, it's going to be a lot harder to do, especially like, it'd be like trying to ban the like Toyota Corolla or something. Like there's just a lot of them and you can't really just do that. The attempt that they have made is to do like featureless stuff. So you're like getting rid of like certain features like a pistol grip, which is just this, doesn't make the gun more deadly. It makes it more comfortable to shoot. It makes it easier to shoot, which is probably safer than a gun that's harder to shoot, to be less accurate with. For some reason, telescoping stocks, something like this, scares people. I don't know why. It's just like, if you're smaller, you bring it in. If you're larger, you bring it out. It doesn't change how this gun works. It doesn't like stop it from being semi-automatic. Every single gun, unless it's a bolt action rifle or a pump action shotgun, is semi-automatic. It's kind of, it's not really addressing the issues. It's like addressing a lot of feelings, very valid feelings that people have, but it's not really practical.
Do you think that the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun, right? This is an NRA talking point, but in some ways, like, that feels like maybe there's some sort of overlap there with your strategy?
I think there's so much like baggage attached to that statement. It's like, I don't think so. I think there obviously is a handful of cases of people stopping mass shootings with their concealed carry gun. They're not hopping out of their car with one of these. And typically when they say good guys with the gun, these are people who like the police, and then the police don't do anything when there's a mass shooting either. They're a bunch of fucking cowards, honestly.
You mentioned the Second Amendment a moment ago and the possibility of repealing it, right? That's not really a thing that anyone thinks is going to happen. There was certainly some conspiracy theories back in the Obama presidency that Obama was going to repeal the Second Amendment and this kind of thing. The same is also true of the Biden. Of course, this happens every time a Democrat is elected. The Republicans think that's going to happen. There are some arguments that the Second Amendment is written at a time when AR-15s didn't exist, but also an organized national police force didn't exist. And that it's really a provision for militias. It's really a provision for local law enforcement at a moment in which America didn't have that in a much more sort of organized way that it has now. Is there a case for repealing the Second Amendment? Because that would lower the temperature of violence or lower the capacity for violence in the country quite substantially, no?
I think any attempt for attacking or repealing the Second Amendment is going to stroke more violence than anything, because there's so much of an identity to it. Maybe in a world where we can all hold hands and sing Kumbaya, like we can get to that point where we're having a more sober discussion around these things. That being said, it's a document written by slaveholders. They didn't really have a lot of things in mind when they were writing the Constitution. And I think what it really comes down to is everybody has the right to defend themselves. So if that means guns, if that means martial arts, if that means mace, these are things that you need to know how to use if you choose to have that responsibility.
Are you worried about a civil war?
I think it's a topic of discussion. I think most of that talk comes from the right, and the way that we talk about it, at least in the SRA, is more of like, how do we respond if these people start trying to pull stuff? I don't think it'll be like a civil war like the first time, or necessarily like even as bad as like stuff during the Troubles. But I do see
the Troubles in the North Atlantic.
Yeah, but that's kind of what people most likely kind of use as a reference point. There's like small targeted things where different groups rub up against each other. I think the more that the government gets kind of divided, I think Trump is going to be pretty antagonistic to a lot of different parts of the government, and different forms of the government might coalesce around like either pro-Trump or anti-Trump, however that looks, and then you have certain areas that are like more hostile than others. But I don't know. I think a real civil war would have to come down to like food and water and like mass homelessness to like really kick off, because I think people just want to feel comfortable, and they feel really comfortable, and they don't really want to do this. I think a lot of it is posturing to kind of whip up people, and then you'll have crazies that might actually do something, and then some of those crazy band together and make a militia. So,
but there is a broader question here about violence in the American politics, right? It is a very violent culture. In some ways, the kinds of things that are threatened by the far right, and perhaps even by you, is sort of escalation of that violence. The violence is really bad. Like I'm going to come down against violence, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like the argument that I will sort of put to you is that by organizing around weapons, that you make the threat of that escalation more substantial.
I think that damage has already been done, and it hasn't been done by us. Even going back to like what you mentioned about the like Black Panthers organizing around guns, it's come from a need of necessity. If we didn't need them, we wouldn't have them, or if we didn't feel unsafe, we wouldn't have them. Like I was saying, a lot of our memberships are trans people who are just trying to live a regular life and who are attacked on a daily basis. That being said, we do always preach de-escalation. We do say like, a gun's not the most practical in every situation. Usually pepper spray is, if you can get away with that. In certain places, you're not allowed to have pepper spray. But,
are you in Pennsylvania?
Yeah. So this is really a last resort, but you can't really own a gun without the accompanying knowledge and skills. And so that's really what we're here for, is to fill that gap. We're not necessarily leading the left. We're not trying to like tell people what to do, but we are just saying, here's a specialized skill, and if you choose to have this responsibility, we will help you like be safe and like competent with these.
A month after the election, Luigi Mangione allegedly shot Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, 3 times in the back, killing him. Since then, the question of guns and the left has become even more relevant in the United States. There was something very surprising about the way in which Luigi allegedly shot Thompson. He used a ghost gun, which is a kind of gun that doesn't have a serial number and therefore can't be traced. Some number of these guns are also made in unconventional ways, for example, being 3D printed, using a 3D printer you can buy at home with files downloaded from the internet. In a country with more guns than people, it's a strange choice to say the least. This wave of 3D printed guns was started by crypto-anarchist Cody Wilson in 2013, who uploaded the first gun called the Liberator to the internet. Using these guns, downloading them, and of course firing them are extremely illegal pretty much everywhere. But this is the new condition that advocates for gun control have to reckon with. The means of distributing violence have become increasingly decentralized, untraceable, and unstoppable. And what are the neo-Nazis up to? Well, just a few days after we filmed this video, a group of masked men walked down the street in Columbus, Ohio, waving swastikas, as they will do many times over the next Trump presidency, not just there, but across the United States. If you've enjoyed Novara's America coverage and want to help us make more and become even better in 2025, please go to novaramedia.com/support. And if you want to hear more interviews with me, you can listen to Novara FM on the Novara Media podcast feed, available wherever you get your podcasts.
So, hi, Heathen Granny. I'm okay. What?
For you. You don't feel the torture, feel it like I do. And I can't get
How do you know what we're watching?
Can't get enough. You just don't give up, just don't give up.
'Cause I don't know what we're watching.
I shouldn't love you. Vultures circle above you, and you keep me holding on. You keep me holding on to the devil that I love in you. I shouldn't love you. I hate to feed the monster in you. You don't feel the hunger, feel it like I do. And I can't get enough, can't get enough. You just don't give up, just don't give up. Do you? I shouldn't love you. Vultures circle above you, and you keep me holding on. You keep me holding on to the devil that I love in you. I shouldn't love you, and you know. And you know. And don't you know, and don't you I shouldn't love you. Vultures circle above you, and you keep me holding on. You keep me holding on to the devil that I love you. I shouldn't love you. I bathe in holy water for you.
New developments in an ethics investigation into Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz.
President Trump tonight backing Congressman Matt Gaetz for U.S. Attorney General, the top law enforcement position in the nation.
I'm a marked man in Congress. I'm a canceled man in some corners of the internet. Thank you all so much.
Congratulations for using Venmo to allegedly paying underage girls to have sex.
November 2024, perhaps the most consequential month in the history of mankind. AJ and Big Justice appear on Jimmy Fallon alongside The Rizzler. Vanderpump Rules introduces an entirely new cast. Troye Sivan stuns for Butt Magazine. Jim Office is crowned sexiest man alive, and I'm sure there was something else equally important that happened too.
Donald Trump will win.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump will be elected to return to the White House.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt Boys, Aiden Ross.
Oh yeah, Haley Welch announced hot coin. That's what I'm thinking of. I remember thinking the 2016 presidential election was one of the most chaotic and unprecedented events I had ever been unfortunate enough to live through at that time. But I also realized I was 16 when that all happened, and now with the ripe, seasoned seasoned age of 24, I feel I can finally say with the utmost assurance that the 2024 presidential election is what's truly deserving of that mantle. I mean, it was just nonstop shit, man. The entire thing, from Donald Trump selling gaudy, overpriced NFTs of himself to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis launching his campaign from a scuffed Twitter space that sounded like it was taking place in Silent Hill. From Joe Biden's brain practically being reduced to mashed potatoes on live television, to his opponent's brain almost being reduced to literal mashed potatoes only a few weeks later, it really seemed for a little while that the turmoil would never end. The people in swing states would never be able to watch a college football game again without hearing how Kamala Harris wants to send your kids to communism school to become trans. But now that the dust has settled, it's time we as a country come together to assess the damages and do what we can to move forward. But I will admit, that's a tall order with the president-elect appointing a new Batman villain sycophant to his cabinet every other day. Every time I get a new notification on my phone, I brace myself for the news that Jeffrey Epstein's corpse was just nominated U.S. Secretary of Education. Of these controversial picks, we've seen Dr. Oz put in charge of Medicare and Medicaid, Fox News morning anchor Pete Hegseth named Secretary of Defense, and friend of the channel RFK Jr. tapped to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. But as we all prepare our immune systems for the inevitable outlaw of pasteurized milk, I think it's worth taking a closer look at possibly the most shocking and polarizing cabinet selection of all. A man who has made so many enemies throughout his short tenure in Washington, he's been previously dubbed the most unpopular man in Congress, before tragically withdrawing his bid for U.S. Attorney General and turning to an extravagant career on Cameo instead, which I'm sure he's enjoying just as much. Join me in exploring the fiery rise and humiliating fall of former congressman and current political pariah, Matt Gaetz.
Why is it that the women with the least likelihood of getting pregnant are the ones most worried about having abortions? Nobody wants to impregnate you if you look like a thumb.
But first, I want to take a moment here to discuss today's beautiful sponsor, Aura. This may sound insane, but sometimes not everyone on the internet has your best interests at heart, okay? Sometimes they're out to get ya. In fact, I'm told in this brief that there is a 1 in 4 chance that you could fall victim to online crime, including the possibility of your information being stolen. That would suck, right? Companies experience data breaches at an alarming rate. This year alone, with Dell and Ticketmaster each reporting massive breaches that ended up compromising hundreds of millions of their so-called valued customers. But neither of those companies even come close to National Public Data, which reported a breach of over 2.9 billion. That's with a B. That's with a B. Of their records breached, which may include the strange and unconventional life of Matthew Lewis Gaetz II starts about where you'd expect it to start. The literal house used in the Truman Show. Yes, you heard that right. The Gaetz family had actually purchased the seaside Florida property 7 years before it was selected as the pivotal film set in the 1996 Jim Carrey box office hit. A fun little piece of movie trivia that Matt's parents, Dawn and Vicky Gaetz, take great pride in. And frankly, I would too. I can't think of a better place for a lifeless husk of a politician to be raised. See, Matt comes from a long line of Republican lawmakers, his grandfather Jerry Gaetz serving as mayor of Rugby, North Dakota for a brief time before literally dying on the floor of the 1964 Republican National Convention just after giving a ringing endorsement of one Barry Goldwater, the controversial Republican nominee who had opposed the Civil Rights Act that same year before being clapped by LBJ in the general election. Bro won at 6 states, man. That's actually kind of pitiful. But there's little doubt that the death of Jerry Gaetz weighed heavy on his 16-year-old son, Don, who had tragically been watching the convention live on television when he witnessed his father collapse of a heart attack in real time. The cameras zooming in close on his final moments as detailed in a 2008 piece in the Tampa Bay Times. As traumatic as this must have been, it hardly dissuaded Don from pursuing a pretty considerable 10-year stint in public service, climbing the ranks of the Florida State Senate to become its president in the late 2000s. This is where Don would begin to garner garner a reputation for doing things his own way, so to speak. His brash, no-nonsense personality meant he was a force of nature, as one colleague put it, who lorded over politics in the Florida panhandle for a generation, according to Politico. As one Florida legislator stated, if Don's against you, he's against you in a very rough way, earning some media attention when he, for example, issued what was described in the Tampa Bay Times as a thinly veiled threat to one client who wanted to do away with Obamacare. Don, being a Republican, also wanted to get rid of the legislation, of course, but disagreed with his colleague's methods. So he did what any sensible politician would do and harkened back to an 1800s era Andrew Jackson quote that read, "Shoot the first nullifier who touches the flag and burn the rest," referring to a nullification crisis the seventh president was facing. Don, applying the quote to his predicament, added, "I have sworn an oath to defend the Constitution. Count me in with Andrew Jackson." Now, sure, this may sound dramatic, but it was hardly out of character for a guy like Don, who had also attracted criticism for evoking lynchings during a debate with African-American lawmakers on the topic of redistricting, as the article points out. But Don wasn't just known for his strong use of words. He also had millions of dollars to his name by this point too, which only increased his influence in regional politics. See, Don Gaetz was an early pioneer of the hospice industry. After noticing how many non-profit hospice organizations there were in the 1970s, Don saw an opportunity to get ahead, co-founding the single largest for-profit hospice provider in the country, Vitus, back in the late 70s. This was after he had lobbied local government to impose a licensing code on hospice work, giving Don's company a near monopoly in the state, as reported by the New Yorker. Don would eventually sell the company in 2004 for a 9-figure profit, which he then used to propel himself into the world of GOP politics. Though he would of course find himself in a bit of hot water when the Department of Justice brought a lawsuit against Vitus, accusing the organization of rampant Medicare fraud. The feds alleged that the company had been overcharging consumers for Medicare from 2002 to 2013, eventually settling for a sum of $75 million a few years later. Despite being vice chairman of the board during part of the time the alleged fraud took place, Don told the Associated Press at the time that he had no role in the operation of the company, with no charges being brought against him personally. But his longtime role in the company did mean he was absolutely loaded, and that his son Matthew Gaetz would be in for a pretty rowdy and affluent adolescence. So much so that former classmates told Business Insider that in high school, Matt would brag about a family friend who would wear the seatbelt from his dad's private jet as a belt to hold his pants up. He'd even reportedly use his dad's status as a lawmaker to threaten other students in his debate club, reportedly telling one girl that he was going to get his daddy to make some calls and have her college admission withdrawn. Hard to imagine then why these former classmates took to their 2000 alumni Facebook page to post memes likening the congressman to Butthead 20 years later, which is the second time I've seen one of his Florida friends saying he looks like Beavis and or Butthead, with multiple peers writing him off as an asshole and another labeling him as, quote, an emotional vampire because of the emotional energy it took to interact with him, quote, like, oh god, here comes Matt. According to those that knew and debated with him, Matt seemed to think his classmates were beneath him, both in status and debate skills, quote, with his dad being who he was, one student told Insider, he, quote, thought he was better than everyone else, and we were just ants. That very affluence would rear its head again in 2008, when, the night before Halloween, a 26-year-old Matt was pulled over for speeding in his dad's BMW SUV on his way home from a local nightclub. When a fumbling, watery-eyed Gaetz refused a breathalyzer and a field sobriety test, he was placed under arrest. Now, normally in Florida, you'd have your license suspended for refusing such tests, as well as have your refusal used against you in court. But Matt Gaetz, the son of a wealthy and powerful state legislator, didn't have to deal with any of that. Instead, his charges were dropped thanks in large part to someone who worked at Matt's own law firm. Whether any of this is just coincidence is up to you to determine. What we can safely say, though, is that Matt's supposedly questionable driving habits did make for some light fodder among those in his district, as Mother Jones cited, specifically naming a time he slammed into the back of one of his own constituents while talking on the phone. But those in Gaetz' inner circle were also more than familiar with his obnoxious frat boy tendencies he liked to put on display even after becoming a politician, with several anonymous witnesses describing Orlando-based house parties that required guests to turn off their phones upon entry, which is always a good sign due to the pill-popping, high-profile clientele sharing illicit drugs drugs like ecstasy and cocaine inside, despite their supposedly upstanding status as God-fearing Republican lawmakers. Among those in attendance was Matt Gaetz, who CNN confirmed in 2021 had sent an electronic payment to at least one woman after one of these parties, along with his close buddy Joel Greenberg, a man who had a tendency for sending these payments and who we will be discussing extensively a little later. It's been widely reported at this point that Gaetz also had a habit of showing nude photos of girls he had supposedly slept with to friends and colleagues at casual gatherings and even on the house floor, seemingly without the express consent from the people in the images or those seeing them, with one former high school friend of Matt, Aaron Scott, recalling to Insider the time he whipped his phone out at a wedding rehearsal dinner to brag about a girl he had been sexually involved with. Feeling the photo showed a private moment between the two, Scott told Insider the night vision picture appeared to depict the girl on a bed looking at the camera on all fours. 10 years later, those old habits haven't seemed to change at all, with aides and lawmakers both describing this tradition to CNN of sharing images and videos of naked women as a point of pride, as one source told the publication. Gaetz, of course, rejects these claims, lumping them all in with a massive extortion plot to ruin him and his family's lives. It's also been reported by ABC that Gaetz, with the help of his fellow lawmakers, participated in a fun little game around the state capitol that involved racking up points for how many interns, staffers, or female colleagues they could sleep with, a competition that also reportedly meant going after women they heard were virgins. While Gaetz may have been known to some as Baby Gaetz around this time, a play on the nickname Daddy Gaetz that had been given to his father, some women simply referred to him as Creepy Gaetz due to his apparent reputation in Tallahassee. As three former staffers for Ron DeSantis told The Washington Post, when Matt worked on the DeSantis transition team in 2018, he'd repeatedly try to make sure the night ended with them in a college town. And as his sister-in-law later stated on TikTok, she had heard through the grapevine during her time as an intern in Washington that Gaetz, quote, had a reputation of prowling around college girls as a grown man, even finding himself in a little bit of hot water in 2018 when the office of then Speaker of the House Paul Ryan was reportedly made aware of Gaetz leering at an anonymous young staffer. According to the Washington Post, he was briefly confronted but denied any untoward behavior. It never went anywhere else after the staffer declined to press further. Gaetz denies this meeting ever took place. But one of the biggest reasons Gaetz ever achieved this position in government is thanks to his massively rich power broker of a father who executed every shady plan in the book to make sure his beautiful boy reached the glorious halls of Congress. What do I mean by that? Well, Mother Jones published a fantastic report in 2019 outlining Matt's path to power and pointed out more than a few discrepancies in his journey. See, after graduating law school in 2007, Matt went on to represent only a few clients before announcing his candidacy for state legislature the very same year he had that whole DUI thing. His resume included representing a homeowners association, angry over the placement of a volleyball net, and a debt collection suit where he went after an elderly woman who found herself unable to pay her medical bills. You want to guess who owned the home care facility she couldn't pay? Just guess. It's really funny. Yeah, it's Matt's dad. It's Matt's fucking dad, man. But throughout his short time practicing law, the publication reported Matt had only made about $29,000 from it in 2010, despite having a suspicious net worth of over $1 million by that time, pouring six figures into his own campaign mere weeks before the GOP primary. Seeing that this was significantly more than what any of his opponents had managed to raise, Matt was able to easily secure office and maintain his position at the state level until running at the federal level when a congressional seat spontaneously opened up in Washington. Despite financial disclosures indicating his net worth had dipped down to $90,000 in liquid cash, Matt managed to magically sink another $200,000 into his new campaign over the course of a few months, once again easily surpassing any and all fundraising by anyone who sought to challenge him. While it would have been obviously extremely illegal for his millionaire dad to donate six figures to Matt's congressional campaign, many people assumed this to be the case, with Mother Jones outlining it pretty clearly how Don had likely skirted federal law to do it. See, Matt did own a few real estate properties that he conveniently managed to sell just days after that congressional seat opened up, going on to sell numerous vacant lots he had owned over the next few months as well. As Mother Jones stated, quote, all of Gaetz' real estate was purchased by the same buyer, a company called Trevoron, which, it turns out, out, is owned by his dad. What a weird little quirky happenstance, right? Who amongst us hasn't been in dire need of campaign funds, so we sell multiple properties to a company that happens to be owned by our millionaire dad, which gives us enough money to destroy anyone who may want to challenge us for the seat, right? But if you thought it couldn't get any murkier, turns out Gaetz had also started up 2 super PACs during his time in the Florida House, where he'd raise money to be used in local elections. By the time he decided to run for Congress, these PACs had about $380,000 in funds still left over. So what did Matt do? He stepped down from his position, dissolved the PACs, and the money was eventually surrendered to a federal PAC by the name of North Florida Neighbors, which turned around and wholly supported Matt's bid for US Congress. Another weird happenstance. Because the law prohibits you from using state PAC money towards a federal campaign, this was very close to being illegal, with a complaint actually being filed. Except it was shot down immediately due to the PACs technically being shut down before funding the federal entity. Pretty shady stuff, considering it was still the same money. Not to mention the PAC also received cash from TLC Caregivers, a company owned by Don Gaetz, along with 6-figure contributions from other organizations run by more friends of the Gaetz family. If this all sounds a bit messed up, that's because it is. But in American politics, getting ahead is all about exploiting whatever legal loopholes may be there, using your wealth to your advantage to step on your opponents who don't have as much money as you and can't have this leverage. The truth is, what Matt and Don managed to pull off is not that uncommon. Still smarmy though, and was absolutely effective in sending Matt Gaetz to Washington. Surely, now that this father had tried so hard and succeeded in placing his son in a position of power, Matt would be more than willing to do all that he could to better the lives of regular people in his district, right? Well, one of the first things he ever did was vote no on an anti-human trafficking bill that otherwise passed the House and Senate with wide support from both parties. According to Gaetz at the time, he agreed with the bill's goal, but ultimately found aspects of it to be unconstitutional. Now, somehow none of Matt's 534 colleagues in Congress agreed with this notion, as he was the only person to vote no on that bill, giving him the first of many viral moments, which would begin to build his reputation as a freshman troublemaker. At a time when his fellow Florida legislators were inviting hurricane survivors to the 2018 State of the Union, Matt took this opportunity to invite a notorious Holocaust denier, who also stated he believes in physical and mental differences between the races. Now, of course, Gaetz claims to not have known any of this about the man, who had just showed up to his office and struck up a friendly conversation with the congressman the day before Trump's address, with Gaetz claiming he doesn't agree with everything the man has said or done, but assuring the media he was a perfectly polite guest all the same. I guess it just goes to show that if you ever wanted a free ticket to the State of the Union the past few years, all you needed to do was stand outside Matt Gaetz's office long enough, apparently. With the very first bill he ever introduced being a one-sentence unserious proposal to get rid of the EPA, Gaetz's track record as a troll would begin to speak for itself. Apart from hilariously introducing legislation that would allow citizens to pay federal income taxes in Bitcoin, the man would also appear in the news for wearing a gas mask to vote for emergency COVID relief, bursting into the hearing room to delay a deposition in the midst of Donald Trump's impeachment, sparring with the parents of Parkland shooting victims, trying to get them removed from a hearing on gun violence, and snapping into attack dog mode every time his boss found himself in some hot water.
But I would say that the conditions in Haiti are deplorable. They are disgusting. I mean, it's everywhere you look in Haiti, it's sheet metal and garbage when I was there.
In fact, Gaetz' unwavering allegiance to the president became one of his hallmark personality traits pretty quickly. After 4 years of being one of his biggest sycophants in Congress, Gaetz went on to reiterate Trump's claims of election interference, baselessly describing the 2020 election as uniquely polluted, and even floating the idea of using special rules to reject the will of the voters, per The New Yorker. But the magazine also pointed out another potential, often overlooked reason for Gaetz' MAGA loyalty. During the final months of the Trump presidency, Matt Gaetz would reportedly make several attempts to convince the administration to grant him what's been described as a blanket pardon, a pardon which, according to what Trump attorney Eric Hirschman told the January 6th committee, would cover Gaetz for any crimes he had committed, quote, from the beginning of time up until that day, for anything. It was more far-reaching than the pardon President Gerald Ford gave Richard Nixon over Watergate. While Gaetz has denied this himself, it's important to remind you that this wasn't just some casual rumor made up by an anonymous source. It was a claim legitimately made in front of Congress under oath. Why exactly Matt Gaetz would be interested in such a sweeping exoneration for any and all crimes he may have committed up until the present day is a question that has been heavily debated ever since.
Oh my God, I'm so excited! I'm so excited! I mean, everyone thinks you're crazy. I don't think you're crazy. People think you're a pedophile. I don't think you're a pedophile at all. I don't think he's a pedophile at all. The charges against him are totally false. They're totally false.
Matt Gaetz was never a stranger to controversy, but in spring 2021, he became far more acquainted than he may have ever wanted to be. On March 30th, the New York Times published the jaw-dropping revelation that the Department of Justice had launched an investigation into the congressman, quote, over whether he had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old and whether or not he paid said 17-year-old to travel with him across state lines. Now, the rumors of him potentially stepping down from government to become a conservative news anchor were starting to make some sense. In fact, as the New Yorker reported, Matt was, quote, so consumed by the investigation that he had effectively stopped carrying out many of his official duties, citing one of his staffers who ended up stepping down and told the publication that Matt was withdrawn during this time as well. Really, this investigation had been going on for a while. Opened up under the Trump administration by then Attorney General Bill Barr, the probe into Gaetz was actually an offshoot of a much larger investigation into a man we mentioned earlier, a former Seminole County tax collector and a close buddy of Matt Gaetz, Joel Greenberg.
The media has tried to destroy a good man's reputation, and in destroying, they will destroy that which he represents, the ideas that you and I hold dear in our hearts that we know is right and true.
Now, Joel Greenberg is known as a sleazebag convict extraordinaire, or in other words, a guy from Florida. It's just a joke, some of my best friends are from Florida. That's how I know Matt Gaetz is so loved by the people there. But I want to take a break from Matt to introduce this Joel guy for a second, because it's his criminal track record and a proximity to Matt Gaetz that will largely shape the congressman's professional trajectory, whether he likes it or not. Joel is a flashy guy, okay? A real man of taste. As early as November 2020, the Orlando Sentinel was reporting on his misuse of more than $1 million worth of taxpayer money, along with racking up almost $400,000 on a company credit card to buy all sorts of supplies, including body armor, weapons, ammunition, and a drone, according to an audit. Which makes sense. I mean, he had to protect himself from the government investigating his various crimes somehow. This guy is like a real-life cartoon villain, with a federal judge later admitting, quote, I have never seen a defendant who has committed so many different types of crimes in such a relatively short time period. Now, keep in mind that CNN also points out that this judge has sentenced over 1,000 defendants throughout his career. One of the funnier stunts he pulled was creating a private blockchain company that would allow for a specific Seminole County cryptocurrency to be used for payments, according to the Orlando Sentinel, which reported that for a little while, the tax collector's website allowed citizens to make payments via crypto. Yeah, don't mind me, guys. Just gonna pay my income tax in Haktua coin this year and see you in jail. It gets even better when you realize Joel billed the tax collector's office $65,000 for the equipment needed for this little venture, which resulted in an overloaded circuit breaker causing a fire in the office, which was not covered by insurance thanks to Joel's hilarious recklessness. Blaming the building's wiring and absolving himself of any wrongdoing, Joel told the Sentinel, quote, I didn't build the damn office. But now we get into some of Joel's less funny, more alarming crimes. For starters, a music teacher by the name of Brian Butte made the decision to run against Joel Greenberg for tax collector in 2020. Butte, a lifelong Republican, had accused Joel of orchestrating a nasty smear campaign against him, which kicked off after an anonymous letter was sent in to the school he worked at, accusing Butte of having an inappropriate relationship with a student. endorsement, just 2 mere weeks after launching his campaign against Joel, as reported by Central Florida news station WKMG, telling the outlet, quote, "I'm educating other people's children, and I'm accused of something like that? I have daughters, so I have to explain this to them." As Seminole County officials quickly found the allegations to be false, fingerprints were discovered on the envelope of the letter, which reportedly belonged to Greenberg. Nice, man, you couldn't even wear a fucking glove for this shit? Would have been better to just have your drone deliver the letter at that point. When authorities closed in, Greenberg ended up pleading guilty to stalking the music teacher, admitted to sending the letter, as well as setting up social media accounts to bolster the fake accusations online. Just brilliant stuff, a really genius campaigning there. But that judge from earlier wasn't lying when he said Joel has committed many types of crimes. In 2020, he was officially indicted for identity theft as well, the feds accusing him of using his status as a tax collector with access to private records to use discarded driver's licenses to manufacture fake IDs for himself. Initially denying these accusations, police found a trove of fake IDs upon a raid of his office, resulting in Joel eventually being sentenced to 11 years in federal prison after pleading guilty to a litany of charges that included wire fraud, stalking, identity theft, procuring a fake ID card, conspiring to defraud the US government, and sex trafficking of a minor. But Jay Aubrey, I hear you type from over there on your keyboard. What does any of this have to do with Jack Nicholson Joker impressionist Matt Gaetz? Well, hold on for a second, okay? I'll tell you. But be warned, things do get a little convoluted from here, so I'd advise you to just buckle in and hold on for the ride. See, Gaetz and Greenberg go way back, both being elected to their respective offices in 2016, with some close friends even telling Politico that Greenberg looked up to Gaetz as the firebrand he had become. And also, just so you know, firebrand isn't my word for him, that's the mantle Gaetz bestowed upon himself, as evident by the title of his memoir and podcast. Here we see the two men hanging out with fellow conservative firebrand Roger Stone, and here we see the two buddies palling around the White House with a Florida lobbyist who will become relevant in a second. As one close friend told Politico, Greenberg flat out idolized the congressman, and if Greenberg truly admired Gaetz this much for his powerful status in Washington and close proximity to the president, then it would only make sense he'd want to impress him, right? Get on his good side. As numerous outlets have reported by now, it seems Greenberg may have done just that by using the dating site Seeking Arrangements to procure women for the congressman and himself. After all, Greenberg was no stranger to engaging in sugar daddy relationships with younger women, as the feds outlined in their indictment of him. Friends of Gaetz and Greenberg have claimed the two bragged about sharing more than one girlfriend, with Politico speaking to 8 friends and associates who all said the same thing. Similarly, the Washington Post reported back in 2021 that, quote, Matt was never shy about his relationship to Joel and the access to women that Joel provided for him. As it was later reported, a letter allegedly sent by Greenberg to Roger Stone seemed to reveal the nature of the relationship he had with these women, admitting, quote, often it was a card payment, help with rent, a speeding ticket, or even a plane ticket home to see their family during a break, with the interactions often reportedly involving sex. Stone denies receiving this letter, and it's worth noting that while there's nothing illegal in sending money to someone, paying someone for sex is still illegal, as it would be a form of prostitution. The New Yorker went on to reveal some examples of these messages Greenberg supposedly sent to a woman on Seeking Arrangements in 2018. He asks if she can bring a friend for his friend. She says yes, that their ages are 20 and 21, and when she asks to see a picture of his friend, quote, a photo of Matt Gaetz appeared on screen. And in fact, here are the screenshots from that very interaction, courtesy of the US House Ethics investigation. Gaetz told Axios in 2021 that sure, he's provided for women he's dated, quote, you know, I've paid for flights, for hotel rooms, I've been, you know, generous as a partner, but he's always adamantly denied that he's ever paid for sex. And that isn't the only claim Gaetz has had to deny. While Gaetz has had to deal with allegations that he slept with a 17-year-old since the New York Times story broke almost 4 years ago, allegations that have been repeated by, again, his own sister-in-law. For what it's worth, she did apologize for calling him a pedophile. She says she meant ephebophile.
First off, I just wanted to clarify, I now realize that I use the incorrect terminology. It is not pedophilia, it is ephebophilia, which is being attracted to like post-pubescent teens in the age range of 15 to 19.
Still though, it's hard to talk about the sex trafficking allegations because the testimonies of the alleged victim and witnesses are, for the most part, sealed. At least until they were unsealed while I was working on this video. But for a while, what little details we had mostly came from what the girl's lawyers had told the media, what Greenberg himself appears to have written, and this lawsuit filed by that lobbyist I mentioned a minute ago, a guy by the name of Chris Dorworth. See, Dorworth filed a suit against Greenberg, Greenberg's family, as well as the alleged victim, claiming they had all lied about Gaetz. The suit would, of course, blow up in his face when the victim countersued and accused Dorworth of rape as well at these parties. Instead of fighting it, Dorworth dropped the suit. Throughout the legal back and forth, the testimony made by some of the girls ended up being referenced in these documents, which is how the media was able to report on the allegations before the House Ethics Committee secretly voted to release their findings this month. But how exactly is Gaetz involved? Well, mind you, before we go forward, these are all allegations that Gaetz has denied, so everything should be taken as such. But I want you to at least have an idea of what's been reported up until now. As the claims go, Gaetz was attending a Lake Mary area sex party hosted by Dorworth on the night of July 15th, 2017. The victim, referred to as AB in legal documents, is said to have been a junior in high school at the time of the alleged events, showing up to the Dorworth house in her mother's car the night of the party. According to sworn testimony by a witness who goes by KM, the 17-year-old AB was seen, quote, naked in the presence of Christopher Dorworth. KM also testified under oath that AB, quote, had access to the bedrooms in the Dorworth residence to engage in sexual activities. The U.S. House Ethics Committee later revealed that they had received sworn testimony that Gaetz had sex with victim A at this party while she was 17 when he would have been 35, with the committee stating that, quote, Gaetz's actions were in violation of Florida statutory rape law. The committee also asserts that the alleged victim was under the influence of ecstasy at this party, and that she and Gaetz had sex twice that night, with at least one of those instances being in the presence of other attendees. According to the report, he had sex with multiple women that night. Though Gaetz denies his attendance completely, the report cites a number of people who claimed to have seen him, including an affidavit from his then-girlfriend, which claimed she and Matt both attended the party in question. In November, Joel Leopard, an attorney representing two women who were there that night, told CNN that one of his clients testified in front of the House Ethics Committee that as she was walking out to the pool area of the house, she turned to her right and witnessed Gaetz having sex with her friend who she knew was in high school.
She testified to the House that as she was walking out to the pool area, she turned to her right and she witnessed her friend having sex with Representative Gaetz, and her friend at that time was 17.
Leopard does confirm that, according to his client, Gaetz was not aware of the girl's age at this time, but it is important to note that federal law doesn't care if you knew or not. It's the act itself that carries up to 15 years in prison in the state of Florida if convicted. As the Ethics Committee reported, Victim A testified that she did not inform Gaetz that she was under 18 at the time, nor did he ask her age.
So she testified to the House that Representative Gaetz did not know her friend's age at the time they had sexual intercourse. And when he found out about her age, that Representative Gaetz stopped having sexual intercourse with her, and he only started the sexual interactions later on once she turned 18.
So then it continued again.
That's correct.
As reporting from the Daily Beast seems to indicate, Greenberg learned of the girl's actual age through an anonymous tip later that year. Greenberg is alleged to have then used his status as a tax collector to look up the victim's driver's license in the system and confirm that she was in fact 17. Greenberg then allegedly called Gaetz over the phone and warned the congressman to, quote, steer clear of the teen. According to the ethics report, though, Gaetz, quote, maintained contact, and less than 6 months after she turned 18, he met up with her again for commercial sex. It's also been alleged that Gaetz Venmo'd the girl $900 through Greenberg shortly after she became an adult, attaching the message "hit up blank" using a nickname for the teen. But how do we know about this alleged call anyway? Well, it comes thanks to a letter that Greenberg reportedly penned to Roger Stone in his own attempt to seek a pardon from Trump in 2020. And if this letter obtained by the Daily Beast is real, it would be remarkably damning, because in it, Greenberg seems to confess to just about everything. Referring to the 17-year-old, Greenberg allegedly told Stone that, quote, on more than one occasion, this individual was involved in sexual activities with several of the other girls, the congressman from Florida's 1st Congressional District, and myself. From time to time, gas money or gifts, rent or partial tuition payments were made to several of these girls, including the individual who was not yet 18. I did see the acts occur firsthand, and Venmo transactions, Cash App, or other payments were made to these girls on behalf of the congressman. This is also where we get the supposed text messages between Greenberg and Stone, and it's where we see Greenberg saying that Gaetz is like a brother to him. Greenberg also appears to write, quote, my lawyers that I fired know the story about Matt Gaetz's involvement. They know he paid me to pay the girls and that he and I both had sex with the girl who was underage. And while I have not had any communication with Matt Gaetz, he absolutely has to know that the sex charge they hit me with would be what they hit him with. While Stone reportedly told the Daily Beast that he had never taken any formal steps to have Greenberg pardoned, he does admit to telling Greenberg to draft up a letter describing his legal problems, though he does not recall ever receiving said letter. There's also the matter of online payments. The former congressman was reported to have sent several women in addition to the alleged minor. These Venmo transactions, which amounted to thousands of dollars over the course of a few years, included incredibly non-creepy subject lines as being my friend, being awesome, and just because, brother, you're in your mid-30s, what are you doing? In fact, some of these payments were reportedly sent from his son Nestor's PayPal account. And I say son in quotation marks because Nestor is actually the little brother of his ex-girlfriend, who he just kind of refers to as his son, or he does now. He's previously referred to Nestor online as if he was a random kid he didn't know in this post from 2016, and here he is in 2017 calling Nestor his helper years before he publicly considered him his son.
As you guys can see, I've got my helper Nestor here.
Which, yeah, I guess his PayPal account may have allegedly helped to send those funds over, but it didn't exactly help him not get caught. Turns out, Gaetz may have sent even more money to women than previously thought, as the House Ethics investigation recently revealed around $90,000 that had been sent to 12 women from 2017 to 2020, which the Congressional Committee deemed was, quote, likely in connection with sexual activity and or drug use. While most of it was sent online, they do report that some received payment in the form of checks or cash, which would include the 17-year-old, who testified that she had been given $400 in cash by Gaetz on the evening of the July party, quote, which she understood to be payment for sex. In the days leading up to the House Ethics Committee releasing their full probe into his alleged misconduct, Gaetz took a page out of the Book of Drake with a statement he posted to Twitter. The Biden-Garland DOJ spent years reviewing allegations that I committed various crimes. I was charged with nothing, fully exonerated, not even a campaign finance violation, and the people investigating me hated me. A few things worth mentioning here. One, that the federal investigation was opened up under the Trump Bar DOJ, which Gaetz weirdly neglects to bring up. Two, the House Ethics Committee is bipartisan, currently led by a Republican, another detail he seems to have left out. And three, fully exonerated is doing some real heavy lifting there. As reported in the New York Times, quote, investigators concluded that they could not make a strong enough case against him in court, in part because of a concern that some potential witnesses might not have stood up well under cross-examination. After all, Greenberg would have had every reason to cooperate with the feds to negotiate a lighter sentence, which the defense would have easily latched onto. And as Slate points out, some potential witnesses could have been fellow partiers or former youthful consorts, which could have also posed an uphill battle for prosecutors. But none of that is quite the same as being fully exonerated. Unfortunately, things aren't quite as black and white as the former congressman may want us to think they are. Gaetz went on to admit that in his single days, he often sent funds to women he dated. Sometimes even women he never dated, but who asked. Wow, what a nice guy. I didn't know he was chill like that. He goes on to write that none of these girls were below the age of 18, which is always a fantastic thing to put in the public statement, and assures us that his 30s were an era of working very hard and playing very hard too. Yeah, man, that seems to be the whole fucking problem here. While he categorizes his past behavior as embarrassing, he promises us it's not criminal and that he lives a totally different life now. Which I will say, it's pretty funny to see a 42-year-old talking about his mid-30s as if it were his teenage years. Buddy, you weren't some silver spoon daddy's boy hoping to rush Sigma Chi. You were an elected member of Congress with a direct line of communication to the president, and also a silver spoon daddy's boy, but that's besides the point. And mind you, he wasn't new to this line of defense either. For years, Matt Gaetz had been shouting extortion from the rooftops, which even if he was being extorted, it doesn't mean he didn't commit a crime, making the rounds on TV trying to defend the notion that the feds were out to get him and his family and that he was totally innocent, which led to him unassumingly walking into the lion's den on Fox News. While he may have expected a full-fledged defense from Tucker Carlson, he ended up getting a little more resistance than he may have bargained for, even at one point seemingly trying to drag Tucker into the mix as well.
I can say that actually you and I went to dinner about 2 years ago. Your wife was there, and I brought a friend of mine, you'll remember her, and she was actually threatened by the FBI, told that if she wouldn't cop to the fact that somehow I was involved in some pay-for-play scheme, that she could face trouble. And so
I don't remember the woman you're speaking of or the context at all, honestly.
Hey, Tucker, come on. You remember when we all went out to eat together and nothing untoward was happening? You were there. You remember that night. I have no idea what you were talking about. Beautiful stuff, man.
The New York Times is running a story that I have traveled with a 17-year-old woman.
While the investigation charged on, it seemed possible that Matt Gaetz could be indicted at any moment. And while Greenberg's attorney Fritz Scheller made an effort to ignore questions on whether or not his client introduced any underage girls to Gaetz, in this same press conference, Scheller expressed disappointment in a lack of other prosecutions being made, which was in response to a question on whether or not he was shocked that Gaetz hadn't been arrested yet.
Did your client introduce Matt Gaetz to any underage girls for sexual relations?
All right, so I'm just going to let you sit down there, and so I can look over your head and ignore that question.
Are you shocked that Gaetz haven't been arrested yet?
I'm shocked. I am disappointed by a number of prosecutions that haven't been brought.
Adding that he thought Matt Gaetz wasn't feeling very comfortable that day.
Does Matt Gaetz have anything to worry about? I'm sure Matt Gaetz is not feeling very comfortable today, all right?
Nonetheless, Matt Gaetz would start to feel pretty good early 2023, when it was officially revealed the DOJ investigation would be concluding without bringing charges against Gaetz, which we touched on earlier. In fact, the DOJ's reluctance to indict the man was the very impetus that reignited the Ethics Committee's own investigation, which promptly began interviewing the girls at the heart of the case, a move that I'm sure only infuriated Gaetz even more. While the feds may have been off his back, the congressman was now faced with a new challenge, one that meant his fate lied in the hands of his colleagues in the House of Representatives, leading many to wonder what the congressman's next move would be.
The drama in Congress continues. Moments ago, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy talking to the press. Today, House Republicans met behind closed doors to discuss the future of his job as Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz filed a motion to oust the Speaker.
After the 2022 midterms, Republicans gained a narrow majority in the House of Representatives. As a result, they needed to appoint the next Speaker of the House. But for the first time since the 1920s, a new Speaker wasn't decided on the first vote. In fact, it took 4 days and 15 separate votes to finally push California Representative Kevin McCarthy to victory, with Congressman Matt Gaetz challenging him to the very end, voting against McCarthy time and time again, which almost resulted in literal punches being thrown on the House floor. Just like the good old days. See, this is why we need to bring back dueling. Ultimately, this demonstrated that while the Republicans may have been in control, there were some very real cracks in their own party. Gaetz has long criticized McCarthy for working too much with Democrats, and when McCarthy signaled support for a spending plan championed by the Biden White House and Democratic Senate, Gaetz saw an opportunity to do something unprecedented. He filed a motion to vacate. In other words, he was kicking McCarthy's sorry ass to the curb. From there, an outright battle ensued, but in the end, Gaetz and his small team of defectors managed to prevail, taking advantage of Democrats who weren't pleased with McCarthy's support of an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden. It only took a few disgruntled Republicans to make Kevin McCarthy go down in history as the first speaker to ever be abruptly removed during his term. What Gaetz had managed to pull off was historic. It goes without saying that a younger, less experienced congressman like Gaetz making a move to oust a seasoned party veteran was a controversial decision that didn't exactly make him any more popular in Washington. But Gaetz wasn't trying to make friends, he had a mission that some believed may not have been exclusively motivated by government spending. Reports indicate that when the House Ethics Committee reopened their probe into Gaetz in early 2023, the congressman expected the newly appointed McCarthy to shut it down right on the spot. But McCarthy would do no such thing. He felt it wasn't his place to tamper with an investigation like that, and while Gaetz claims to have never asked McCarthy to do this, McCarthy himself has indicated otherwise. At an event in April 2024, McCarthy outright told the audience, quote, "I'll give you the truth why I'm not speaker. It's because one person, a member of Congress, wanted me to stop an ethics complaint because he slept with a 17-year-old.
I'll give you the truth why I'm not speaker. It's because one person, a member of Congress, wanted me to stop an ethics complaint because he slept with a 17-year-old. An ethics complaint that started before I ever became speaker, and that's illegal, and I'm not going to get in the middle. Did he do it or not? I don't know. But an ethics is looking at it. There's other people in jail because of it. And he wanted me to influence it.
And there does seem to be some credibility to that narrative. The new speaker, Mike Johnson, went on to do the exact same thing that McCarthy had done. He capitulated to Democrats and allowed for more spending to happen. But Gaetz didn't force him out. Well, you're telling me Matt Gaetz isn't a man of his conviction after all? According to what someone close to McCarthy told The New Yorker, quote, "It was all about vengeance for Gaetz." Another report from the Daily Beast indicates Matt himself had bragged about knifing McCarthy as revenge for the ethics probe. While the Daily Beast did not quote their source specifically, out of concern that Gaetz might be able to figure out who leaked it, they do report that after reviewing correspondence, the former congressman, quote, relayed to a group of colleagues that his push to remove McCarthy was a direct response to the ethics investigation. He specifically blamed McCarthy for the return of the probe, according to two sources familiar with the conversation. With another senior GOP congressional staffer separately telling the magazine, quote, "I've heard him complain about Kevin because of it." Regardless, these two men have continued to spar ever since their historic showdown. And in case you thought McCarthy was the bitter one who can't move on, here's Matt Gaetz heckling the former speaker at this year's RNC, to which McCarthy responded by restating his claims to Matt's face.
One who's not coming back, and then the other part that you have. And the other part you have is one person who raised the issue. He's got an ethics complaint about sleeping with a 17-year-old. So that's the way they would go. So that's the biggest challenge we have.
And these claims would only be taken further in December of this year, when McCarthy told News Nation that Matt Gaetz, quote, wanted an excuse to resign from Congress as a last-ditch effort to prevent the Ethics Committee from releasing the details of their investigation. But that begs the question, what would this excuse to resign look like?
To be nominated by President Trump for that position was indeed the honor of my professional life.
All right, we've got another Trump appointment, and this is one that is probably going to surprise a lot of people because he was not on any of the lists that were floating around out there. He has now nominated Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz as Attorney General of the United States.
When Trump announced that Matt Gaetz was being nominated as the next Attorney General, I immediately felt for this guy with a very similar name, Matthew Gaetz, who's been known to tweet the words, "oh no," every time Gaetz makes headlines for something. I mean, even if you agree with his politics, you can't deny it's a hilariously baffling pick, considering Gaetz hadn't been a practicing attorney more than 2 years before becoming a representative, and he's never been a prosecutor. Though Matt did fall perfectly in line with the growing list of cabinet selections who may not have had the resume necessary for their respective positions, but were unabashed Trump bootlickers at the end of the day. With the amount of people Trump had to fire during his first term in office, which was, by my calculations, everyone, it might make sense why we're seeing the 47th president prioritizing loyalty over merit. But Gaetz was an especially mind-boggling choice, given that tiny likelihood of him actually being confirmed by the Senate. The little stunt he pulled with Kevin McCarthy nauseated even the most dyed-in-the-wool conservatives on Capitol Hill, and the then ongoing House ethics investigation wasn't doing him any favors either. Perhaps this is why, from the jump, we were already seeing Republicans writing off his nomination as a complete joke. I mean, just imagine for a second, having an attorney general who has beefed with Hassan Piker. It's hard to say Gaetz's timing didn't look completely deliberate, seeing that he ended up resigning from Congress mere days before the House Ethics Committee was scheduled to vote on releasing their investigation into him. As written in The Hill at the time, quote, "The panel will have no jurisdiction to investigate Gaetz since he is no longer a member of Congress, and its findings may never see the light of day." Gaetz pulled the ultimate trump card, literally. With the help of Donald Trump nominating him to his cabinet, Gaetz was able to do what Kevin McCarthy was too sensible to do: kill the House Ethics Committee's investigation into his alleged sex crimes. A masterful gambit that made him look pretty guilty, but also rendered him unemployed after he shockingly withdrew his bid for Attorney General. So there you have it. In the span of just 8 chaotic days of non-stop media frenzy, this man went from being a 3-term congressman in the United States House of Representatives and being considered to lead the very Justice Department that had investigated him only a couple years prior, to being stripped of both of those titles, resorting to selling his likeness on Cameo of all places. Yeah, Cameo, since I guess Twitch didn't work out for him. This, my friends, is what a fall from grace looks like.
Hey, Lisa Kovac, it's your favorite former Congressman Matt Gaetz. I know you were bummed out when the news broke that I wouldn't be the next Attorney General. This is just such an exciting time to be an American.
Now, it shouldn't come as a surprise that Gaetz has taken to Twitter to do everything he can to save face. Attacking the witnesses' credibility is something he's been doing since the very beginning, emphasizing how not credible the DOJ found them to be. And I think this is something we should touch on really quick before we wrap up here. While the Ethics Committee does acknowledge that Joel Greenberg's credibility is in doubt, they also state that they have no reason to doubt the credibility of Victim A, the same Victim A who Gaetz tried to claim at one point didn't exist, even though the committee noted this was also the very girl who sent his buddy Greenberg to the slammer. The committee also made sure to emphasize that she, quote, cooperated with the DOJ's investigation for years and was let down by the justice system when reports circulated that the DOJ would be unlikely to pursue charges. The committee also makes it clear that the DOJ wasn't the most cooperative either, dodging FOIA requests and failing to comply with a subpoena by its due date as outlined in the ethics report. In January 2024, the, quote, DOJ provided no substantive response or explanation for its delay. Instead, DOJ simply stated that it does not provide non-public information about law enforcement investigations that do not result in charges. Though, as the committee points out in the very next sentence, quote, this policy is inconsistent with DOJ's historical conduct with respect to the committee and its unique role in upholding the integrity of the House. Basically, the DOJ should have been easier to work with, but because they weren't, they ended up delaying a lot of the committee's investigation. The committee did note, however, that their own investigation did not find, quote, sufficient evidence to conclude that Representative Gaetz violated the federal sex trafficking statute. Although Gaetz did cause the transportation of women across state lines for purposes of commercial sex, the committee did not find evidence that any of those women were under 18 at the time of travel, nor did the committee find sufficient evidence to conclude that the commercial sex acts were induced by force, fraud, or coercion. But mind you, this is alongside the committee's assertion that Gaetz seems to have committed a variety of other crimes, as their evidence points to. According to the report, the committee found, quote, substantial evidence that Gaetz violated, quote, state law clause referring to sexual misconduct by, again, engaging in commercial sex and violating Florida's statutory rape law. They also found evidence of Gaetz using illicit drugs, which he referred to in text messages as party favors, that he violated the House gift rule by receiving, quote, impermissible gifts in connection with his travel to the Bahamas in September 2018, in addition to him dispensing special privileges to individuals whom he had a personal relationship, and that he sought to obstruct the committee's investigation into his conduct. Not only did Gaetz refuse to sit down for in-person questioning, ignoring a subpoena and instead answering fragments of written questions, he also filed an emergency suit against Congress to prevent the release of the report the same exact morning it was scheduled to come out. Needless to say, it didn't work, and that the report reached the media regardless, but it's important to emphasize here that Gaetz has done pretty much everything he can to try and keep this thing from being unsealed. And now that we've seen it, it's really no wonder as to why.
Are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile? Hands back. Are you a pedophile, Congressman Gaetz? Are you a pedophile? Congressman, are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile, Congressman Gaetz?
The Make America Great Again movement is ascendant. Mike Johnson is House Speaker, and Donald John Trump will be the next President of the United States. And I'm not going anywhere.
I think most people, including myself, weren't expecting the Ethics Committee to ever release their findings. For the longest time, the new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, strongly requested that the Gaetz report never reach the general public, claiming it would be a terrible breach of protocol, tradition, and the spirit of the rule, apparently. Now, that is some pretty redundant wording there. Notice he didn't say it was against the law, just against the spirit of the rule. Classic politician speak for, well, we could do it, but we don't wanna. And now that we've seen what's in it, I would say it's even more egregious that these freaks tried to hide it from the American people for as long as they did. Historically, political elites have been known to protect their own, but I think in the case of Matt Gaetz, he had managed to get on so many of his colleagues' shit list that he ended up hurting himself. In order for this thing to come out, several Republicans would have needed to change their vote, and I think it's pretty likely they did so, primarily out of spite and revenge. Between repeatedly flaunting his perceived innocence in the media to default dancing on Kevin McCarthy's grave at the RNC like the insufferable jackass he is, to not so subtly hinting at an eventual run for governor in the near future, Matt might as well have taped a big sign on his back that says "kick here" because Buddy was just asking for retribution. But that's exactly what Matt Gaetz is all about. Retribution. Getting one over on those who have wronged him. It's an extension of the privilege he's enjoyed since his days in the Truman Show house. And while it may be his turn to face the music now, he has recently threatened revenge in the form of returning to Congress in January and filing a motion to release all other sexual misconduct allegations leveled against fellow politicians, which means this saga might be far from over. Rather than advocate for the report to be released from the beginning, which, if it were all just a big witch hunt, should have exonerated him right then and there, Matt did everything in his power to ensure this report never saw the light of day. From making history just to save face and spite his enemies, to abandoning his congressional seat in the most powerful country on the planet, his actions demonstrate that Matt would have sooner accepted a career at shittier Fox News and a lifetime of purgatory on Cameo than allow for us to see what was in the report all along. And even then, his efforts still proved futile due to how brutally unlikable of a person he is. Where former Congressman Matt Gaetz goes from here is anyone's best guess. Whether or not this report actually matters in the eyes of his constituents has yet to be seen. And whether going through all the trouble to prevent the release of the report only to have it come out anyway was worth it, we may never know. But if you want to cough up enough cash, you can always ask Matt on Cameo, if he approves your request, that is.
Oh, wow. Breaking news. Matt Gaetz canceled.
Matt Gaetz has canceled a request, this coward?
Yeah. I can't believe that. I mean, I can, but...
I mean, why is he such a coward?
This is sad.
It is sad, but it's actually...
He has some dignity.
Does he? Does he? Now I'm glad he's not the Attorney General. I was willing to overlook the
I was 5 and he was 6. We rode on horses made of sticks. He wore black and I wore white. He would always win the fight. Bang, bang. You shot me down.
I was muted.
I hit the ground. Bang, bang. That awful sound. Bang, bang. My baby shot me down. Seasons came and changed the times. When I grew up, I called him mine.
Yeah, we're gonna be done.
Remember how we used to play?
Bang.
Bang, bang. You shot me down. Bang, bang. I hit the ground. Bang, bang. That awful sound. Bang, bang. Oh, my baby shot me down. Lord, my baby shot me down. Now he's gone, I don't know how.
I love you too, Arnalda.
I sometimes cry. You didn't even say goodbye. You didn't take the time to lie. Oh, bang, bang. You shot me down. Bang, bang. I hit the ground. Bang, bang. That awful sound. Bang, bang. Oh, my baby. My baby.
Thank you, mods. Big love to the mods. Liz, I just sent my Kick viewers over to you. Go say hi to your Kick chat. And everyone else, I will see you tomorrow.